My classmate asked me to help him build a model aircraft, but I ended up crafting a 6th-generation fighter jet, which not only evaded detection by Xia country's most advanced phased array radar, but also rivaled the secret unmanned drones developed by Eagle country. This was all possible because I activated the Zenith Star technology system. Ding detected 3 old-fashioned machine tools suggest transforming into Zenith Star super machining platform. Transform. Following my command, the 3 outdated machine tools sprang to life. An hour later, the brand new Zenith Star super machining platform stood before me. Featuring a 5-axis flexible linkage robotic arm, Hongmeng smart operating system, ultra-high precision 3D printing workbench, and nanomaterial synthesis device. At that moment, my high school classmate Qinbin sent me a message about the school hosting a model aircraft competition asking for my help to weld a plane with an unlimited budget. An astonishing idea then popped into my mind. If Qinbin said there was no budget limit, why not build a real fighter jet instead? No sooner said than done. I grabbed my phone to contact various suppliers. Soon several trucks delivering materials arrived. I then approached the Zenith Star super machining platform and issued the command, begin manufacturing. Ding Ghost Fighter manufacturing process initiated. The production of new vector engine blades and aircraft skin began. The agile flexible robotic arms danced around, handling different workpieces on the platform, cutting, stamping, drilling. Omnidirectional vector engines, phased array radars, plasma laser cannons, synthetic aperture cameras, 1 by 1 inch the precision parts were manufactured. And by the afternoon of the 6th day, a colossal figure appeared in the workshop, Ghost Fighter, 18 meters long with a wingspan of 11.6 meters and a maximum takeoff weight of 42 tons. Its stealth coating shimmered with a silvery gray luster, and its aerodynamic shape with integrated wing body was streamlined and futuristic. You said bigger is better, so I made a high-fidelity 1:1 replica for you. You said there was no budget cap, so I arranged all the high-tech features for you. However, with such a groundbreaking achievement, I feel a bit shortchanged charging only 2,000. No, I needed to charge more. I then sent Qinbin a message. I also ordered a semi-trailer truck to deliver it to their school. The next morning, as soon as Qinbin woke up, he saw 2 messages on his phone. One was from me. The goods are on the playground. Activation password 1234567. The other was from the bank. Mr. Qin, your credit card limit has been exhausted. Please make a payment soon, thank you. Qinbin was stunned. His card had a limit of 10 million inch and it was maxed out. What kind of model aircraft had Fat Cat made that cost 10 million? He immediately called me, but all he got was, "Sorry, the number you have dialed has been switched off." Could this guy have absconded with the money? He muttered as he hurried towards the playground. Qinbin quickly made his way through the crowd and saw the tarp-covered fighter on the playground, still puzzled about what this massive object was, never imagining it was his model aircraft. At that moment, the head judge Qi Yuan stood up and announced, "The model aircraft competition officially begins." As the teams got busy, various model aircraft lined up on the runway. The school beauty and Qinbin's team frowned and asked Qinbin, "You said you were handling our group's model aircraft. Where is it?" Qinbin looked around, muttering to himself, "Fat Cat, you've really done me in. You said it would be on the playground, but there's nothing here." He had hoped to make a splash at the model aircraft competition, but instead he was left exposed. Just as he was about to despair, my call came through. "Are you using your eyes to breathe? It's right in the middle of the playground, can't you see it? Also, the processing fee is going up to 3,000, not a penny less," leaving Qinbin dumbfounded. On the playground, only a huge unknown object covered with tarpaulin remained. "Damn, Fat Cat, what on earth have you built?" With a nervous heart, Qinbin quickly walked towards the tarpaulin, clenched his teeth and yanked it off with force. Whoosh, a massive silver object lay before everyone's eyes. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. The design was just too cool. People were so stunned they couldn't speak. Qinbin trembled with excitement, almost as if he had Parkinson's disease. Is this really a model aircraft? The nearby photographer snapped back to reality, lifted his camera, and began snapping away furiously. At that moment, from a distance, Qi Yuanyang saw the debut of the Ghost Fighter and was even more shocked, shivering at the sight. Swept wings, twin vertical stabilizers, blended wing body, concealed bomb bays, and stealth-treated nozzles. Qi Yuanyang recognized that this was no ordinary fighter jet, and he ran wildly towards the center of the playground without regard for his image. When he reached the fighter jet, his heart was even more astounded. The aerodynamic shape, the design concept, the craftsmanship, it's incredible. Qinbin was startled, suddenly recalling the startup password. Could it be? Could this model actually fly? With this thought, Qinbin swiftly climbed into the cockpit. The central control screen lit up, displaying a digital keypad, and an electronic voice announced, "Ghost Fighter initial startup, please enter the startup password." Shin Bin had just finished entering the password when he heard a buzzing sound and the massive body of the aircraft trembled slightly. The cockpit's red and green indicator lights started flashing. Loading the propulsion system module, full screen phased array radar system module, and weapons system module. Shin Bin picked up a finely made helmet and put it on. The helmet's holographic display system loaded, and holographic images and text information were projected onto the visor. Shin Bin was slightly shocked. Damn, this thing is for real. Another alert sounded. Submodule loading complete, all systems normal, ready for takeoff. Before Shin Bin could recover, the images on his visor turned red, flashing incessantly. Obstacle detected ahead on the runway, unsuitable for takeoff, please move to the adjacent runway. Shin Bin grabbed the control stick and gently twisted it while a classic reversing beep sounded. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the Ghost Fighter, like a giant beast, slowly moving its silver body. Shin Bin took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Immediately, a loud roaring sound filled the air. The daisy-shaped vector nozzle at the rear twisted downward and blue flames jetted out, leaving everyone utterly astonished. This is for real. Qi Yuanyang was also dumbfounded as the scorching blast from the tail finally made him realize that the aircraft before him was not a mere shell but a genuine fighter jet. However, a fighter jet isn't something you can just fly whenever you wish. He immediately began waving his arms and shouting, "Stop, you can't take off." But Shin Bin, fully focused on operating the fighter jet, didn't notice Qi Yuanyang's cries. With a gentle push on the throttle, a strong G-force pressed against him from behind, and the Ghost Fighter began to accelerate fiercely, its vector engine roaring as its tail flame brightened dramatically. Like a ferocious cobra, the Ghost Fighter soared into the sky, nearly flipping over several students who were standing too close. The Ghost Fighter rapidly ascended like a silver eagle heading southeast. The students shouted excitedly. But the teachers knew trouble was brewing. This was the capital, surrounded by dense air defense positions. A mistake in identifying it as a hostile aircraft could be disastrous. Qi Yuanyang immediately took out his phone and dialed out, "Is this Air Defense Command? This is Qi Yuanyang from the National Defense Academy. A student from our academy is piloting a fighter model heading towards the southeastern airspace. Please track and ensure it is not mistaken for an enemy aircraft." On the other end of the phone, Chun Hao was completely baffled. Could a scale model of a fighter jet actually be flown? He quickly glanced at the early warning radar screen, which showed only uninterrupted green without even a speck of noise. "Director Qi, I can't find the target. Has it already landed?" While he was still speaking, a tremendous roaring sound came from outside the window. Chen Hao was startled and peered out, only to see a silver-gray fighter jet streaking low across the sky, leaving behind a cone-shaped trail of clouds, a clear sign of breaking the sound barrier. "Which unit is this? Don't they know low-altitude supersonic flight is prohibited?" Suddenly Chen Hao realized, could this be the scale model from the National Defense Academy? But why was the surveillance radar completely unresponsive? This was the most advanced S-band phased array radar in the entire military, capable of detecting even America's F-22. How could it fly right over without being detected? Realizing the severity of the situation, Chen Hao immediately called the Air Force. "All units be advised, a scale model has entered the southeast airspace, please intercept." Meanwhile, Shin Bin was in a state of extreme excitement, especially after the moment of breaking the sound barrier. He was so thrilled he nearly had a heart attack. What a rush! Piloting the War Eagle through the vast skies was truly the epitome of romance for a man. Initially nervous and clumsy in his maneuvers, Shin Bin soon got the hang of it with the help of intelligent voice interaction and automatic piloting aids. While controlling the fighter jet, Shin Bin checked the status panel on his holographic mask. Speed at 1.21 Mach, altitude 158 meters, engine thrust at 15.23 tons. He had barely increased the throttle when he easily broke the sound barrier. What if he pushed the thrust further? Just as he was about to test 2 Mach, the voice system alerted him. "Please be aware, friendly aircraft approaching from behind, distance 50 kilometers. Shin Bin was startled but quickly calmed down as it was a friendly aircraft from the Regional Air Force. Shin Bin slightly reduced his speed to greet the approaching aircraft. At that moment, behind the Ghost Fighter, Air Force Captain Lu Hua was piloting a J-20 fighter jet speeding towards him at 1.4 Mach. Frustrated with the blank radar screen, Lu Hua complained internally, "I'm a top pilot in the Flying Tiger Squadron and you have me intercepting a scale model." He had been circling without spotting anything, but suddenly a dark spot appeared ahead. Lu accelerated to catch up. And as the massive silhouette of the Ghost Fighter became clearer, he was shocked. "This thing is almost on my face and the radar hasn't reacted, and you call this a scale model? What kind of stealth technology is this? It's like science fiction." Soon the two fighter jets were flying side by side, and Lu Hua finally got a clear view of the Ghost Fighter. Is this an invasion by the Decepticons? Who said this is a scale model? I'll smack him. Lu switched to the common emergency frequency. Attention neighboring aircraft, this is Captain Lu Hua from the Regional Flying Tiger Squadron. Which unit are you from? Qin Bin waved from his cockpit. I'm Qin Bin from the National Defense Academy's Aeronautical Department conducting a flight test on the scale model. Lu's eye twitched. If that's a scale model, then what is mine? A child's toy. You should have filed a flight test report in advance. Land immediately. Although Qin Bin was not yet ready to end his thrilling experience, he had no choice but to comply. He was just about to perform the return maneuver when suddenly a red dot started flashing non-stop on his full-face mask. Alert, unidentified fighter jet approaching 700 kilometers ahead. An unknown fighter jet? Could it be an enemy aircraft violating our airspace? Qin Bin instantly reported to Lu Hua. Captain Lu Hua, there is an unidentified fighter jet approaching from 700 kilometers ahead. Lu responded gruffly. Do you think you're an early warning aircraft capable of detecting from 700 kilometers? Military matters are never trivial. It's always better to err on the side of caution. So Lu Hua switched the channel to the Ground Air Defense Command. This is Air Force 8237 from the combat zone. Is there any approach from fighter jets east of the southeast airspace? The ground quickly responded. There are no flying targets east of the southeast airspace. Qin Bin, speechless, said, could the ground also have missed it? What if it really is an enemy aircraft entering our territory? Qin Bin clenched his teeth. I cannot watch the enemy violate our airspace. With it he fiercely pushed the throttle forward. The Vector engine immediately went full throttle, spewing out a stream of fire like a rocket. The Ghost Fighter jet shot out with a roar, reaching a speed of Mach 2 in an instant. Lu Hua stared wide-eyed. Is this kid trying to reach the heavens? He too pushed his throttle all the way and chased after him. Seeing the speed on his mask reaching Mach 3-inch, Qin Bin was so excited he almost jumped out of the cockpit. At this point the throttle wasn't even pushed to the limit. What kind of plane was this? But now Qin Bin couldn't focus on that. The control screen blinked incessantly with red dots. Unidentified fighter jets were getting closer, having already intruded into Xia country's airspace. This was a blatant intrusion. Qin Bin noted that the distance between them was now less than 100 kilometers, soon to enter visual range. It was Qin Bin's first flight, and encountering an enemy was thrilling. Finally, a small black dot entered his field of view. In the instant they crossed paths, Qin Bin saw the invading jet clearly. It was a drone with a dark aqua paint job, a blended wing body, a flat nose and no cockpit. More striking was the insignia on the body, an eagle, the logo of Eagle Country. It's right behind my plane. In a moment of urgency, Qin Bin issued a voice command, quick turn and lock on the target. At his command, the speeding fighter sharply pitched its nose up while the all-directional Vector engine precisely controlled the Ghost Fighter to swing its tail bizarrely, performing a 180-degree turn in mid-air. A series of intense overloads momentarily deprived Qin Bin of oxygen, nearly causing him to faint. As he regained his senses, the Ghost Fighter had already reached behind the Eagle Country drone. An idea popped into Qin Bin's head. He looked down at the drone, smirked mischievously, and pressed the fuel dump button. Fuel cascaded down like a waterfall, pouring onto the drone below. Not far away, Lu Hua, piloting a J-20 after a furious chase, was stunned by the scene he witnessed. This kid really knows how to play, he thought. Meanwhile, in the command room of the USS Ford, the Eagle Country commander, previously very confident in their latest drone, now showed an incredulous expression. He immediately issued a retreat order. Lu Hua, piloting his fighter without a moment's hesitation, saw the hidden compartment under the J-20's wing slowly open. And a slender PL-10 close combat missile stretched out, shooting out like an arrow. However, the Eagle Country commander revealed a smug smile. No need to be too nervous, he said. The Night Raven drone can dodge 3 AIM-120s simultaneously. Avoiding Xia Country's PL missile is no trouble. As the hydraulic fighter buzzed with energy, going full throttle and reaching a speed of Mach 2.5, it seemed no match for the PL-10's Mach 4 speed. Qin Bin widened his eyes, thinking the PL-10 would hit its mark. But the Night Raven swiftly rolled sideways, dodging the deadly missile. Lu Hua's gaze intensified as he launched another attack. 2 PL-11 missiles shot out to the left and right. But the Night Raven again displayed astonishing maneuverability, performing a falling leaf maneuver that once again caused the PL-10s to miss. Seeing this, Qin Bin immediately issued an attack command. Target locked. Plasma laser device fully charged, ready to fire. Taking a deep breath, Qin Bin pressed the attack button. And suddenly a blue beam of light, like a sharp sword, streaked across the sky, followed by a bright burst of fire in the air. The face of the Eagle Country commander darkened, furiously notifying the Pentagon to lodge a protest with Xia Country's military, demanding compensation. General, the military of the Xia Kingdom had already severed the hotline with us and Thomas could no longer maintain his composure, roaring, "Damn it, notify the White House." In the skies, Xia's Ghost fighter jets and the J-20S were returning side by side. Xinbin was still exhilarated, exclaiming, "Damn, that was a wipeout, the laser cannon is too powerful." Lu Hua shook his head with a wry smile. The kid had shown off, but as a golden-helmeted pilot of the Flying Tigers, missing 3 shots. With the PL-10s was embarrassing. Where would he put his face now? A review was inevitable upon return. But the review was the least of Lu Hua's concerns. He was more curious about the aircraft in front of him. The entire Warzone's radar was blind to it, effortlessly detecting Eagle Nation's drones from 700 kilometers away. And then there were the laser weapons. Was this even Blue Star technology? Today had truly been an eye-opener, and he wished he could drag Qinbin over for a thorough interrogation right then. Suddenly, a voice came through the headset. 82,237, this is the Warzone report. The situation, the Eagle Nation drone has been downed by the model aircraft, now escorting the model back to the southern suburbs airport. Could return as soon as possible, keep a close eye on him. Understood. Lu Hua immediately opened the emergency channel, telling Qinbin, follow me back to the war zone now. Back to the war zone? I thought to the Defense Academy. Qinbin was initially stunned, then quickly realized the capabilities of the Ghost Fighter were too unbelievable. Of course, the war zone wouldn't let it go. But the problem was, the Ghost Fighter seemed like his personal property. He had maxed out his credit cards and spent 10 million to build it. Although it was advanced, it was supposed to be handed over to the nation. But asking to fly it a few more days wasn't too much, right? Qinbin weakly asked Captain Lu Hua, can I return to the academy first and go to the war zone in a few days? Lu Hua was speechless. This is a military order from the war zone. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can bargain? I just want to show off in front of my classmates. No way. Qinbin was immediately displeased. That was too inconsiderate. Then an idea struck him, murmuring, if you don't let me go, does that mean I can't go? You're not as fast as me anyway. With a slight twist of the control stick, the Ghost Fighter turned direction. Lu Hua was shocked. Kid, what do you think you're doing? I'm going back to the academy, Captain Lu Hua. See you another day. With a full push of the throttle, the Ghost Fighter roared away, speeding like lightning, leaving the J-20 far behind, leaving only a bewildered Lu Hua alone. The Ghost Fighter, traveling at Mach 4, soon appeared above the Defense Academy. The roar of its engines echoed through the sky. Its sleek form reappeared, and immediately the ground boiled with excitement. Damn, he's back. Did he just make a round trip to Cybertron? Upon seeing this, Shi Yuanyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little ancestor, you're back. Quick, clear the runway, he's landing. Shi Yuanyang immediately directed everyone to prepare for the Ghost Fighter's landing. Peering down at the ant-like crowd moving on the playground, Qinbin didn't land immediately. He had defied a military order. How could he just land so easily? Gently twisting the control stick, Qinbin started a personal show. The Ghost Fighter first circled at ultra-low altitude, causing a wave of gasps with the strong air currents, then a Cobra maneuver. It was eye-popping. The atmosphere on the playground instantly exploded with excitement, shouts of damn echoing everywhere. Then, the falling leaf maneuver, the tumble maneuver, and finally, the showstopper was the air drift. When this maneuver, seemingly defying Newton's third law, was performed, the playground descended into total madness. Qinbin, enough with your tricks. Newton's coffin can't hold down anymore. This is bullying. We were just having a model aircraft competition. Why are you, a full-fledged beast, causing such a scene? Shi Yuanyang was also dumbfounded. This isn't scientific at all. After completing all the maneuvers, Qinbin still hadn't had enough and made one final ultra-low altitude pass before finally landing on the sports field's track. As he leapt from the cockpit, the crowd surged towards him like a swarm. Qinbin was over the moon with excitement. He enjoyed the spotlight, but the frenzied crowd made him so flustered that he started walking with a limp by accident, which led to a burst of laughter from everyone. What was a perfect show-off moment ended up in a humorous mishap, leaving Qinbin red-faced. However, the mishap didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Shi Yuanyang rushed forward, grabbing Qinbin, and demanded, who actually built this aircraft? His face flushed with excitement. Qinbin was genuinely worried he might have a heart attack on the spot. Shin Mingshan squeezed through the crowd. Qinbin, is this aircraft the latest 6th-generation fighter of our country? And can I get an exclusive interview with you? Qinbin inwardly sighed, just as puzzled. His immediate desire was to grab Yang Bo for a clear explanation. The plane was made By my high school classmate Yang Bo. I just asked him to build a model aircraft and he ended up making a real fighter jet. To build this plane he maxed out my credit card with a limit of 10 million yuan. I won't let him off for this. Qin Bin ended up bragging somewhat cheekily, 10 million yuan for a fighter jet, and it was built on a credit card. Is the world changing too fast or am I just out of the loop? Qi Yuan Yang was astounded. Shin Mingxin with wide eyes pressed on, where does your classmate Yang Bo work? Is it 6XX Institute Liufei or Chuanfei? I don't quite remember, it seems to be Jiangwo Machinery Factory. Jiangwo Machinery Factory. You probably don't know it's a small-town enterprise. The crowd was speechless again. A small-town enterprise making a fighter jet? At that moment, several military jeeps sped into the entrance of the sports field. The vehicles came to a halt in front of the crowd and the doors opened, revealing a group of military personnel led by a middle-aged man with a square face and stars shining on his shoulders. Qi Yuan Yang recognized him as an old acquaintance, Commander Zhao Kaifeng of the Air Force 1XX Division. Zhao Kaifeng quickly came forward, shaking hands warmly. Director Qi, long time no see. Commander Zhao, sorry for not greeting you sooner. Zhao glanced at the ghost fighter, his eyes gleaming with excitement, which he struggled to pull away. Director Qi, your security measures are excellent. A successful test flight of the 6th generation fighter, and you even kept it from me. Qi Yuan Yang gave a wry smile. If I say I only saw this plane for the first time today, would you believe me? Zhao Kaifeng rolled his eyes. Of course not. This plane has made a spectacular debut today. In fact, this plane was designed and manufactured by a local township enterprise. A township enterprise? You're kidding me. Qi Yuan Yang sighed. It's a long story, but I'm planning to start researching this plane immediately. Zhao then asked, who was it that shot down the Eagle Country's drone? What? Shot down an Eagle Country's drone? Everyone on the sports field, except for Qi Yuan Yang, was unaware of this significant news. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin Bin stepped forward, saluted militarily and reported, reporting Sir Qin Bin from the National Defense Academy's Aeronautics Department. Young man, you dared to defy military orders. You were supposed to return to the war zone and you ran back to the academy. Is this plane yours? Sir, this plane is indeed mine. At this moment, a microphone was suddenly handed to Zhao Kaifeng. Commander Zhao, what was that about shooting down an Eagle Country's drone? Seeing it was Shin Mingxin, Zhao smiled. It's Shin the reporter. The details of shooting down the Eagle Country's drone are currently confidential, and I'm not at liberty to disclose them. Shin Mingxin was about to ask more questions when Qi Yuan Yang stepped forward to stop her. Reporter Shin, there's still a lot of information about this fighter jet that needs to be confirmed. For the time being, I'm afraid it's not advisable to report on it extensively. Moreover, this fighter jet may involve major technical secrets. We're now enforcing martial law on the field, and no one is allowed to approach it casually. Yes, it's too advanced to be displayed. Zhao Kaifeng nodded and then waved his hand. Several soldiers quickly surrounded the ghost fighter and soon pulled up a cordon. The tarp in the middle of the field was also pulled over and covered again. Qi Yuan Yang then said, I have contacted Professor Qi. He will lead the 6th generation fighter work group and arrive as soon as possible. Regarding the origin of the fighter jet, Qin Bin, come to the meeting room and report to me in detail. Zhao Kaifeng said, then I need to hear this too. Shin Mingxin immediately said, I want to listen too. Qi Yuan Yang refused. Reporter Shin, this matter involves major secrets and cannot be disclosed publicly yet, so you can't listen. Shin Mingxin was immediately frustrated, her cheeks puffing up like a little squirrel. Humph. If you won't let me listen, do you think I can't find out? Isn't it just the Jiangwo Machinery Factory? I can find it myself. Shin Mingxin immediately opened her phone and searched for the Jiangwo Machinery Factory. Goodness, there were hundreds of namesakes. Shin Mingxin tilted her head, thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up and she made a phone call. Dad, help me check someone. Yang Bo, no, it's not about romance, please. Dad, can you help me check? Dad, just help me check and I will tell you where Grandpa hid the Wooliang Spring. He is Qin Bin's high school classmate from the National Defense Academy's Aeronautics Department. Start from there. Dad, you're the best. In the meeting room, after listening to Qin Bin's account of the birth of the ghost fighter and the details of how it shot down the Eagle Country's fighter jet, both were left speechless. It was incredible. A laser shot down the unmanned drone from Eagle Country and detected the target from 700 kilometers away. Plus, the entire combat zone had no trace of the ghost fighter. Its performance was simply more astonishing than its appearance. This indicated that in terms of maneuverability, stealth capabilities, situational awareness, and attack power, the ghost fighter far surpassed all active service fighters. Without any weaknesses, truly a dream fighter, Zhao Kaifeng was even more surprised that the Ghost Fighter was actually made by a small-town enterprise. You mean to say Yang Bo built the Ghost Fighter in just 1 week? Yes, materials cost 10 million, inch processing fee 3,000? Yes, it was simply outrageous. Qi Yuanyang also said exactly such a plane should cost at least 100 million, I mean in Eagle dollars. As for the processing fee of 3,000, they were too lazy to even comment on that anymore, it was just ridiculous. Zhao Kaifeng slammed the table. In any case, we must meet Yang Bo as soon as possible. Early in the morning, Yang Bo was dreaming of Duke Zhou when his mother Zhao Huiyun dragged him out of bed. Mom, I don't have work today, let me sleep a bit. No, get up, have you forgotten you have a blind date today? Yang Bo then remembered he had arranged to meet a few days ago, so he reluctantly got dressed. In fact, Yang Bo was only 21 years old this year. If he hadn't dropped out of college, he wouldn't be in a rush for a blind date. But in Zhao Huiyun's eyes, since he was no longer studying, it meant he had entered society and should get married immediately. At 10 o'clock, the matchmaker brought the girl and her mother to Yang Bo's house. After entering, they exchanged brief pleasantries and sat down to chat. The girl named Chen Meng was quite pretty in appearance and figure. After sitting down, Chen Meng's mother looked around, and seeing the simple furnishings, her face showed some impatience. Yang Bo saw this and knew things weren't going well. Losing any interest in talking, suddenly his phone vibrated twice. He checked it and saw a message from Qinbin. Brother, you really did it, I've transferred the money to your account. Qinbin promptly sent over his account details. As Chen Meng's mother watched Qinbin fiddle with his phone, her dissatisfaction grew. Yang Bo, I heard your machine shop only got 1 order this month. Can you even support a family with that? She chided her. Words sharp and unwelcoming. Yang Bo felt his temper rise but managed to hold back his anger. Zhao Huiyun's expression darkened, and even the matchmaker felt awkward. Auntie, it's not 1 order, it's 2, Yang Bo protested. Does it make any difference? You're just making some aluminum railings. How much can you earn from that? She scoffed. Yang Bo replied with a smile, it's not just railings, I've also built an airplane. Everyone was stunned and Chen Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy must be crazy. Building airplanes? Are you planning to fly to the heavens? The matchmaker quickly tried to smooth things over, laughing. Oh, little Bo loves his jokes. Chen Meng's mother sneered, building airplanes? You sure talk big. How much did you earn from that then? 3,000? Unable to hold back, Chen Meng interjected, 3,000 from building an airplane? You must be talking about a model. Just as Yang Bo was about to respond, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was a bank transfer notification. Your account has received a transfer of 30 million from Qinbin. 30 million? Holy smokes. That's not an extra zero. That's an extra million. Yang Bo almost dropped his phone in shock. Qinbin was really splurging. Seeing Yang Bo's stunned face, Chen Meng's mother thought he was ashamed and laughed coldly. With that little money, can you even afford a decent dowry? Yang Bo regained his composure and said as calmly as he could, Auntie, I misspoke earlier. It's not 3,000, it's 30 million. 30 million? Chen Meng's mother burst into laughter. Zhao Huiyun was also surprised. Yang Bo was usually so composed. What was happening today? The matchmaker was at a loss for words. Little Bo, you really talk nonsense. Chen Meng scornfully said, if you made 30 million, there would be a line of suitors from the beginning of the village to the end. I doubt I'm that fortunate. Chen Meng's mother agreed. Exactly, Meng, let's go. Not a single word of truth here, no point in talking further. Just as they were about to leave, a voice came from outside. Excuse me, is this Yang Bo's home? The voice was melodious and very pleasant. Then a stunning figure walked in. The girl had long hair draping over her shoulders, a face like an egg, so beautiful it was almost unreal. She wore a white blouse and tight jeans, her legs long and slender. Her beauty, demeanor and figure were off the charts, stunning everyone in the room. The girl glanced around, her gaze landing on the only male, Yang Bo. Excuse me, are you Yang Bo? I am Yang Bo. And you are? Hello, I'm Xin Mingxin, a reporter from Military Affairs magazine. She introduced herself, extending her delicate hand. Yang Bo shook her hand, soft and smooth, sending a flurry of butterflies through his stomach. Miss Xin, what brings you here? At yesterday's National Defense Academy model aircraft competition, a mysterious fighter jet appeared. Did you build it? Are you talking about the Phantom Fighter? Yes, that was my creation. Shin Mingxin's eyes lit up, amazed. It's incredible that such a fantastical aircraft was born in the countryside. Miss Shin, did the Phantom perform well in the competition? Yang Bo knew the Phantom had superior capabilities, but he was curious about its performance. Shin Mingxin smiled gracefully. Using the Phantom in a model aircraft competition, don't you think that's a bit overkill? She laughed. I was just meeting a client's needs. Yesterday the Phantom took down an Eagle Nation drone the moment it took to the sky, shocking the entire combat zone. Yang Bo was taken aback by her casual but startling revelation. Meanwhile, Shin Mingxin had only just noticed the atmosphere in the room, which seemed remarkably like a matchmaking scene. At this, Chen Meng and her mother started to have their doubts. What fighter jet, and why are reporters coming around? Could it be that Yang Bo really built an airplane? He couldn't possibly have 30 million, could he? Shin Mingxin gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry, am I disturbing you? Yang Bo smiled. No worries, they were just about to leave. His words left Chen Meng and her mother frozen on the spot, unsure whether to stay or go. Let's go. If Yang Bo really did build something and made 30 million, wouldn't we be at a loss if we left now? But if we don't leave, wasn't what we just said a slap in our own face? The mother and daughter looked at each other. In the end, Shen Meng's mother, with a thicker skin and more experience, took the initiative. Xiao Bo, since you're busy, you go ahead. I'll have a chat with your mom alone. But Yang Bo didn't give her that out. Didn't you just say you were leaving? And you're not even close with my mom. What's there to talk about? Chen Meng's mother's face couldn't hide her embarrassment. An intermediary quickly intervened. Let's do this. Xiao Bo is indeed busy today. Let's leave contact information and let the young people arrange their own meeting. Chen Meng hesitated for a moment but didn't pull out her phone. She didn't believe Yang Bo could build a plane, considering that old machinery factory could barely assemble a bicycle. Suddenly, the sound of brakes screeched outside, followed by voices. Does Yang Bo live here? I remember he does, came a voice as more people approached. Yang Bo went out to greet them. Footsteps resounded, and the young family's small courtyard was soon filled with people, some in military uniforms, some in plain clothes. A young face pushed through the crowd. It was Qin Bin. He grabbed Yang Bo's arm as he approached. Old classmate, you really made a splash actually building an aircraft. Yang Bo chuckled. Wasn't that your request? The bigger the better, sky's the limit. Fair enough. Did you receive the 30 million processing fee? Got it. Hearing Qin Bin's words, Chan Meng and her mother were petrified on the spot. No way, there really is 30 million. Oh, Zhao Huiyun was also dumbfounded. This kid, quietly doing a 30 million big business. Xinbin continued, the material costs must be several billion, right? I believe you also chipped in a lot of money. I'm gathering funds and will transfer it to you in a few days. Yang Bo was stunned, wondering if there was some misunderstanding. And Zhao Huiyun was completely bewildered. Several billion? What on earth has this kid done? Chen Meng and her mother were utterly confused. Is this some kind of joke on us? Of course, Qin Bin was unaware of the grudges in the hearts of Chen Meng and her mother. He pulled Yang Bo over to an elderly man with white temples and an elegant demeanor, introducing him. Mr. Qi, this is Yang Bo. Yang Bo was shocked. Mr. Qi, a senior academician, a national treasure-level expert, the leading figure in the development of the 6th-generation aircraft. Mr. Qi, it's an honor to meet you. I'm so excited. Mr. Qi smiled. Then even I was so excited when I saw your ghost fighter yesterday. I almost had a heart attack. Everyone laughed, amused by Mr. Qi's humor. Xinbin continued the introductions. This is Director Qi of the National Defense Academy. This is Commander Zhao. Wow, a bunch of people here are either high-ranking military officials or academic giants, many of whom frequently appear in various media. Yang Bo was starstruck, greeting everyone one by one. Shin Mingxin also came forward to greet them. Mr. Qi, Director Qi, Commander Zhao, we meet again. Zhao Kaifeng was slightly startled. Shin the reporter, how come you're faster than us? Shin Mingxin raised an eyebrow proudly. As a reporter, you need to have not only a keen nose but also quick action. Seeing such a group of VIPs arriving, Yang Bo guessed the purpose of their visit. Gentlemen, my home is too small to accommodate everyone. How about we go to the machinery factory to take a look? Qi Lao immediately exclaimed, that's exactly why we're here. Mom, I'm going to take a few leaders to the factory. Could you please see the two aunties out? Go ahead, Zhao Huiyun mechanically responded, her mind still buzzing with the figures of 30 million and several hundred million. Soon, the group left the small courtyard and drove away in a cloud of dust. Chen Meng's mother finally snapped out of it and grabbed Zhao Huiyun with unparalleled warmth. Sister Huiyun, little Bo is truly remarkable, all thanks to your great parenting. I think he and Meng are a perfect match. Why don't we settle this matter now? Although Zhao Huiyun was honest, she wasn't foolish. She might not have recognized any of the people from the group earlier, but she knew the significance of titles like Division Commander and Dean of the Academy, and these important figures were all showing great respect to her son. When everyone got into the car, she clearly saw the division commander insist that Yang Bo enter first. What did this signify? It meant that her son had truly made something of himself. And then there were the 30 million and the potential for hundreds of millions more. The market had changed, the stocks had risen. Looking again at Chen Meng, Zhao Huiyun felt more and more that she wasn't a good match for Yang Bo. It must be someone like Reporter Shen, with plans brewing in her mind. Few minutes later, Yang Bo, accompanied by Qi Lao and others, arrived outside the Jiangwo machinery factory. As they got out of the car, a bold and slightly absurd banner caught everyone's eye. This factory specializes in aircraft carrier manufacturing, nuclear submarine maintenance, missile polishing, satellite dust removal, and space station refurbishing. Qi Lao and the others couldn't help but wear a strange expression. Shen Mingxin chuckled. Who wrote this nonsense? Yang Bo covered his face. I'll repaint the wall tomorrow. It was a spur-of-the-moment creation from the night before. After a few beers and a bout of mischief being seen by a group of military industrial experts, Yang Bo was so embarrassed he almost dove into the nearby cornfield. Shen Mingxin couldn't stop laughing. It was really you. Initially in her mind, whoever built the ghost fighter must have been some reclusive master, but it turned out to be an imaginative young man, which made Yang Bo seem more down-to-earth and endearing. Qi Lao patted Yang Bo on the shoulder. If you can build the ghost fighter, building an aircraft carrier wouldn't be too hard. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Qi Lao. Yang Bo then led everyone into the workshop. Initially skeptical due to the factory's modest exterior, everyone's doubts evaporated when the super processing platform, both mechanically aesthetic and sci-fi in appearance, came into view. Laymen enjoy the show, experts appreciate the technique. Qi Lao and Qi Yuan Yang, being technical experts, were immediately captivated by the super processing platform, inspecting it from top to bottom. My goodness! Flexible robotic arms, 3D printing platform, high-precision molds, and some devices even they couldn't recognize. After a while, Qi Lao reluctantly shifted his gaze away. Yang Bo, where did you get this equipment? I modified them myself, Qi Lao asked incredulously. So you mean to say from machine tool modification to fighter jet design and manufacture, it was all led by you? Yang Bo smiled. Actually, this machinery factory is just me. I'm everything from the CEO to the security guard. Qi Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. Fighter jets and machine tools are two fields that are worlds apart, each encompassing dozens of disciplines including mechanics, materials, system integration, IT, and aerodynamics. And Yang Bo was an expert in all of them. This was no longer merely talent, it was genius. Such a genius having to drop out due to family reasons was truly a societal tragedy. Perhaps it was precisely this kind of pressure that unleashed his potential, leading him to create the astonishing Ghost Fighter. Mr. Qi was profoundly moved and took a moment to gather his thoughts. We have made a preliminary assessment of the Ghost Fighter, and its performance surpasses the standards of the 6th generation fighters currently under development. Therefore, our own research and development is no longer necessary. After discussion, we've decided to collaborate with you to produce the Ghost Fighter. What do you think? Yang Bo pondered briefly before replying. Mr. Qi, I don't think a production partnership is necessary. Everyone's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Shen Mingxin's eyes widened in shock. Yang Bo, are you unwilling to share your technological secrets? Mr. Qi quickly added, if you're willing to cooperate, we can negotiate a good price. Yang Bo smiled. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Qi. As you've seen, there are only a few pieces of equipment here not suitable for mass production. I plan to donate the design blueprints and technical data of the Ghost Fighter to the nation for free, so that major factories like Liaofei and Xuanfei can handle the production. The announcement of his intent to donate stunned everyone. The cost and effort to develop an advanced fighter jet are enormous. For instance, the development cost of the F-22 in Eagle Country reached 30 billion Eagle dollars. Yang Bo's decision to donate his work for free was a profound gesture of selflessness. Who says our era lacks heroes like Norman Bethune or Lei Feng? We have Yang Bo. Many were moved to tears by his decision. Yang Bo's reasoning was simple. The Sky Apex system could only be operated by him, making mass production unfeasible. Otherwise, even if he worked tirelessly every day, he couldn't meet the massive national demand, so it was easier to just donate the technology and focus on research. However, everyone misinterpreted this as Yang Bo's selflessness and noble integrity. Shen Mingxin's eyes sparkled. My goodness, you're really going to donate your technical secrets for free? I must write an exclusive interview about you. Xinbin clapped Yang Bo on the shoulder. Buddy, are you aiming to be one of the top 10 inspirational figures in Xia country? Mr. Qi was particularly moved, shaking hands with Yang Bo. That can't be right. The nation can't just let you suffer a loss. Yang Bo was speechless, thinking to himself, I just don't want to work 996 anymore. Shi Yuan proposed, how about this? Yang Bo provides the technology, Liu Fei and Chuan Fei handle the production, and we give Yang Bo a certain percentage of royalties. After some thought, Yang Bo agreed. That sounds good, as the Sky Apex system will bring forth more advanced technologies. If all are donated, it wouldn't really be appropriate. After all, I need to make a living and support my family. Okay, I'll take 1%. That's too little, at least 10%. Then let's increase it a bit. 1%, at least 9%. After some back and forth bargaining, they finally settled on 2%. Although the percentage was not high, considering the high sales price of each fighter jet, Yang Bo's future as a wealthy man was undeniable. Everyone look at the news, the Ghost Fighter is trending. Shen Mingxin suddenly exclaimed. Everyone immediately took out their phones and opened various apps. The top news across all major media platforms was dominated by news about the Ghost Fighter. Baidu Hot Search, 6th generation fighter makes a surprise appearance at a National Defense Academy model competition. Douyin Hot Search, leaked video of mysterious fighter jet test flight. Phoenix International, shocking suspected 6th generation fighter exposed. Penguin News, mysterious aircraft found crashed on the eastern coast. Influencers and big verses were all sharing and commenting, sparking a heated discussion online. Shen Mingxin put her hands on her hips. Director Qi Yuxiu told me to keep it secret and not report it, and now others are reporting it. Humph, it's all your fault. Shi Yuan Yang frowned. I don't know who leaked the information. Mr. Qi waved his hand. No need to dig deeper. With so many people at the model competition, it would have been strange if it had remained a secret. Zhao Kaifeng laughed. We have the director. What's there to fear? Everyone smiled knowingly. Mr. Qi laughed. Ms. Shen, it would be great if you and the director could do a program together to cool down the hype. Shen Mingxin was anxious. I do serious reporting. Working with that big charlatan director will completely ruin my reputation. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elder Qi said, don't worry, I promise you, when the decryption is done in a few days, the special report on the Ghost Fighter will be assigned to you. Alright, it's a deal then. Elder Qi then turned to Yang Bo. The performance of the Ghost Fighter still needs further research and exploration, so I would like to invite you to return to the capital with us. No problem. Yang Bo readily agreed upon Elder Qi's invitation. No one knew the Ghost Fighter better than him, and to fully exploit its combat capabilities, a trip was definitely necessary. Moreover, as both parties were about to collaborate on production, there was a lot of work that needed discussion, making his presence essential. Yang Bo went home to take care of his mother Zhao Huiyun and packed some personal belongings. He then connected his notebook computer to the Tian Dingxing system and transferred all the technical data of the Ghost Fighter to a USB drive. Soon after, he embarked on the journey back to Beijing with everyone else. Speeding along, they arrived at the capital. Except for Shen Mingxin, who returned to the magazine office, the group headed to a secret military base near the outskirts of Beijing. In a concealed hangar, Yang Bo saw the Ghost Fighter again. The silvery behemoth stood silently like a formidable assassin, still and solemn. A group of technicians were measuring and studying the warplane. Upon seeing this, Yang Bo immediately took out the USB drive. Elder Qi, here is all the technical data of the Ghost Fighter. Elder Qi's expression shook. Trembling, he took the USB drive, holding it in his hands as if it weighed a ton. Shi Yuan Yan and Zhao Kaifeng also looked on gravely. The value of this USB drive could not be overstated. The technology inside could potentially alter the current military balance of the world. Yang Bo said, this data can only assess technical specifications. To test the actual combat power of the Ghost Fighter, it would be best done through combat exercises. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kaifeng immediately perked up. Combat exercises sound good. Everyone has heard about the new fighter and they all want to see what it can do. Elder Qi asked, then who will pilot the Ghost Fighter? Xinbin immediately said, I will. Shi Yuan Yang glared at him. You're still a student, why join the fray? Isn't one time enough? Xinbin was somewhat unconvinced, but he didn't dare to retort against Qi Yuanyang. Yang Bo smiled, "Let me pilot." Everyone was shocked. "You can fly a plane?" "I guess so." Yang Bo scratched his head, not daring to tell everyone that he actually couldn't even drive a car. However, as the designer of the Ghost Fighter, he knew every technical detail, every parameter, every function intimately. Coupled with the intelligent voice interaction and assisted driving system piloting the Ghost Fighter was no pressure for Yang Bo. Without waiting for everyone's agreement, Yang Bo climbed up the boarding ladder and stepped into the cockpit. Then he pressed a button behind the seat. A piece of skin on the aircraft's back automatically split to both sides, magically revealing another seat. Elder Qi, who had climbed up the ladder, was suddenly astonished. It turned out the Ghost Fighter had a two-seater configuration. After a whole day of research yesterday, no one had discovered that another seat could emerge here. Yang Bo smiled. "To be precise, it's adjustable between single and double seats. The back seat can be dismantled and the space used for installing functional modules." Elder Qi nodded. The concept wasn't complex, but the actual implementation was as tough as ascending to heaven. Yang Bo then asked, "Commander Zhao, how many fighters can we deploy?" "There are 3 squadrons nearby." "Good, let's start with 1 squadron then." Everyone stared at Yang Bo as if he were insane. Zhao Kaifeng was even amused by anger. "Are you military illiterate? Do you know how many planes are in a squadron?" 24 planes. Yang Bo's eyes were clear and serious. "Sir, 24 planes? Me fighting alone? I want to see how you plan to handle this." Zhao Kaifeng, seeing Yang Bo wasn't joking, became even more infuriated. "You, a military novice, coming up alone to challenge a squadron? That's really underestimating people." Yang Bo smiled. "Back in the day, the F-22 of the Eagle Nation achieved a combat record of 144:0. Me fighting a squadron is quite normal. 144:0 is basically a one-on-one challenge." Mr. Qi also said, "Even with advanced fighter jets, it's still difficult to fight multiple opponents at once." Zhao Kaifeng added, "Not to mention anything else, can you carry 24 air-to-air missiles?" "Major Zhao, I have laser weapons. I don't need that many missiles." "You're impressive. Why don't you go and challenge an aircraft carrier battle group then? I might just try that." Seeing that the two were starting to argue, Mr. Qi quickly intervened to mediate. "Major Zhao, don't be upset, just consider it an extreme stress test to unleash the full potential of the Ghost Fighter." Qi Yuanyang also said, "Right, since Yang Bo was so confident, why not give it a try?" Seeing that both Mr. Qi and Qi Yuanyang agreed, Zhao Kaifeng had no choice. Actually, he was also provoked by Yang Bo and understood the purpose of the test. He ordered the Flying Tiger Squadron to assemble immediately for a combat exercise. Upon Zhao Kaifeng's command, pilots, ground crew and radar operators quickly sprang into action. At this moment, Xinbin, who still wanted to board the plane, looked dejected like a wilted eggplant standing off to the side. Yang Bo called out with a smile, "Xinbin, come on up, you'll sit in the back." Xinbin's face lit up with surprise, hesitated for 3 seconds, and despite Qi Yuanyang's stern look, he climbed into the cockpit in 2 steps. "Director Qi, don't worry, I'll take good care of him." Seeing Yang Bo speak up, Qi Yuanyang couldn't just pull Xinbin out. He could only advise, "Xinbin, operate carefully and don't cause trouble." Xinbin was speechless, thinking to himself, "After all, I have shot down drones from Eagle Country, how could I be causing trouble?" A few minutes later, the hangar doors opened and the Ghost Fighter slowly taxied onto the runway. The subsystem self-check was complete, ready for takeoff. The intelligent voice prompt came through, but Yang Bo was not in a hurry to take off. First, he took out his phone. In the Wi-Fi list, he found the Ghost Fighter and typed in 8 once to connect. The Ghost Fighter had global internet connectivity, essentially acting like a giant mobile Wi-Fi. This was a feature specifically designed by Yang Bo. Xinbin's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg. "Big brother, connecting to Wi-Fi on a fighter jet, are you serious?" If it doesn't even have Wi-Fi, how can it be considered a 6th-generation advanced fighter?" Yang Bo said proudly. "Should have told me earlier, I would have gone down to get my phone. Next time, we're about to take off." Yang Bo looked ahead, all the operation commands for the Ghost Fighter clearly presented in his mind. He gently pressed the start button. The vector engine roared and blue flames burst out. Yang Bo, like an experienced pro, accelerated and ascended smoothly and methodically. The Ghost Fighter raised its nose, and after accelerating for just 70 meters, it took off from the ground. The ground crew by the runway were amazed. "This ultra-short takeoff was incredible," Qi Yuanyang said. "Mr. Qi, if this goes on an aircraft carrier, we wouldn't even need a catapult." Exactly, with the Ghost Fighter, the design of 006 also needs to be Adjusted. Meanwhile, on another runway, 24 J-20 fighters, 3 in a row divided into 8 groups, entered the runway uniformly. Fully armed and menacing, Elephant Walk. This was not just for show, but also to improve efficiency and shorten the preparation time for combat. If one plane took off at a time, it would take half an hour just to get 24 planes into the air. With the Elephant Walk formation, taking off in formations could save at least half the time. The 3 planes in the first group began to taxi and accelerate in an arrow formation. The 3 planes behind didn't wait for the front ones to take off, and followed closely. When the first group of 3 took off, 2 more groups were already taxiing on the runway. 10 minutes later, all 24 fighters were in the air, divided into 8 groups taking their combat positions. Group 1 and 2 occupied an altitude of 20,000 meters overlooking the battlefield. Groups 3, 4, 5 and 6 formed a V formation at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Squad 7 and 8 were patrolling at low altitude. Inside the radar room, the screen displayed numerous slowly moving dots. "No sign of the ghost fighter," reported the operator. Zhao Kaifeng nodded subtly, his expression unreadable. The ghost fighter's almost cheat-like stealth capabilities truly lived up to its spectral name. Whether it was ground-based radar or airborne radars, none had yet successfully captured the ghost fighter. Suddenly, a target flickered twice on the screen, catching everyone's attention. "It's the ghost fighter," Zhao Kaifeng exclaimed excitedly. "You little rascal, we've finally caught you." "Hey, Commander Zhao," Yang Bo's voice came through the communication channel. "I just turned on the Dragon Burst lens a moment ago. You saw the location, right?" Zhao Kaifeng, stunned, his face an expression of utter astonishment, said, "The Dragon Burst lens? Really? You're not giving much respect using that, are you?" Old Chi couldn't help but laugh. "Commander Zhao, that's basically like starting a game with an extra 2 cars on your side. The kid is way too arrogant." Zhao Kaifeng immediately switched the channel and shouted all squads' attention. "The ghost is in Sector 17, catch him." Squad 1 copy. Squad 2 copy. "We must defeat the ghost, or the Flying Tiger Squadron will lose all face," Zhao Kaifeng declared. Lastly, inside the ghost fighter, the central control screen was lit up. Numerous red dots were rapidly approaching and alarms were sounding continuously. Alert: 6 fighter jets ahead, distance 100 kilometers, altitude 9,879 meters. Alert: 3 fighter jets ahead, distance 98 kilometers, altitude 20,321 meters. Alert: 3 fighter jets to the left, distance 108 kilometers, altitude 10,052 meters. Jets surrounded the ghost from all directions, a net cast in the sky and on the ground. Xinbin grew nervous, but Yang Bo, sitting in front, was unexpectedly scrolling through his smartphone. "Yang Bo, the livestream starts tonight, here's the link." Mingxin had messaged him out of the blue, catching Yang Bo slightly off guard. Could she be trying to extract some information from him? Surely she wasn't interested in him. Yang Bo was well aware of his own limits. "Sure, I'll watch it." "What are you doing?" she texted back, probably trying to fish for information. "Flying a plane," Yang Bo replied with a laugh. Mingxin sent a shocked emoji followed by 3 words, "You jerk." Yang Bo chuckled. This reporter Shin really doesn't get the joke. Xinbin, peeking from behind, couldn't help but say, "We're in the middle of a drill, and you're still in the mood to flirt?" Yang Bo put down his phone and calmly said, "Don't worry, just keep an eye on the back. I'll handle the front and both sides." No one knew the capabilities of the ghost fighter better than Yang Bo. With its stealth features and omnidirectional radar, it was like playing with a map hack. Yang Bo swiftly operated the screen, first turning off the Dragon Burst lens. Then he accessed the system settings and switched the weapon system to exercise mode. In this mode, all missiles were locked and the power of the laser weapons was set to the lowest. Thus, the lasers emitted were mere beams of visible light, causing no harm. Once all adjustments were made, the target in front was closing in at 50 kilometers. The radar switched to fire control mode, smartly locking onto a target. Target locked, plasma laser ready. Yang Bo pressed the attack button. 50 kilometers away, aboard a J-20 fighter jet, the shrill alarm of the fire control radar had just sounded, causing the pilot's heart to tighten. Just as he thought of executing a maneuver to evade, a pale blue beam of light struck. The pilot managed a bitter smile. "So this is the legendary laser weapon? It's impressive indeed, not even giving a chance to evade. Squad leader, I've been shot down, be careful." The words had barely left his mouth when another blue beam streaked across the sky. The squad leader's wry voice came through, "I've been shot down too. Damn, it's bizarre, we didn't even touch the shadow and it's over." At this moment, the lone remaining fighter jet swiftly circled, hoping to maneuver and evade. but the pale blue laser beam, unerring as an arrow, struck true once again. 10 seconds. A squad of 3 fighter jets all shot down. Inside the radar room, Zhao Kaifeng's expression was as dark as water. On the screen, the dots representing the J-20S were diminishing one by one. The Ghost fighter jet, however, moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It roamed unchallenged within the encirclement of the Flying Tiger Squadron, striking in and out with deadly precision. Occasionally, the Ghost would even activate its longbow lens to deliberately reveal its position, for without it, Zhao Kaifeng would be completely in the dark about the battlefield situation. It was a thorough domination. The only hope was an encirclement from behind. Zhao Kaifeng looked towards 3 dots on the screen, the Lu Hua team. After a wide detour, they had now stealthily approached behind Yang Bo. But it was futile. The Ghost's omnidirectional phased array radar monitored the entire battlefield with 360-degree coverage, leaving no blind spots. The supposedly concealed Lu Hua team had long been in Qin Bin's sights. As the trio gradually entered the attack range, Qin Bin immediately alerted. "The ones from behind are coming too. Alright, leave it to you." Yang Bo then activated the laser system on the central control screen, clicking to rotate the direction. With a hum, the sound of the motor turning, the plasma laser emitter rotated 180 degrees to aim backwards. Qin Bin's eyes flickered. With this feature, the fighter jet didn't need to adjust its direction to achieve 360-degree firing capability. At that moment, Lu Hua was intensely focused ahead, the only pilot among them who had witnessed the Ghost in actual combat. He was acutely aware of the Ghost's formidable stealth capabilities. Thus, he had no hopes of detecting it via radar. The only chance was to close in within visual range for a tail chase attack. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the distance. Lu Hua's eyes lit up, knowing the opportunity had arrived. Target spotted, move received. All 3 pilots simultaneously pushed their throttles to the max, ready to rush forward for a close combat. Suddenly, fire control radar alarms sounded on all 3 fighter jets simultaneously. Lu Hua's heart dropped. The Ghost had radar at the back too. How on earth were they supposed to compete? A pale blue beam shot towards them. Then a triple strike, triple kill. Lu Hua's team of 3 jets didn't even have time to react before they were all shot down. Back in the radar room, Zhao Kaifeng felt like his mind was about to break. The Flying Tiger Squadron, the spearhead unit of the 1XX Division, equipped with Xia country's most advanced J-20S and staffed by the Army's top pilots, was touted as the mightiest Air Force unit in Blue Star. But now, they were utterly outclassed by the single Ghost fighter jet. It was a massacre. Both Qi Lao and Qi Yuanyan were also stunned. The Ghost's combat capabilities far exceeded their expectations. Only 2 words could describe it: invincible. The score was now 9 o'clock. But this wasn't just 9 single duels, it was 1 against 24, shooting down 9. In fact, no fighter jet in the world had ever undergone such a test. When the score reached 12 o'clock, Qi Lao said, "Commander Zhao, there's no need to continue. Let's end the exercise." Zhao Kaifeng sighed deeply, nodding reluctantly. He understood that Qi Lao was trying to save face for the Flying Tiger Squadron. If they were beaten 24-0, it would severely impact the morale of this elite unit. The Ghost's advantage was absolute. Without a counter-strategy, sending another squadron would be pointless. Luckily, the Ghost fighter jet belonged to Xia country. In the future, the Flying Tiger Squadron might also possess such jets. With this thought, Zhao Kaifeng's mood somewhat lightened. All squads, the exercise is over. All jets returned to base. Minutes later, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the Ghost fighter jet landed slowly on the runway like a victorious swordsman returning from battle. If the first battle where it shot down Hawk country's jets wasn't enough to convince everyone, this exercise had firmly established the Ghost's invincible reputation. Qi Lao was thrilled, pulling Yang Bo aside and uttering just 4 words: "Mass produce immediately." Yang Bo smiled. If they wanted to mass produce, the existing equipment had to be upgraded. "I understand. Leave the equipment upgrade to me," he said. Zhao Kaifeng immediately chimed in, "I'll reserve 1 squadron, no 2 squadrons for it." Old Qi laughed, "I'm just worried there won't be enough to go around." Later that night, in his room at the base, Yang Bo, tired from a day's work, leaned back on his bed and clicked on a link sent by Xin Mingxin. It was a military live broadcast. In front of the camera, Shin Mingxin, dressed professionally and looking elegant, sat opposite an old man in military uniform who had a refined demeanor. Hello everyone, welcome to the military live stream. I'm Shin Mingxin. Today we are very fortunate to have the director join us in the studio. Let's welcome him. Hello everyone, hello my little oranges, I am the director. Regarding the rumored 6th generation fighter at the National Defense Academy, I formally debunk this, the aircraft in the video is merely a model plane, not the so-called 6th generation fighter. Please do not believe the rumors. Shin Mingxin took over. The Eagle Nation doesn't even have a 6th generation fighter yet. How could we possibly have one? The director agreed. Exactly, we're 20 years behind Eagle Nation's technology. We still need to carefully follow their lead. The two spoke earnestly as the screen filled with comments. A model plane? Are they saying we're blind? The 6th generation fighter is not that 6th generation fighter. When the director debunks, you listen the other way around. Eagle Nation has been thoroughly examined by us. I have a classmate from the National Defense Academy. He was there on site and even climbed onto the plane. I'm here for the goddess. As the netizens heatedly discussed, a news alert popped up at the top of the stream. A spokesperson from the White House accused Xia country of shooting down its drone and demanded compensation. The audience clicked through en masse. Recently, a mysterious fighter from Xia country shot down a drone from Eagle Nation. We strongly condemn this and demand compensation from Xia country, urging them to adhere to the rules-based international order. This news reignited the live stream, quickly piquing its popularity. Director, let's see what you have to say now. Eagle Nation confirms it's solid proof. I saw it. It landed near my house the day before yesterday. Despite feeling uneasy, the director still bravely bluffed. Eagle Nation is just trying to scam us. Just because it crashed in Xia's airspace doesn't mean we shot it down. Even if it was shot down, what does it have to do with the 6th generation fighter? As for compensation, that's even more unlikely. After the broadcast, Shin Mingxin laughed. Director, you've had a tough time. The netizens are more difficult to manage with each passing day. The director gave a wry smile. This battle of deception is getting tough to sustain. He then joked, maybe I should switch to managing fear instead. Wouldn't that be stealing the artilleryman's job? He whispered to Shin about that mysterious fighter jet. Do you have any info? Shin Mingxin raised an eyebrow. Of course, I even met the designer. Wasn't it designed by Old Chi? No, it was someone else, a somewhat quirky college dropout. After the exercise, Yang Bo had already explained the incident with the plane, but was still labeled a small hooligan by reporter Shin for teasing her. Who told you to mess with this great beauty? The next day, early morning, Yang Bo arrived early at the base conference room. Seeing Old Chi and Director Chi Yuan Yang looking exhausted, he asked curiously, Old Chi, Director Chi, didn't you rest well? Old Chi laughed. I was so excited looking at the information you provided last night, I couldn't put it down and hardly slept. Chi Yuan Yang forced a smile. Same here. The technology of the Phantom Fighter is too advanced. I can responsibly say it absolutely outclasses Eagle Nation. Now, we just need to focus on mass production. Yang Bo was moved. It was people like Old Chi, generation after generation of military workers, who dedicated their enthusiasm and effort to forging the nation's backbone, allowing the people to enjoy peaceful times. Old Chi, Director Chi, you both are our role models. Just tell me what you need. After discussions with leadership and considering other major factories were also heavily burdened, it was decided to build a new production line specifically for the Phantom Fighters. Yang Bo nodded. Whether it was retrofitting an old production line or constructing a new one, it made little difference to him. I'll have the production line design ready by tomorrow, he declared. Tomorrow, both Chi Lao and Chi Yuan Yang would be stunned speechless. After all, this was a fighter jet production line. And under normal circumstances, the process of setting it up would take months at the least. And he planned to finish it in one day. Chi Lao quickly interjected, hold on, we can't rush this. Yang Bo chuckled, knowing that for the Tianding Xing system, designing a production line would only take a few minutes. He only said tomorrow to avoid shocking the two. At that moment, two military jeeps raced towards them, stopping outside the base gate. The guard was slightly taken aback upon seeing the Navy plates on the vehicles. This was an Air Force base and visits from the Navy were rare. After checking their IDs, the vehicles quickly entered the base. Minutes later, a series of footsteps echoed outside the conference room. Several soldiers dressed in sea blue camouflage uniforms entered the room, causing everyone to do a double take. Xi Lao, long time no see, greeted a burly, square-faced, middle-aged military man enthusiastically. Xi Lao stood up and responded, "Captain Qin, I apologize for not meeting you earlier." Zhao Kaifeng immediately stood up. "Qin Beihai, what brings you here?" Qin Beihai smiled slightly. "You took my family's ghost fighter without telling me. How could I not come?" Yang Bo was taken aback. His family's ghost fighter? What was this about? Strictly speaking, that fighter still belonged to Qin Bin. His eyes turned to Qin Bin, who looked nervous and shaky as he stood up. "Dad, what are you doing here, Dad?" Yang Bo's mouth dropped open. He had always known that Qin Bin's father was a military man, but he had never met him. Qin Beihai snorted, "You cheeky boy, getting bolder by the day, even going so far as to commission a plane on your own. Do you want to fly to heaven or what?" Qin Bin immediately tried to defend himself. "I just wanted to build a model plane." "Yes, it was built by Qin Bin himself. Others can build because they are skilled. Can you?" Qin Bin grimaced, not daring to talk back any further. Yang Bo laughed, amused. "Well, damn if you do, damned if you don't. Always start with a scolding." No wonder Qin Bin looked like a mouse seeing a cat upon seeing Qin Beihai. Zhao Kaifeng scoffed. "All right, Qin Beihai, stop the comedy act with your son. The ghost fighter is mine now." "Yours? The plane was bought by my son maxing out his credit card. How is it suddenly yours?" "Fine, whatever you spent, I'll reimburse you." "Who cares about your reimbursement?" Shi Yuanyang quickly interjected. "Captain Qin, the ghost fighter has been requisitioned by the military commission and the cost of manufacturing the fighter will be reimbursed to you soon." "Xi Director, it sounds like I'm really here for the money," Captain Qin remarked. Xi Lao said, "Captain Qin, the mass production plan for the ghost fighter is already being arranged. It will be available in large quantities next year, so there's no need to rush." Qin Beihai laughed heartily. "That quick, huh? Okay, I'll order 2 squadrons first." Zhao Kaifeng became anxious. "Dream on, I've already placed my order. You'll have to get in line behind me." "Why should I? I'm taking this one first." Zhao Kaifeng and Qin Beihai had been classmates in military school, and since then, both had been stubborn rivals. Now one was an Air Force division commander and the other a carrier ship captain. Every time they met, neither would give in. Xi Lao had no choice but to mediate. "Stop arguing, everyone will get their turn. Let's follow the military commission's arrangements." Then he pointed to Yang Bo. "Captain Qin, instead of just fighting over planes, let me introduce a pillar of our nation to you. This is Yang Bo, the developer of the ghost fighter." Qin Beihai strode over to Yang Bo, extending his hand. "Good lad, truly a formidable young man. Captain Qin, hello. I heard from Qin Bin that the performance of the ghost fighter is extraordinary and you're only charging 3,000 for the processing fee. That's not acceptable. Let him make up the difference." Yang Bo flashed a smile. "No worries, the processing fee was based on 30 million. For a plane that can defeat the Flying Tigers Squad 12 o'clock, 3 billion would be worth it." This comment hit Zhao Kaifeng right where it hurt, prompting him to retort immediately. "Stop your mocking. Even if your aircraft carrier team came, they'd face setbacks too." As the two seemed to be on the verge of another argument, Mr. Qi quickly interjected. "Captain Qin, how's the situation in the South China Sea lately?" Qin Beihai sighed. "Don't get me started. It's still about that stranded wreck at Renai Reef. Those folks from the Philippines are like flies. They don't bite but sure are annoying." Zhao Kaifeng burst into laughter. "Ha, thought you were capable of handling it. Seems a broken ship has got you puzzled." Qin Beihai was momentarily lost for words. Mr. Qi explained, "It's not that we can't handle a stranded ship, but we need to consider the surrounding implications. Sure, with their meager strength, we could crush them with one finger, but can we really make a move? So many are just waiting to see a spectacle." Everyone sighed. The disputes over the islands in the South China Sea have always been a frustrating and infuriating issue for the citizens of Xia country. The Madre stranded on Renai Reef has become a recurring topic online. Every so often, it sparks discussions. The Madre has been stranded for 20 years, and despite its rusting hull, the Philippines has repeatedly sent building materials to reinforce it, attempting to alter the status quo of Renai Reef for a permanent occupation. Xia country naturally obstructs these efforts, but, mindful of international repercussions, has never removed the Madre. The room fell into a brief silence. Suddenly Yang Bo spoke up, his voice not loud but immediately capturing everyone's attention. Qin Beihai's eyes widened. "What's the plan? Let the sharks eat the Madre?" Everyone was stunned at the mention of sharks. Had Yang Bo not been the creator of the ghost fighter jets, they might have ridiculed him. Qin Bin rolled his eyes. "Yang Bo, even if you've gone mad, are the sharks mad too, to chew on steel plates?" Mr. Chi was the quickest to respond, his eyes lighting up. What kind of sharks are you talking about? Bionic mechanical sharks, nuclear powered. Everyone then understood and showed excited expressions. However, Qin Beihai was still doubtful, but the Madre is a landing ship, already a pile of junk, yet still tens of thousands of tons. How can it be eaten? Like ants gnawing at an elephant, a swarm of sharks biting. What if it's discovered? Yang Bo smiled. As long as they can't catch them, there's no evidence. Qin Beihai thought for a moment, then clenched his teeth. Alright, let's do it. The shark's power will use miniature nuclear reactors. I need fuel-grade enriched uranium, Captain Qin. Can you help? No problem, leave it to me. Qin Beihai patted his chest. Mr. Chi frowned. Aren't you still supposed to design the Ghost Fighter production line? Can you manage? No problem. Mr. Chi was speechless again. Designing the Ghost Fighter was already an extraordinary feat, and now Yang Bo had switched to the field of bionic machinery. Though not an expert in this area, Mr. Chi knew that designing bionic machinery was a global challenge. Yet Yang Bo was proficient in it too. This wasn't just talent nor genius but sheer freakish ability. After that, Yang Bo stayed at the base for another 2 days, completing the design of the Ghost Fighter production line and handed all the materials to Mr. Chi and Chi Yuanyan. He also discussed the details about the bionic mechanical sharks with Qin Beihai, arranged everything, and then left the base in a dedicated car. On the road, Yang Bo immediately started contacting suppliers. Uncle Su, it's Yang Bo. I need 30 tons of titanium aluminum alloy. 30 tons? That's millions. What are you up to now? Making shark suit? Brother Joe, I need 10 tons of PVC. Last time you wanted graphene, now PVC. Have you started a chemical plant? No, just making some synthetic leather. Do you want a leather jacket too? I want one as well. Thinking it over, the mechanical shark decided to adopt a pack strategy and needed to produce dozens. At the moment, the equipment was somewhat insufficient, thus he fired up his phone and ordered a few more CNC machine tools online. As for some restricted military-grade materials, they were already secured through channels from Qi Lao and Qin Beihai. Of course, these materials could also be processed at the Tianding Star Processing Center, but that would be a waste of time. After all, the time is money. For instance, chips, if available for purchase, there's no need to start refining from sand, although that would be cheaper. After a splurge, Yang Bo did some accounting and was shocked. 30 million was nearly all spent. Goodness, it's like going back to the days before liberation. And this doesn't even include the cost of enriched uranium. Looks like it's time to apply for more credit cards, those with a 10 million limit. It took a 3-hour drive, and when he finally stopped at the entrance of the machinery factory, Yang Bo blinked in surprise. Damn, did I come to the wrong place? Newly built red brick walls, a gatehouse with cement barely dry, and a brand new automatic retractable gate. There was even an old gatekeeper sitting by the door. The place had undergone a complete transformation, if not for the Jiangwo machinery factory sign and the slogan about refurbishing aircraft carriers. Yang Bo wouldn't have recognized it. What's going on? Has the factory been taken over, or did someone do a lay phone and renovate the factory area for him? On closer inspection, the old gatekeeper turned out to be Old Man Zhang from the village. Old Zhang, what are you doing here? Little Bo, you just came back from the capital. What's with this gate? Old Man Zhang smiled. Your plane manufacturing has spread far and wide. I heard that leaders and chiefs have visited. It's a glory for our Yang family village. Once the county leaders heard, they allocated funds to renovate your gate. After all, a plane manufacturing factory can't look too shabby. I'm specifically sent by the village to help guard the gate. Don't worry, little Bo, not a screw will go missing. Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh and cry. Needless to say, that must have been his mother Zhao Huiyun and the Chen mother and daughter who spread the word. 3 women making a scene. These people have no sense of confidentiality. It spreads so fast even the village dogs know. Poor bureau chief and reporter Shin had to start a live broadcast to tone down the popularity. Secrets can't be contained. Exposure was only a matter of time. After entering the factory, he found the courtyard much cleaner. All the weeds and debris were cleared. Walking into the workshop, there seemed to be no change, and Yang Bo was slightly relieved. Inside, after all, there were the Tianding Star Processing Center, overhead cranes and ground rails linked to the system. However, with the arrival of new equipment, the workshop indeed needed expansion. There might even be a need to hire some staff. Seeing everything was in order, he greeted Old Man Zhang and returned home. Zhao Huiyun was overjoyed to see Yang Bo back. She immediately served up a meal, and while watching Yang Bo devour his food, she asked, Little Bo, did you really make 30 million? Let Mom see. Yang Bo smiled and opened his mobile banking app. Zhao Huiyun took the phone, counted the zeros in the balance, and her eyes teared up in excitement. That's great, you've really made something of yourself. Your dad can rest in peace, but this money has to be spent soon. Yang Bo's next sentence immediately brought Zhao Huiyun from the clouds back to the ground. What did you do, little Bo? Don't just squander the money, you can't go astray. Mom, what are you thinking? I've taken another order, bought a lot of materials. What materials? Cost 30 million, a lot of materials. But having just made 30 million, Zhao Huiyun was still somewhat uneasy. Don't worry, after this order, we'll earn it all back. Zhao Huiyun had no choice, now that her son was calling the shots, she had to listen. The next day, Yang Bo rode his electric bike to the front of Jiangmo Machinery Factory. Trucks of all sizes were already lined up in a long queue. This time, the ordered materials were several times more than before, stretching from the factory gate to the village entrance. After all the materials were unloaded, they piled up in the yard like a small mountain. Yang Bo and the material suppliers completed their transactions by scanning QR codes one by one. Watching his money flow away like water, Yang Bo felt a pang of heartache, which surprised the suppliers as well. Bo, it looks like you've made quite a bit of money. Are you really making planes? Yang Bo laughed. Of course, uncle, do you think I'm fooling you? Remember, come to me if you need anything in the future. After seeing everyone off, Yang Bo headed to the workshop. The design of the bionic shark, which Yang Bo named Iron Shark, was already complete in his mind. He issued the commands mentally, and the design data began to be uploaded. Ding! The structural data of the Iron Shark was loaded into the super fabrication platform, followed by the fluid dynamics data, shark skin nanomaterial data, miniature nuclear reactor data, and pulse laser radar module. The design process was smooth and systematic. Yang Bo once again dove into a 996 intensive work mode. 3 days later, the first Iron Shark appeared on the workshop table. Specifications of the Iron Shark: length 7 meters, weight 6 tons, speed 60 knots, bite force 100 tons, power 3000 horsepower. The Iron Shark on the table, covered in a gray-white skin, had sleek and full lines. Its triangular-shaped head looked ferociously impressive, with titanium manganese alloy teeth that gleamed coldly. The shark skin was synthetic leather, fully bionic, smooth to the touch and indistinguishable from real fish skin. It was also made of smart nanomaterial that would instantly harden upon impact, offering excellent defensive capabilities. Yang Bo planned to adapt this material for bulletproof vests in the future, which he believed would be a huge hit. However, at this moment, the Iron Shark was still without power, as the enriched uranium fuel had not yet been loaded. Yang Bo was about to phone Qin Beihai to hurry him when a military truck stopped outside Jiangmo Machinery Factory. Not just a truck, but also 2 platoons of armored personnel carriers escorted it, a full platoon of soldiers in attendance. The imposing setup startled Old Man Zhang. Xinbin leaped down from the truck. Old man, is Yang Bo around? He's inside. Since the last exercise, the Ghost Fighter plane had been passed around various departments for research and testing, and Xinbin, unable to touch the plane anymore and itching to do so, had set his sights on the Iron Shark. He specifically asked Qin Beihai to let him join the mission escorting the nuclear fuel. Yang Bo came to the gate and was also surprised by the turnout. Quite the setup. Xinbin said, of course, the enriched uranium you asked for is enough to build an atomic bomb. How could we not take it seriously? The two chatted as they walked into the workshop and saw the Iron Shark on the table. Xinbin was startled. It's so realistic. In the water you couldn't tell it from a real shark. That's why it's called bionic, Yang Bo explained. The Iron Shark can mimic a real shark's swimming, hunting, and biting actions 100%. Xinbin nodded. When the time comes, talk to my dad about the Iron Shark's mission. Let me get involved too. Yang Bo laughed. That's your dad, you should talk to him. If I go, I'll surely get scolded. Seriously, he praises you in front of me every day, wants me to learn from you. Yang Bo was speechless, never imagining he'd become the child in someone else's house one day. Alright bro, from now on, I'm with you. After Xinbin left, Yang Bo spent a day loading the enriched uranium fuel into the miniature reactor. With that, the first Iron Shark was finally complete. And the machine tools Yang Bo ordered had also arrived, after being modified by the Tian Dingxing system. They were integrated into the processing center, tripling the production capacity of the entire Tian Dingxing platform. The Iron Shark went into mass production. Yang Bo planned to make 30. The first Iron Shark took 4 days to build. In batch mode, production changed. Yang Bo first spent 2 weeks producing parts: shark skin, titanium alloy skeleton, bionic transmission system, miniature nuclear reaction device. After all the parts were produced, assembly began. Another week was spent loading nuclear fuel, and another week for final adjustments and networking. A month later, 30 Iron Sharks were finally completed. This time the destination of the Iron Shark was the coastal base. The transportation no longer required Yang Bo's attention, as Qin Beihai had made arrangements well in advance. A week prior, the Marine Corps had placed the entire founding mechanical factory under martial law, preventing any unauthorized personnel from approaching. The Iron Shark operation was a classified mission, hence the high standards of secrecy. On the day of departure, 30 military trucks were lined up in a row, stretching from the mechanical factory to the village entrance A. Spectacular sight. Yang Bo once again dialed Qin Beihai's phone. "Uncle Qin, everything is loaded and ready to go." "Good Xiao Bo, now there's something more important. Follow the convoy to the coastal base." "What's the matter?" "I'll explain on the way." "Okay." Eagle Nation, along with its allies Foot Basin and South Stick, announced that they would conduct a joint military exercise in the Yellow Sea area. The three parties together deployed a force of 200,000 troops, marking the largest scale exercise among them to date. They declared that this move was to promote freedom of navigation and uphold the rules-based international order. Watching the news video sent by Qin Beihai, Yang Bo frowned. According to Qin Beihai, after the last Eagle Nation drone was shot down, it had negotiated several times with Xia Country to return the wreckage of the Night Raven, all of which were refused by Xia Country. Angered and embarrassed, Eagle Nation, along with its allies, exerted pressure through military exercises, flaunting their power. Infuriatingly, the designated area for their exercises nearly pressed against Xia Country's maritime boundary. It was as if they were defecating right on top of Xia Country's head. This was unbearable. Thus, Xia Country's leadership decided it was time to draw their swords. First, they planned to reveal the Ghost Fighter early to deter Eagle Nation. Secondly, they would hold military exercises in the Yellow Sea area in a tit-for-tat response. Considering that the Ghost Fighter was a new aircraft and Yang Bo was the most familiar with it, he would pilot it for its first reveal. At the coastal base, under a sky of blue and white clouds with the sea breeze blowing, Chen Mingxin stood in front of a camera dressed in navy blue and white camouflage, looking strikingly gallant. "Hello viewers, welcome to the Military Arms live broadcast. I am Shin Mingxin." Recently, rumors about the emergence of a 6th-generation fighter jet have sparked heated discussions online. Eagle Nation has also claimed that the drone they lost was taken down by our 6th-generation fighter. Today, we will unveil the truth. The live broadcast room quickly heated up and the comments flew fast and furious. "The 6th gen is showing up, impressive. I knew it. Where's the commander? Come take a walk." Suddenly, the camera switched and the screen darkened slightly. Under the dim light, the conical nose of an aircraft appeared, shadowy yet seemingly bristling with lethality. The live broadcast viewers were startled. Then snap, the lights brightened slightly. The silhouette of a fighter jet became visible. Its blended wing body, vertical tail, and clear stealth design were apparent. Despite the lighting effects, the details of the fuselage were still not clear, but a palpable sense of sharp oppression could be felt even through the screen. The live broadcast audience was stunned by this effect. "This entrance is so cool. Finally learning feels like Eagle Nation." Snap the cockpit, snap the wings, snap the fuselage. The lights gradually brightened, revealing the fighter jet bit by bit. Finally, with all lights on, the Ghost Fighter appeared in front of the screen in a dreamlike pose. The effect was explosive. The live broadcast room instantly erupted. "Holy shit, is this for real? This aerodynamic shape, incredible. This is literally the fighter of my dreams." Shin Mingxin reappeared on camera, her tall figure somewhat dwarfed by the imposing Ghost Fighter behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, this cool-looking aircraft is our country's latest developed 6th-generation fighter, the Ghost Fighter. Regarding the Ghost Fighter, we have the honor of having Mr. Chi here to give us a detailed explanation. The sudden reveal of the Ghost Fighter instantly exploded across the internet, with the Military Arms live broadcast's online viewership skyrocketing, topping the hot broadcast lists on all platforms. In front of the camera, Mr. Chi, dressed casually, appeared vigorous and lively. The Spectre fighter jet is our latest development, integrating advanced technologies like ultra-stealth, ultra-maneuverability, ultra-sensing, and artificial intelligence. It's a jet designed for the future battlefield. So how does the Spectre compare with other advanced fighter jets both domestically and internationally? He asked. It's far ahead. The live studio audience erupted in laughter. Mr. Chi also showed his humorous side. The more you block, the more we advance. Waking up from a midnight dream, I realized the great powers were none other than ourselves, continued Mr. Chi. Shin Mingxin then asked Mr. Chi, there were rumors about an Eagle Nation drone being shot down by the Spectre. Is there any truth to that? Mr. Chi smiled and said, before I answer that, let's watch a video. The screen then split into two. In the video, two planes, one above the other, were flying in the sky, the top one being the Spectre and the bottom one clearly marked with the Eagle Nation stars and stripes. In a rapid flight, a yellow liquid poured down from the Spectre, drenching the Eagle Nation's fighter below. The drone immediately wobbled and nearly crashed. The viewers in front of the screen were thrilled, so it was washed down. Hilarious. Who's the hero behind this? Watching this is even more exhilarating than eating a magical fruit. The audience was flooded with comments like amazing and holy smokes when both jets performed barrel rolls and air drifts. Eagle Nation's got some moves too. Nice barrel roll. What kind of drift was that? It totally defies aerodynamics. Newton's laws don't apply to the Spectre, viewers commented excitedly, but the video abruptly ended, leaving the live studio wanting more with sighs and complaints filling the air. Shin Mingxin, smiling, asked Mr. Chi, everyone's curious about how the Eagle Nation's drone was taken down. Can you reveal anything? Mr. Chi, with a mysterious smile, replied, it's too advanced to show. Shin Mingxin responded, Mr. Chi, you're such a tease. I'm so excited. I'm going to celebrate with a 20-year-old bottle of Wuliangchen that I've been saving. Someone from the audience shouted, tell me where you are and I'll fly to you. Continuing, Shin Mingxin asked Mr. Chi, the live fire exercises in the Yellow Sea are ongoing. Will the Spectre participate? Mr. Chi nodded. The Spectre is about to depart and will rendezvous with the Dongshan aircraft carrier. At that moment, the camera caught a pilot in a helmet and sunglasses walking toward the Spectre. Shin Mingxin kept broadcasting, all right, we're about to see the Spectre take off, but the pilot suddenly stopped midway, turned around and walked towards the camera. Both Shin Mingxin and Mr. Chi were taken aback. What's this guy up to? The pilot asked Shin Mingxin, can I invite you to board the Spectre with me? Shin Mingxin blinked her large eyes, seemingly asking Yang Bo, what are you up to? Mr. Chi was also confused. Why isn't this guy following the script? Seeing their puzzled expressions, pilot Yang Bo chuckled. The live chat went wild. Get on the plane, goddess, get on quickly. Amazing flirting live for the whole net. No wonder I'm single. Yang Bo continued. MS reporter, a first-person view will better let the audience feel the power of the Spectre. Although it sounded like a flimsy excuse, Shin Mingxin couldn't refuse. She hesitantly nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Mr. Chi was dumbfounded. If you go, who will host? The staff were also stunned. A host boarding a fighter jet who plays like this? Shin Mingxin, still in a daze, was pulled onto the Spectre by Yang Bo. Once in the cockpit, she whispered, Yang Bo, what are you trying to do? Broadcast live from the sky? You'd need a signal for that. Of course there is Wi-Fi password, 8 ones. Seeing Shin Mingxin still bewildered, Yang Bo took her phone, logged into the jet's Wi-Fi and left her completely flabbergasted. A fighter jet equipped with Wi-Fi? What kind of operation is this, Colonel? Let's discuss this later. Let's focus on the drill for now. The summer country's aircraft carrier is approaching us. At this moment, the Phantom jet continues to accelerate in the air. Shin Mingxin excitedly says, friends in the live room, the fighter jet is still accelerating. It's at 1.5 Mach now. Can you feel that? Yang Bo laughs and says, reporter Shin, can we start getting tips and gifts? If so, I'll accelerate even more. Shin Mingxin glares at him. Are you only thinking about money? This is a military live broadcast, not a celebrity show. Forget it then, why get angry? Yang Bo's words reach the live room and the netizens immediately start to stir things up. Push it to 2 Mach, I'll send rockets. Please start tipping. Me too. Shin Mingxin is visibly annoyed. This is a serious program, what are we turning it into? Yang Bo laughs heartily. He's just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Since it's an official military platform, tipping is obviously not possible. The acceleration continues. Yang Bo slowly pushes the throttle forward and the engine thrust steadily increases, sending a strong pushback sensation immediately. 1.6 Mach, 1.8 Mach and soon 2 Mach. The live room bursts into cheers, and the Phantom jet show has just begun. 2 Mach, 2.4 Mach. It shoots all the way to 3 Mach. This speed has surpassed most of the active main combat jets on Blue Star. The netizens in the live room get excited. 3 Mach, that's impressive. Speed alone isn't everything. The Blackbird can also fly at 3 Mach. Look at that thrust, 20 tons, cures heart disease completely. This engine, it's fierce. On the Ford aircraft carrier, Thomas frowns. Rod, do you think these data are real? Speeds of 3 Mach are manageable. A few jets on Blue Star can achieve that, but speed isn't everything in a fighter. However, 20 tons of thrust outperforms all of Eagle Country's engines, truly stunning, both of them. Rod shakes his head. It's unlikely, even our technology hasn't reached these figures. Thomas smirks. It's true we are facing a formidable opponent, but this is not over yet. Yang Bo continues to increase the thrust, pushing the throttle all the way forward. The engine goes full power. 3 Mach, 3.5 Mach. When the jet speed hits 4 Mach, everyone is shocked. Damn, is this a rocket or a plane? Even fiercer than the Blackbird. It's not going to fly out of orbit, right? Eagle Country netizens. This data can't be real. Fake. Summer Country netizens. Real or fake? It already shot down some country's drone. Basin Country netizens. Traditional art of Summer Country, making things up. Summer Country netizens. Haha, wait till it flies over Mount Fuji, then you'll know if it's real or fake. Country and netizens. ACA can do it too. Summer Country netizens. Drank too much cow urine, did you? Unlike the netizens' shock and skepticism, Thomas and Rod, as professionals, naturally have a different perspective. Rod incredulously shakes his head. 4 Mach, please, this is a plane, not a missile. Fighter jets are for missions, not speed contests. Excessive speed simply doesn't allow for effective observation and attack. Thus, mainstream fighter jets typically only go up to about 2 Mach. Thomas, what are the people of Summer Country doing, showing off their technological prowess? That's the only explanation, but it's utterly pointless as pointless. At 4 Mach, it's faster than air-to-air missiles. What do we have that can shoot it down? Rod's expression freezes on his face. Inside the coastal base, many are also excited. Mr. Chief, 4 Mach must be the limit, right? Yes, without using afterburners. Mr. Chief says leisurely. What 4 Mach without afterburners? Everyone is completely baffled. This damn thing is catching up to a rocket. In the air, Yang Bo is having a blast. A voice comes through on a secure channel. Yang Bo, where are you now? It was Qin Beihai. Yang Bo immediately reported, and Qin Beihai's voice clearly rose a few decibels. Stop showing off and come back immediately. You're about to enter the Eagle Nation's drill area. Yang Bo glanced at the radar. Indeed, the Dongshan aircraft carrier had been left behind, and it seemed he had overshot a bit. Ahead was the joint military exercise area of Eagle Nation, the Foot Basin, and South Stick countries. The radar screen also displayed ships and planes from the Tri-Nation Coalition. Since he was at their doorstep, it would be rude not to say hello. He said, Uncle Qin, I won't return to the Dongshan just yet. Where are you heading? I'm going to meet the Tri-Nation Coalition. Yang Bo, this isn't a game. If you invade the designated drill area, they have the right to open fire. They would have to see me first. Yang Bo was confident in his Ghost Fighter's stealth capabilities. Shin Mingxin felt uneasy and asked, what are you planning to do? Have you ever been on an Eagle Nation aircraft carrier? Nope. Neither have I. Shin Mingxin was in disarray, realizing they were directly challenging the Eagle Nation aircraft carrier. In the air, the Ghost Fighter did not turn around and soon entered the Tri-Nation designated drill area. According to international conventions, any unauthorized warplane entering this area could be fired upon by the Tri-Nation forces. Calm down, Yang Bo. Shin, report to the viewers in our live broadcast room that we have entered the Tri-Nation military exercise area. After speaking, Yang Bo immediately cut off the data panel screen sharing in the live broadcast room and switched to the radar screen. The data panel displayed the fighter's location, and in case the Eagle Nation commander was watching, that would reveal their position. Shin Mingxin was on the verge of tears. Friends, in the live broadcast room, the Ghost Fighter has entered the Tri-Nation military exercise area and the opposing side might open fire at any moment. I don't know if I can make it back alive to see you all. Control your emotions, Sean. The live broadcast room exploded with activity. Holy shit, live challenging the Tri-Nation Coalition. Can Eagle Nation also see this live? What is this operation? I'm kneeling. World War III is about to erupt. I'm going to stock up on supplies. On the Ford aircraft carrier, Thomas was dumbfounded. TF? The Ghost Fighter is live broadcasting while entering the drill area. This is a slap in the face to the whole world. What's worse, if the Ghost Fighter returns unscathed, the myth of the invincible Eagle Nation aircraft carrier will be shattered. This could shake the entire world order. Have you spotted the Ghost Fighter yet? Thomas asked frantically. Report, no sightings. How is that possible? The Ghost Fighter has clearly entered the drill area under the watch of the E-3C AWACS and Aegis combat ships, the most advanced equipment, and yet not a single radar detected it. Does Xia country have new stealth technology? Thomas frowned deeply. Dispatch all fighters for a net-style search. All fighters? Yes, including those from Foot Basin and South Stick. Soon F-18s, F-35s, P-3CS-1 after another took off from the Ford aircraft carrier. Not just at seaplanes from Yokosuka Naval Base, Kadena Air Base, and Cheongju Air Base also urgently took off. The live broadcast room's radar projection screen was filled with dense targets from all directions. There must be hundreds of them. Is the Tri-Nation coalition coming to attack Xia country? More thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. Some viewers also realized something. Holy shit, the Ghost Fighter's radar is super strong, at least 500 kilometers, tracking hundreds of targets at the same time. I'm kneeling. It's up there with the AWACS, Eagle Nation Netison. I have to admit this is really insane. Foot Basin Netison. Xia country's fighter is too reckless. It might get shot down in this situation. South Stick Netison. Does Xia country's fighter want to start a world war? Indian Netison. I think Xia country's fighter is very brave. Xia country Netison. On the Dongshan aircraft carrier, Shin Beihai's expression was grave. On the radar screen, the densely packed targets indicated that the allied forces of the three nations had almost fully mobilized. This guy, how can he be even more reckless than Shin Bin? The captain wondered. What should we do? Deploy the J-15D immediately for electromagnetic interference to cover the Ghost Fighter. At that moment, the Ghost Fighter, which was causing chaos among the Allied forces, was flying at a super low altitude of 5 meters above the Yellow Sea. The waves surged beneath it, occasionally splashing nearly up to the nose of the aircraft. The excitement was palpable in the live broadcast room. Can't you fly a bit higher? Just then, another wave crest nearly grazed the belly of the aircraft, causing Shin Mingshin's heart to race. Yang Bo chuckled. More than 200 aircraft are searching for us. Flying higher makes it easier to be spotted. You're going to give me a heart attack. Don't worry, I'm responsible for this. Be careful. There's a mountain ahead. I see it. Yang Bo pulled the lever and the fighter hugged the mountain contour, quickly gaining altitude. Shin Mingshin took the opportunity to capture close-up footage with her phone. As they ascended, the camera offered a bird's-eye view of the entire peak. The live broadcast room buzzed with excitement. This looks like Hanna Mountain. We've entered South Stick territory. Does this count as a violation of South Stick airspace? If it's not detected, it's not a violation. South Stick Netisons were breaking down. South Stick Netison 1. Protests. Xia country's fighter jets have violated our airspace. South Stick Netison 2. What is our Air Force doing? Xia country Netison. Have you forgotten you don't have wartime command authority? It's drill time and it's under Eagle country's command. South Stick Netison 1. They must be shot down. Xia country Netison. Huh, let's see if you can manage that. Maubert Netison. Davarishi, well done. Thomas was equally flabbergasted. TF. They entered South Stick airspace unnoticed. What's our THAAD doing? And the ND, what are they all doing? General Park from South Stick is on the line. Pass it through. General Thomas, Xia country's fighter jet has entered our airspace. Please stop them immediately. General Park, no need to panic, I will take immediate action. Thomas grimly ended the call. Soon after, the phone from the Pentagon rang. General Thomas, this is Marley. Xia country's Ghost Fighter has entered South Stick airspace. Isn't that the drill area? Yes, Chief of Staff. Why haven't you stopped them? Our radars can't detect the Ghost Fighter. You mean all radars spy E-3C THAAD and D? Yes. Saying this made Thomas's face burn with embarrassment. The military strength and equipment deployed by the Allied forces were enough to sweep over 95% of the countries on Blue Star. Yet now they were being toyed with by a fighter jet conducting a live broadcast. Thomas felt the greatest humiliation of his life. There was a significant silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Marley said, General, first expel the Xia country fighter jet. Regarding opening fire, I will contact the White House. At the coastal base, Elder Chi entered South Stick airspace, which seemed a bit too much. Elder Chi smiled. No worries, let the bullets fly for a while. The live stream is public and I believe the higher-ups are also paying attention. No orders to stop have been issued yet, which itself speaks of the higher-ups' stance. Some countries, some people need to be disciplined. After circling over South Stick, the Ghost Fighter then turned northeast. Hundreds of Allied fighter jets began to encircle and intercept. However, due to the radar and stealth advantages of the Ghost Fighter, it was like having a one-way mirror and an open map. The entire battlefield situation was well in hand. Coupled with an intelligence system that calculated the route and the unmatched speed and maneuverability of the Ghost Fighter, it always managed to precisely weave through the gaps between jets and even their observational blind spots. The online audience was captivated. On board the Ford aircraft carrier, the radar system was completely baffled. The military livestream's radar footage was projected onto a large screen. A group of analysts were trying to determine the approximate location of the Ghost Fighter based on the radar images. Thomas felt a sense of helplessness. Had the mighty Eagle Nation's carrier strike group really been reduced to analyzing live broadcast images? In the sky the fighter jets sped on. A long coastline came into view. Shen Mingxin exclaimed, "Is that the foot basin ahead? Yes, let's go check out Mount Fuji. Fantastic." Shen Mingxin was fully unleashed, having already violated South Rod's airspace, and felt no moral burden in violating Foot Basin's airspace again. Friends, in the live stream ahead is the Foot Basin, and we are about to show you Mount Fuji. The live stream room burst into joy. Remember, quietly enter the village, no shooting. Invade the airspace with drums and gongs. Seriously, does Foot Basin have no shame? Do they think the Great Foot Basin's Yellow Army doesn't exist? This provoked the Foot Basin netizens. Foot Basin netizen 1, strong protest. Foot Basin netizen 2, self-defense forces intercept immediately. Foot Basin netizen 3, summon Eagle Nation. Eagle Nation netizen, Bear Nation netizen, Xia Nation's Dawa Rishi. Well done. Back on the Ford aircraft carrier, the phone rang. General Defense Minister Najiri of the Foot Basin is calling. Put him through. General Thomas, Xia Nation's fighter jets are about to violate our airspace. We request immediate support. Minister Najiri, the White House has authorized you to fire and take down the Xia Nation jets. You mean let the self-defense forces take them down? Of course, isn't that exactly what the self-defense forces are for? Alright. After hanging up, Thomas smirked, slightly admiring the cunning politicians at the White House. Letting Foot Basin attack Xia Nation's jets could potentially provoke a dispute between the two nations. This would draw Xia Nation into a proxy war, a situation Eagle Nation had long desired. But Najiri was no fool. Even a blind man could see Eagle Dad's intent to fan the flames. Once they opened fire, it would escalate significantly. The east wind delivery was no joke, but it was hard to defy Eagle Dad's orders. After much deliberation, he finally issued the order to prioritize expulsion and only open fire if absolutely necessary. From Hokkaido to Ryukyu, the Foot Basin's self-defense forces were on high alert. F-16s, F-15s, F-35s, all fighter jets took to the skies to intercept. THAAD Patriot and all radars operated at full capacity, and the air defense system was battle-ready. The entire sky was filled with various electromagnetic signals, yet the Ghost Fighter remained as elusive as a phantom. Moments later, on the livestream screen, a snow-capped, conical peak came into view. Mount Fuji, the symbol of the Foot Basin. Instantly, the live stream room was flooded with comments and the sound of drums and gongs. The global online viewership surged past 300 million. Damn, rubbing Foot Basin's face in the dirt. I'm watching this on my knees. Kneeling +1, long live Xia Nation. Foot Basin netizen 1, we will file a strong protest with the UN Security Council. Xia Nation netizen, vetoed. Foot Basin netizen 2, where are the self-defense forces? Foot Basin netizen 3, strongly summon Eagle Nation, Eagle Nation. Netizen, suddenly not only was the internet in uproar, but the whole world's attention was drawn. High-level officials from various countries also got involved. The Foot Basin Embassy, the South Rod Embassy both immediately lodged strong protests with Xia Nation. Xia Nation responded, stating that it was instructing its military to investigate the matter. Over the summit of Mount Fuji, the Ghost Fighter jet sped past. 3 fighter jets suddenly appeared from behind the mountain, emerging from a radar blind spot. It was an ambush, but Yang Bo had expected this. The livestream had already informed the other side of their arrival. An ambush was inevitable. The three F-15 jets, although not as stealthy as the F-35, were highly maneuverable and excelled in aerial combat, making them perfect for an ambush. In the face of the Phantom fighter, the formidable F-15 seemed like staggering old ladies. With a swift banking maneuver, the Phantom positioned itself behind an F-15 ready for a tail chase attack. The three F-15s quickly engaged in evasive maneuvers to escape the disadvantageous position. Against the backdrop of Mount Fuji, both sides engaged in a fierce close-range dogfight, circling, chasing, climbing and diving, thrilling the global audience watching the livestream. Through the emergency frequency, Air Force Major Sasaki of the Foot Basin began broadcasting, "Summer Country Fighters, this is Self-Defense Force Major Sasaki. You have entered Foot Basin airspace, severely violating our sovereignty. Please leave immediately." The response came from Shin Mingxin. "Sovereignty? Do you even have such a thing? Besides, we are just here for a friendly tour, nothing else." Enraged, Sasaki shouted, "This is what you call a friendly tour? Summer Country Fighters, this is your last warning, or we will fire." Though not authorized to open fire, intimidation was necessary to uphold the dignity of the Foot Basin. Sasaki activated the close-range electro-optical guided radar, locking onto the Phantom fighter ready to attack at any moment. This was the sternest warning. Inside, the Phantom alarms blared, warning locked by enemy radar. The live-stream viewers were startled. Shin Mingxin nervously asked, "What should we do?" Yang Bo calmly replied, "Nothing. With the Phantom's maneuverability, being locked means nothing. Even at Mach 4, missiles can only eat dust behind us. But since the Foot Basin dares show its teeth, we need to teach them a lesson. Prepare the laser." Yang Bo coldly issued the voice command. The plasma laser device charged up, target locked, ready to attack. Thinking it through, a real battle might trouble the Foreign Ministry. Reduce power to 80%. The power reduction complete. The attack was ready. The response came from Shin Mingxin. "Sovereignty? Do you even have such a thing? Besides, we are just here for a friendly tour, nothing else." Enraged, Sasaki shouted, "This is what you call a friendly tour? Summer Country Fighters, this is your last warning, or we will fire." Though not authorized to open fire, intimidation was necessary to uphold the dignity of the Foot Basin. Sasaki activated the close-range electro-optical guided radar, locking onto the Phantom fighter ready to attack at any moment. This was the sternest warning. Inside, the Phantom alarms blared, warning locked by enemy radar. The excited livestream viewers suddenly fell silent. The cruel reality of high-tech weapons stunned everyone. This was the power of lasers. This was warfare. Meanwhile, on the radar screen, numerous targets began converging towards the center. Allied fighters like sharks smelling blood swarmed towards Mount Fuji from all directions. Viewers quickly advised, "That's enough, quit while you're ahead. Big brother, if you don't run now, it's too late. Warrior, stop dallying, run." Yang Bo glanced at the central control screen, knowing he couldn't linger in battle any longer. Surrounded by over 200 aircraft, unless he could become invisible, he was doomed. Yang Bo pushed the throttle and the fighter jet screamed eastward. The remaining two F-15s, terrified, dared not pursue. And against a speed of Mach 4, what was the point in chasing? Learning that the Phantom had escaped, Nijiri secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though humiliated by the Summer Country Air Force, at least no larger conflict had ensued. The rest was up to Eagle Daddy to worry about. Aboard the Ford carrier, Thomas looked grim. Aircraft-mounted laser weapons, Summer Country has actually succeeded in developing them. While unsure of the actual lethality, the deterrence was undeniable. With its enigmatic cloaking ability and formidable situational awareness, the Ghost Fighter easily outclasses all active combat aircraft. Just recently, the Ghost Fighter once again emerged unscathed from an encirclement of hundreds of enemy jets. Thomas felt increasingly uneasy at the thought, almost as if the Ghost Fighter could appear above the USS Ford at any moment. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live broadcast was jubilant, almost like a festival. The Ghost Fighter is invincible, the strongest on Blue Star, a peak debut. Is the next stop Eagle Nation? Above the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, the Ghost Fighter gracefully executed a loop and changed its direction. Having just dominated in a show of strength, Shin Mingxin was in high spirits, interacting with the netizens in the live stream. "Friends in the live room, we didn't bring a refueling aircraft this time, otherwise we'd freely travel to the west coast of Eagle Nation. Also, the Ghost Fighter has already flown 3,000 kilometers and we've used up nearly half of our fuel. So we're preparing to return, and en route we'll conduct a friendly observation of the USS Ford." This announcement surprised The audience once again. Friendly observation support. Let's focus on being friendly. This is like a joint roast of the three allied armies, a single jet challenging a carrier strike group, and announced in advance. It's like not taking the village chief seriously. The Eagle Nation netizens silent until now, couldn't hold back any longer. Eagle Nation netizen, strong protest. This is blatant bullying and domineering behavior. Summer Country netizen 1. Doesn't this sound like our lines? Summer Country netizen 2. Ha, got the wrong script. On the Dongshan carrier, Qin Beihai's expression was grave. He contacted Yang Bo again. Yang Bo, enough is enough. You can't challenge a carrier battle group alone. Uncle Qin, the full potential of the Ghost Fighter hasn't been unleashed yet, just watch. Qin Beihai anxiously responded, there isn't a missile made that can hit the Ghost Fighter yet. On the USS Ford, the atmosphere in the war room was tense. The Ghost Fighter's antics against hundreds of jets made everyone realize that Summer Country possessed a weapon far beyond their capabilities. This was an unprecedented situation. Thomas grimly dialed the Pentagon. Mr. Chief of Staff, I am requesting authorization to fire again. Marley, no problem. In fact, the White House is also closely monitoring the live stream, and we have already lodged a protest with the high-level officials of Summer Country. What's the outcome? Summer Country claims to be investigating the matter. Thomas angrily replied, investigating? The Ghost Fighter could be over my head in 3 minutes. This is just stalling. Of course, the provocation from Summer Country is unacceptable, so the Commander-in-Chief demands that the Ghost Fighter be shot down. Marley said gravely, I will do my utmost. Thomas tried to sound more confident. General, you don't sound very confident. Mr. Chief of Staff, as you can see, the Ghost Fighter has some technology we don't, giving it an asymmetric advantage. Do you need help? Thomas, with a wry smile, if possible, I'd need 500 AWACS, but right now I need to immediately cut off this broadcast. You mean globally? Yes, continuing to allow this information to spread will greatly damage our credibility. Understood. After hanging up, Thomas began giving orders. Command all jets, warships, submarines to converge on the USS Ford immediately, including those from Foot Basin, Southern Stick, of course all aircraft, transport planes, trainer aircraft included. I want the entire sky filled with our planes. Meanwhile, aboard the Ghost Fighter, Yang Bo was intently focused on the central control screen. He was well aware that crossing the joint military exercise area of the three nations again would become very dangerous. Shinmingxin had already announced her target during the live broadcast, and the Ford was surely heavily guarded. Charging in blindly would be too reckless. As they approached within 200 nautical miles of the Ford, Yang Bo cut off all onboard information from being projected in the live broadcast room. The following operations had to be kept secret without any exposure. At this moment, only Shinmingxin's mobile phone camera view remained on the screen. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room felt tense as if a storm was about to break. With the projection turned off, it was time to face the Ford head-on. The pilot seemed reckless, but was actually incredibly stable, praying for a victory for Xia Country. Yang Bo then activated the onboard electronic warfare system for deception, starting to send out commands, simulating fake targets. The simulation was a success. 98 kilometers from their current position, launch. Waves of invisible electromagnetic signals traveled through the air, heading towards the Ford. In the war room, a small blinking red dot finally appeared on the spy radar screen. Thomas, excited, could hardly believe his own eyes. General, it seems we've caught a ghost. I see it. God bless Eagle Nation. The previously suppressed atmosphere finally eased. Claps broke out enthusiastically among the crowd, and Thomas joined in, creating a moving scene. General, the Ghost Fighter is 180 nautical miles southeast. Should we intercept? No, let it come closer. At this moment, the entire Tri-Nation coalition could deploy air, navy and army aviation forces, all gathered within 20 kilometers around the Ford. On the sea, Aegis destroyers, King Sejong the Great and dozens of warships cleaved through the waves, trailing white foam. In the air, F-15S, F-16S, F-35S, F-22S, E-3CS, P-3CS, hundreds of fighter jets swarmed the sky like a hive. Yang Bo saw a dense cluster on the radar screen and couldn't help but smirk. It was a turtle formation. A direct assault was impossible. They had to feint to the east and strike to the west. The Deceiver electronic warfare system continued to emit signals. These signals, processed through special algorithms, simulated a fake target. Once the enemy radar captured it, it would receive a false position. Watching the blinking dots on the screen, Thomas frowned slightly. Should he send fighter jets to strike proactively? Although the White House insisted on shooting it down, the military's unique alertness and the Ghost Fighter's mysterious performance reminded him not to act rashly. The Ghost Fighter continued to approach, now within 80 nautical miles. It was entering the range of the shipborne air defense missiles, but still not guaranteed a hit. Closer, just a bit closer. Thomas prayed silently in his heart. 70 miles, 60 miles, 50 miles. Thomas's eyes brightened. At this distance, the probability of the air defense missiles hitting increased significantly. Now was the moment. Thomas slammed his hand on the table. All air defense missiles fire. Standard 3 missiles, one after another, soared from the Aegis destroyers King Sejong the Great into the sky. A saturation attack. In less than 10 seconds, about 20 missiles pounced towards the Ghost Fighter. On the other side, in the Ghost Fighter, alarms immediately went off. Alert: multiple missiles locking on the fake target. Yang Bo smiled slightly, operating the deception system to simulate the fake target's escape. Inside the live broadcast room, Shen Mingxin's face turned pale as she described the real-time battle. "Oh my god, Eagle Nation's 20 air defense missiles are shooting at us. It's terrifying. Can I still make it back alive? I'm not even married yet." Sobbing viewer comment: "Aha, our goddess's acting is top-notch. No need to challenge the fort anymore, just hoping for a safe return. Safe return +1. To the Ford aircraft carrier, Thomas stared tensely at the screen. The Ghost Fighter was making a rapid escape, astonishingly fast. Everyone's eyes were wide open. At this rate, the air defense missiles might miss. Indeed, 2 minutes later, the launched anti-aircraft missiles lost contact one after another. While that glaring red dot continued to blink on the screen, Thomas's face looked grim. He couldn't bear the thought of the Ghost Fighter escaping like this, and it would be difficult to explain to the White House. Gritting his teeth, Thomas commanded Squadrons 3, 7, 9, and 11 to immediately pursue the Ghost and ensure it was brought down. Hundreds of fighter jets revved up their engines and roared away. On the control screen of the Ghost Fighter, Yang Bo saw a large group of jets starting to move quickly. He smiled. The USS Ford's turtle formation had finally shown a flaw. The opportunity had arrived. Pushing the throttle all the way, the Ghost skimmed the sea surface, rushing at ultra-low altitude towards the USS Ford. As the Ghost moved, the disguiser system could no longer continue to emit signals. Naturally, the screen on the USS Ford aircraft carrier also lost the target. Thomas's face stiffened. A foreboding feeling surged in his heart. Could this be a trap? The message that followed heightened his unease. The 3 squadrons that pursued reached their positions and found not even a shadow. Damn it, Thomas realized he had been deceived. At that moment, panicked voices transmitted over the channel. "General, an unidentified fighter jet has breached the defense perimeter. It seems to be the Ghost." What? At this time, the Ghost Fighter, continuing its ultra-low altitude break-in, entered the visual range of the USS Ford. All warships and fighter jets were stunned. Thomas bellowed, "Attack fire at will. General, our own warships and jets are everywhere. There could be friendly fire." "I don't care, fire." At this distance, anti-air missiles were of no use. Dense array close-in weapon systems and machine guns started to operate. The sea and the air were filled with countless tongues of flame bullets raining down instantly. But the Ghost speed at Mach 4 was no joke. Like a swift sea swallow, it darted through the fireworks like barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, Yang Bo pressed the engine afterburner button. The Vector engine entered into afterburner mode, causing the entire aircraft to shudder slightly. The Ghost shot out like it was breaking free from a seal, leaving a trail in the air. Many pilots were dumbfounded. Is this even a plane? Inside the cockpit, watching the bullets rain down like a torrent, Shen Mingxin's voice trembled with tension, yet she diligently continued the live broadcast. "Oh my god, our jet has now broken Mach 5, the bullets are falling like rain, I am so nervous." The USS Ford is now in sight. We're about to make a close observation. At this point, although the sky filled with bullets looked frightening, they couldn't even touch a hair on the Ghost. The dense array and other close-in weapons targeting systems, although optoelectronic, the turning transmission and firing mechanisms are still mechanical. With the Ghost's Mach 5 speed now reaching supersonic ranges, coupled with its freakish maneuverability, close-in weapons simply couldn't keep up with such speed. After deftly navigating through a barrage of bullets, the Ghost finally arrived above the USS Ford. Yang Bo turned to Shen Mingxin and said, "Aim the camera at the tail." "Why?" Just as the Ghost suddenly tilted sideways, Shen Mingxin screamed. A splash of yellow fuel poured from the tail, tracing a yellow trajectory in the air, splashing onto the deck of the USS Ford. Some of it directly splashed onto the superstructure. Even the observation windows of the CIC were smeared with a greasy layer. Thomas's face turned beet red as he glared with bulging eyes and roared, "Shoot it down, at all costs." After dumping several tons of fuel, Yang Bo adjusted the flight attitude of the aircraft. The maneuver of the tilt-wing aircraft just now was solely for the camera to capture the scene. In a horizontal position, the camera would have been completely obscured by the broad wings. After completing a friendly observation of the USS Ford, Yang Bo quickly changed direction, preparing to disengage from the battlefield. Inside the live broadcast room, Yang Bo's daring maneuvers set off an unprecedented frenzy. The barrage of comments in the chat section nearly went crazy. Holy smokes, that's the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, drenching the Ford, a legendary battle, a true warrior. We bow down. Who is this pilot, a deity among men, deserving a shrine of his own? In the sky, following Thomas's command, all the fighter jets started shooting wildly at the Phantom jet. Yang Bo didn't linger. He pushed the throttle to the max. With a speed of Mach 5, he blasted out 30 nautical miles in less than a minute, leaving over 100 fighter jets lost without a trace. Shin Mingxin, still shaken, continued the live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, our friendly observation of the USS Ford has concluded. We just shook off more than 100 fighter jets. The mission is now successfully completed, and we are about to return. Yang Bo glanced at the information on the central control screen. After the recent action, there was hardly any fuel left. Without turning back now, an emergency landing on the sea would be inevitable. Meanwhile, on the USS Ford, Thomas was fuming with rage. As a carrier captain who had roamed the Blue Star for decades, he had never suffered such humiliation. Chase them. Shoot them down, he ordered. General, the Ghost jet is too fast. It's about to fly out of the exercise area. Minutes later, over the azure sea, a small black dot gradually came into view. Yang Bo saw the Dongshan aircraft carrier for the first time. Its massive steel beast-like body cleaved through the waves, circling low over the Dongshan. Twice the deck crew cheered and waved. Yang Bo immediately opened communication. Dongshan, this is Ghost. Yang Bo, you devil, you're finally back. Jin Beihai's voice came through, anxious and excited. He had been following the live stream. The Ghost jet challenged the entire Tri-Nation Sea and Air Force and returned unscathed, far beyond his imagination. Uncle Chin, I'm heading straight back to base. I won't land on the Dongshan. According to the plan, the Ghost jet was to take off and land on the Dongshan to showcase its power, but that was no longer necessary. Okay, the commander has been monitoring you. I'll send 2 fighter jets to escort you. After all, the Dongshan is still confronting the Tri-Nation coalition, and anything could happen at any moment. The Ghost jet and Yang Bo are now under Panda-level protection. We can't leave them in this troubled spot. Half an hour later, under the escort of 2 J-15s, the Ghost jet slowly landed at the coastal base. Including Elder Chi, a large group was already waiting beside the runway. As Yang Bo stepped off the plane, he saw an old man with 3 stars on his shoulders standing beside Elder Chi. Yang Bo hurried over. The hero who faced the Tri-Nation coalition alone has returned. The old man stepped forward and shook hands with Yang Bo. The crowd immediately erupted into cheers. Elder Chi introduced him. This is Vice Chairman Lu of the Military Commission, who came especially to welcome your victorious return. Yang Bo was taken aback. This was a real high-level leader, a national figure. Vice Chairman Lu, I hope my actions haven't caused any trouble for the government. Vice Chairman Lu laughed heartily. Such trouble, stir up as much as you can, I've got you covered. Everyone laughed. Vice Chairman Lu then gently shook hands with Shin Mingxin. Journalist Shin, you are also a heroine. I'm just doing my duty as a journalist. Shin Mingxin was thrilled. Though she had seen many significant events as a journalist, being praised as a heroine by Vice Chairman Lu was definitely a highlight of her life. Elder Chi was beaming. This operation was risky, but the outcome was 100 times better than expected. You stirred up not just the Yellow Sea but all of East Asia. Yang Bo smiled. I didn't think too much about it, just couldn't swallow the indignation and wanted to teach them a lesson. You said it well. This time Eagle Nation really lost face. Years of frustration finally vented. Eagle Nation has been flexing its muscles around Xia country not just for a day or two. You can imagine the frustration everyone felt. Today we finally got to breathe out proudly. Yang Bo then gave a wry smile. The slap was hard. Won't Eagle Nation act out of desperation? Vice Chairman Lu waved his hand. No, your action was well measured. Elder Chi also said, that's right, it's not very harmful but highly insulting. Afterwards, Yang Bo and other key personnel held an internal meeting. Yang Bo and Shin Mingxin reported to Vice Chairman Lu some details of the operation. Everyone listened both excitedly and eagerly. Through the details, they could more vividly appreciate the prowess of the Ghost Fighter. Xia country finally had a weapon that could dominate over Eagle Nation, which greatly boosted everyone's confidence. Elder Chi also believed that the performance of the Ghost Fighter is leading and many technologies could be shared, such as radar stealth laser weapons and electronic warfare systems, which could also be applied to other platforms to significantly improve Xia country's military technology level. Vice Chairman Lu immediately approved the establishment of a technical team responsible for analyzing the technology related to the Ghost Fighter. After discussing the Ghost Fighter, Yang Bo brought up the Megalodon had been transported to the coastal base and was ready to act at any moment. Vice Chairman Lu said, "Qin Beihai and I talked, those monkeys in the South Sea need a lesson, go ahead, I'll back you up." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingxin smelled a big scoop and hurriedly said, "I want to go too." Vice Chairman Lu smiled, "The South Sea is a secret operation not suitable for public disclosure, so reporter Shen, you better not go." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingxin could only give up and glared fiercely at Yang Bo. Yang Bo, speechless, thought, "Why are you glaring at me?" In the end, Elder Chi also specially reminded Yang Bo, "You're now a hot figure, pay attention to keeping your identity secret, otherwise it will bring you trouble." "Understood, Elder Chi, I'm not interested in being an internet celebrity," Shen Mingxin said. "That's tough, all the spotlight will now be on me." Yang Bo laughed, "You reporters are public figures, the more famous, the better. I don't want people staring at me every time I go out. Stop being so Versailles, how many people crave the spotlight and can't get it." After the meeting, Shen Mingxin returned to the Military Affairs magazine while Yang Bo stayed at the coastal base waiting for the Megalodon operation to begin. In the evening, with not much entertainment at the base, Yang Bo could only kill time on his smartphone. He was shocked at what he saw. Goodness, the Ghost Fighter was dominating the internet. Hulang News. Emerging from nowhere, Ghost Fighter challenges the Tri-Nation Coalition, shocking the world. Penguin News. Tri-Nation issues a joint statement strongly protesting Xia country's overbearing actions. Baidu Hot Search. Soloing an aircraft carrier battle group, Ghost Fighter becomes legendary. Quick Shake Hot Search. Urinating on Ford number, who was the mysterious pilot. Phoenix International. Eagle Nation's F-35 slides into the sea due to deck oil. Starlight Entertainment. Getting close to the military goddess Shen Mingxin. The emergence of the Ghost Fighter has caused a total climax among military enthusiasts. The live broadcast of challenging the Tri-Nation Coalition has triggered a nuclear-level explosion of excitement. In the military circles, discussions about the Ghost Fighter's Mach 5 super high-speed onboard laser weapons and ultra-stealth capabilities are flying all over the internet. Various data and performance analyses are everywhere. Military experts have also appeared one after another to comment. And the exciting moments like leaping over Han Mountain, dogfighting at Fusher Mountain, urinating on the Eagle Nation aircraft carrier are wildly spreading across major video platforms. Even on the foreign platform YouTube, it triggered a frenzy but was quickly taken down for spreading misinformation. Besides the Ghost Fighter, the identity of the mysterious pilot has also become a hot topic. Inviting the goddess Shen Mingxin to board, this feat was bolder than a Hollywood blockbuster hero. Everyone was wondering who this hero could be. Numerous female netizens even expressed their admiration from afar. However, Yang Bo wore a helmet throughout and the officials kept tight-lipped, leaving the identity of the mysterious pilot still a mystery. Consequently, all the attention shifted to the female lead, Shen Mingxin. Originally, Shen Mingxin was only well known within the military circle, but the live broadcast was explosively popular. Coupled with Shen Mingxin's stunning beauty, her popularity soared beyond the circle. She went from being the goddess of the military to a national goddess overnight, gaining 10 million followers on Weibo. The entertainment industry even began discussing her potential debut. Because of this, Shen Mingxin called in the middle of the night. "Hello." Yang Bo, half asleep, fumbled to answer the phone without even opening his eyes. "Yang Bo, it's all your fault," Shen Mingxin exclaimed. "What's wrong, big reporter?" Yang Bo replied groggily, "You're sleeping comfortably, and I'm about to go insane. My phone hasn't stopped ringing. The TV stations, magazines, websites, even those wanting to shoot commercials and movies are all looking for me. Now you're a top star. You should be thanking me." Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh, suddenly wide awake. "You're laughing. If you make money from commercials and movies, shouldn't you give me a cut?" "Cut it out, I'm a journalist, I'm not shooting any," Shen retorted. "Journalists can't make money? It's not shameful. If you want to shoot, go ahead. But I'm not doing it. Suit yourself, I'm going back to sleep. I can't sleep. Maybe I should come warm your bed, pervert." The next morning, Yang Bo woke up and checked his phone, finding a business card forwarded by Qin Bin with a message at her. "This is my cousin, a great beauty. Is this some matchmaking?" It seemed he was in for some romantic luck these days. Just after adding her as a friend, she immediately called him. "Hello, my name is Zhou Shuyan, Qin Bin's cousin." "Hello, I'm heading to the base soon and we'll talk about the shark matter." Yang Bo was momentarily confused. "Qin Beihai is my uncle. He sent me," Zhou Shuyan clarified. "Oh, that's fine." Yang Bo suddenly understood Qin Beihai had said he would send someone to cooperate with him on the Megalodon operation, but Yang had thought it would be naval personnel, not realizing it would be a cousin. "It's not convenient to talk over the phone. We'll discuss more when we meet." 10 minutes later, a luxurious Audi pulled into the base. Zhou Shuyan stepped out, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, her figure outlined by a bodycon skirt, and her high heels clicking rhythmically on the ground. What a glamorous sight! Yang Bo was completely dazzled. "You must be Yang Bo." Zhou Shuyan extended her hand. "Hello, Miss Zhou." Yang Bo shook her hand gently. Zhou Shuyan smiled charmingly. "Don't be so formal. You and Qin Bin were classmates. You can call me Shuyan. I'm here representing the Zhou Group to cooperate with you. The Megalodon operation isn't suitable for military involvement, so the Zhou Group will handle the procurement and the operation will proceed under the guise of a commercial survey." Yang Bo nodded. "The situation in the South China Sea is complicated, and due to international image concerns, strong measures cannot be taken lightly. If the military were involved and the operation were exposed, it would lead to diplomatic setbacks. The Zhou Group is a major domestic commercial conglomerate and Qin Bin's mother is also a member. With this connection, the relevant departments decided to entrust the secret mission to the Zhou Group." Zhou Shuyan continued. "Let's settle the related costs. First, the material cost of the Ghost Fighter, and second, the Megalodon. The material cost for the Ghost Fighter has been settled," Yang Bo said, his gaze clear and his tone calm. Though he wanted to make money, he couldn't in good conscience overcharge. The material cost was what it was. Zhou Shuyan was slightly surprised. "That's worth several $100 million. Money that ordinary people couldn't earn in several lifetimes." In his early 20s, still of college age, Yang Bo unhesitatingly refused it. Zhou Shuyan, having seen countless people in the business world, couldn't help but show a look of admiration at this moment. "Alright then, what about the Megalodon? Name your price." 20 million. Yang Bo had already calculated the cost and selling price of the Megalodon in detail, including the enriched uranium provided by the military. Each Megalodon cost 5 million. If someone else were to make it, the cost would double. At 20 million each, it was definitely a fair price. "Okay, let's sign the contract." Yang Bo was generous, and Zhou Shuyan was not stingy, directly finalizing the deal. She immediately took out a contract with all the terms already drafted. All that was left was to fill in the price. Yang Bo, not bothering to read the details, briefly glanced over it and signed directly. Just like that, a contract for 30 Megalodons worth 600 million was signed and sealed in less than a minute. Shortly after, Yang Bo received a text message. "Your account XX has received a transfer of 600 million from Zhou Corporation." The efficiency was unbeatable. Yang Bo blinked. 600 million. See, he was truly a tycoon now. However, it didn't really feel like much. With the Sky Apex system, money had become just a number to Yang Bo. The meaning of life was no longer about chasing money, but about using technology to change the world. After securing the contract, Yang Bo said, "Let's go see the Megalodon then." Great. The two immediately went to a large indoor shipyard. Choosing an indoor shipyard was to keep it secret and prevent the Megalodon from being captured by the Eagle Nation satellites. Upon entering, 30 Megalodons were lined up on a steel platform, their white fearsome teeth and massive bodies imposing. Zhou Shuyan screamed in fright, jumping onto Yang Bo. Yang Bo happily accepted this unexpected benefit. "It's just like the real thing." "Too scary," Zhou Shuyan complained. "How what else would you call bionic?" Yang Bo opened a briefcase, revealing an LCD screen and a keyboard. This was a specially made Megalodon control console. After activating it, the shark's huge jaws opened and closed, its body slightly twisting as if it had come to life. "Can this shark really bite through an iron ship?" Zhou Shuyan asked curiously, like a child. Yang Bo smiled, picked up several steel pipes from the ground, stacked them together, and stuffed them into a Megalodon's mouth. The Megalodon's steel teeth clamped down with a biting force of 200 tons, snapping the steel pipes as easily as lollipops. Zhou Shuyan was astounded. This is even more impressive than in a Jason Statham movie. Of course, it's meant to gnaw on warships. Wouldn't it need strong teeth? "Alright, let's get moving." Yang Bo issued commands from the console. The Megalodon's bodies swayed, leaping off the platform one by one and diving into the shipyard's water channel, splashing a large spray of water. Once in the water, the Megalodon seemed alive, moving swiftly and fiercely, tumbling in the shipyard. Yang Bo set the destination on the console, the South China Sea. He also set it to autonomous cruising mode. The 30 Megalodons silently swam into the sea, disappearing into the boundless blue. Watching all the Megalodons enter the water, Yang Bo called Qin Beihai. Uncle Qin, the Megalodons are in the water. Good, let the operation begin. I'm still confronting the Ford, I can't leave, but Xu Yan will coordinate with you. Just the two of us. Yang Bo meant that he and Zhou Shuyan, a man and a woman together going to the South China Sea, seemed a bit inconvenient. Qin Beihai, a straightforward man, didn't catch the hint, saying I've left a Type 054 there. If there's any situation, they will covertly assist you. Yang Bo was speechless. Was this a job for a Type 054? Qin Beihai might not have caught Yang Bo's hint, but Zhou Shuyan certainly did. Beautiful big eyes stared at Yang Bo. Yang Bo, you're a big guy, why? Are you hesitating? Just say what you want to say. Yang Bo replied with a smile. Sister Shuyan, look at me, full of youthful energy, and look at you with your long legs and black stockings. I'm afraid I won't be able to concentrate on work. Zhou Shuyan glared at him. You rascal, are you harboring inappropriate thoughts? Don't misunderstand, I really am not. You're not? Why aren't you? Am I not charming enough? Nope, that's not what I'm saying. Should I be or shouldn't I be? How would I know? Suddenly, Zhou Shuyan kicked off her high heels and pulled down her black stockings, revealing her smooth, long legs. There are no more stockings, and I can't help that my legs are this long. Yang Bo was once again speechless. This whiteness is blinding. They were better covered up. Luckily, I didn't mention the tight skirt earlier, or else just thinking about it almost made my nose bleed. Sister Shuyan, I was just joking. Let's talk about going to the South Sea. Yang Bo quickly changed the subject. Everything is arranged. The private jet is waiting for us outside. A private jet? Yang Bo was taken aback, realizing he hadn't yet adjusted to the extravagant pace. Shortly after carrying his luggage and a briefcase, Yang Bo approached the runway where a luxurious private jet was parked. Come aboard, Zhou Shuyan called from the doorway. Besides a ghost fighter jet, Yang Bo had never been on any other aircraft. As he boarded, he was amazed. The jet had sofa seats, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all extremely luxurious. Poverty really does limit the imagination, he thought, entertaining the idea of building his own jet, not for luxury but just for fun. For the Tianding star system, constructing a private jet was a minor task. On the jet they had lunch. After 3 hours of flying, they landed at Sanyan Phoenix Airport. They then took a car to a marina and boarded a yacht even more luxurious than the plane, featuring bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a massage bathtub and karaoke. Yang Bo was impressed. The life of the rich is so down to earth. Work feels like a vacation. What an eye-opener. As the yacht's engine started, Zhou Shuyan personally steered it away from the dock, heading south. The yacht had 2 bedrooms, and Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan each took one. The living room was already equipped with all kinds of computer devices. Yang Bo connected his briefcase console to the boat's computers, turning the yacht into a mobile command center. On the large screen, small blue dots representing shark groups blinked and moved forward on the sea map. The Megalodon sharks could reach speeds of 200 knots, comparable to a high-speed train, faster than the fastest torpedoes on Blue Star. They had already traveled over 1,600 kilometers in the sea and were expected to reach the South Sea area by night. Zhou Shuyan set the yacht to autopilot and joined Yang Bo in the living room. Staring at the screen for a while, she asked, I know the small blue dots are Megalodon sharks, but what are those red dots that seem to form a line? Yang Bo replied, those are underwater electronic devices, mostly sonar, forming what's called the first island chain. The Megalodon sharks are equipped with pulse shortwave radar for underwater detection. They can precisely map the underwater terrain along the way and clearly detect Eagle Country's sonar. Zhou Shuyan, though not very familiar with military matters, quickly understood that these sonars were monitoring their Xia country. Could they discover our Megalodon shark? No, the Megalodon shark is a biomimetic machine with only 30 decibels of noise, much lower than the background noise of the ocean. In fact, if you don't open it up to look inside, in the sea, it's indistinguishable from a real shark. Zhou Shuyan blinked as a red blip suddenly vanished from the screen, seemingly swallowed up by a Megalodon. On the display, a blue dot moved along the island chain, crushing every red dot it encountered, which then disappeared as if devoured. Yang Bo chuckled, bit off a chunk, just a bite. You're really naughty. Zhou Shuyan couldn't help but smile. She had seen the teeth of a Megalodon, and with their path of destruction, it looked like Eagle Nation's sonar systems were in trouble. Yang Bo explained, how can you call that naughty? This is what Eagle Nation has meticulously planned against us. Your uncle dreams of clearing them out. Then I should tell my uncle extra service should cost extra. Zhou Shuyan laughed. Up, this service comes free of charge. On the screen, the blue dot advanced like a gluttonous snake, gobbling up the red dots along the island chain. By the current pace, they would reach the South China Sea around 3 a.m. The Megalodon was an autonomous system and didn't require constant monitoring. After freshening up, they each returned to their rooms to rest. At 3 in the morning, the alarm rang and they got up to return to the living room. By then, the Megalodon swarm had already arrived at the South China Sea ahead of the yacht. The large screen displayed a dense cluster of tiny red dots, a startling sight. Are these all Eagle Nation sonar? So many! The depths of the South China Sea were ideal for submarine operations, a key surveillance area for Eagle Nation, who had colluded with the Philippines for years and had set up a massive underwater sonar array there. Let's just clear them all out. Why keep them around any longer? Initially, cleaning up the sonar was just a side task and Yang Bo hadn't paid much attention to it, but the scale of Eagle Nation's installations in the South China Sea exceeded his expectations. They had no choice but to clean it up. We can't just work at the forefront while you eavesdrop from behind. And although the Megalodon is generally silent, it would inevitably make noise once it started its task. If those sonars weren't cleared, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be exposed. Soon after, the two divided the work, splitting 30 Megalodons into 2 teams. Each controlled one team, and like playing a game, they began clearing the small red dots on the screen. Beneath the waters of the South China Sea, in the pitch-black depths, the Megalodons swiftly moved like assassins. When encountering a sonar, they devoured it like peanuts one after another. The Philippines Subic Bay Eagle Nation base. In the control room, the sonar monitoring screen suddenly jerked. Then it jumped again. Lieutenant Sam on duty was slightly startled. What's going on? The jump was at least 150 decibels and very brief. Clearly not a submarine. Are the Xia country people blasting fish? But who does that in the middle of the night? Meanwhile, Sam noticed that several nodes in the sonar array had suddenly lost signal. Could it be the Xia country people messing around? Realizing something was happening, Sam immediately grabbed the phone. The next day, in Eagle Nation Arlington, the Pentagon, a video conference was being held in the meeting room. General Malley, the chief of staff, had a grim expression. On the large screen in front of him were Captain Thomas of the USS Ford, Commander Netterlow of the Hachiho base, and Commander Bradley of the Subic Bay base, all with serious faces. They were reporting the same thing. Last night, the underwater listening devices set up along the first island chain had all lost signal overnight. From the basin to the Bay Islands to the South China Sea, thousands of various types of sonars and sensors had mysteriously stopped responding. This massive underwater listening system, which had taken Eagle Nation decades to build, had allowed them to monitor the movements of Xia country submarines within the first island chain with almost no secrets. But overnight, everything was destroyed in an instant. The situation completely baffled everyone. Most of these devices were passive sonars, which do not emit signals actively. Under the complex terrain of the seabed, just locating these devices was as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if the Eagle Nation were to clean them up themselves, it would not be possible so quickly. Chief of Staff Malley has been troubled these past few days. The Ghost Fighter had just turned the trilateral joint military exercises into a mess, and now this inexplicable incident has occurred. Who could have done this? Could it be Xia country? Thomas scoffed. Who else but Xia country is there any evidence? If it is confirmed to be Xia country, then this act could potentially trigger a war between the two nations. Thomas shrugged. Not at the moment. Bradley hesitated for a moment and then said, "Is there a possibility that it was sharks?" Nedro laughed out loud. "Are you joking? I know this sounds nonsensical, but you should take a look at this." Saying this, Bradley projected a video onto the screen. In the video, the footage was very blurry and slightly shaky. Suddenly, a ferocious-looking shark appeared in front of the camera, opened its massive jaws and bit down. Then the camera flashed and the screen went completely black. The video ended there, the whole process lasting less than 10 seconds. Everyone looked at each other. "What does this prove?" Bradley explained. "This is a prototype underwater infrared laser imaging device that captured this footage last night in the waters of the South China Sea." Nedro immediately shook his head. "Colonel Bradley, you do realize that we lost thousands of sonars last night? Do you mean to say all the sharks in the sea conspired together to bite our sonars?" Bradley spread his hands helplessly, but this is the only evidence we have, Thomas said. There's another possibility that these are some kind of robotic sharks controlled by the people of Xia country, Bradley. We can't deny that possibility, but according to experts the shark in the video, apart from being larger, is just a regular shark in terms of infrared reflection characteristics. This is absurd. I'd rather believe Godzilla did it. Exactly, it makes no sense at all, Molly pondered for a moment and said, continue investigating this matter, but keep it confidential for now. I will report to the Supreme Leader. As the meeting at the Pentagon came to a close, meanwhile, the two culprits were sound asleep on their yacht. Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan had struggled until 7 in the morning, finally clearing all the little red dots within the 10-segment line. The yacht had also reached the waters of the South China Sea. However, it did not immediately approach Renai Reef, but anchored 50 nautical miles away. After waking up at noon, Yang Bo immediately reported the incident to Qin Beihai, on the other end of the phone. Qin Beihai jumped up excitedly. Boy, how many did you clear? About 8,000. 8,000-inch. Qin Beihai was stunned. It's no secret that Eagle Nation has deployed a large number of sonars in the first island chain, but this number was still beyond his expectations. 8,000 sonars wiped out overnight. This will surely make Eagle Nation bleed. This Yang Bo, take your eyes off him and he could poke a hole in the sky. Now, with ghost fighters in the sky and the sonar array destroyed in the sea, the first island chain is completely in name only. Thinking of this, Qin Beihai was overjoyed. Yang Bo, this is a big deal, as important as Renai Reef. I will report this to the highest authorities and commend you. It doesn't matter, it was just something done along the way. Also, there is a bounty for clearing sonars. Traditionally, fishermen are rewarded 50,000 for each sonar retrieved. You cleared 8,000, that's 400 million. 400 million. Yang Bo was also taken aback. This can actually make money, even though he's already a billionaire with financial freedom. Earning 4 billion overnight was unexpectedly swift. Qin Beihai added, with your move, the joint military exercises of the three countries are likely doomed. No wonder the Ford started retreating early this morning. I thought they were up to some scheming. Indeed, after the Ghost Fighter caused havoc in the Yellow Sea, the joint military exercises were already in disarray. The three countries have lodged diplomatic protests against Xia country, but they were ignored. The painstakingly managed underwater sonar array was cleared out overnight. This stealthy blow has caused Eagle country to bleed profusely. Thomas has already requested to end the exercises early, and the White House has agreed to this request. Regardless, tonight we'll take action against the moderate cleaning up this mess. Alright, contact me anytime you need. Yang Bo just hung up the phone. Zhou Shuyan, wrapped in a white bathrobe, emerged from the bathroom. Her long, shapely legs glistened, her hair damp and freshly washed, exuding a lazy charm. Yang Bo couldn't help but stare. This sister really didn't treat him like an outsider. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Zhou Shuyan glanced at Yang Bo. Yang Bo, feeling awkward, quickly changed the subject. Sister Shuyan, we made 4 billion last night. What 4 billion? Last night, playing red spots. Each spot representing a nation rewarded 50,000 each, and we ate 8,000 of them. That's 4 billion split between us, 2 billion each. Zhou Shuyan was initially stunned, then jumped high in excitement. Oh yeah, that jump made Yang Bo's nose bleed. She's really not wearing anything under there. Yang Bo was speechless. You're a tycoon, just made 2 billion, can't you be a little more reserved? In fact, although Zhou Shuyan is wealthy, most of her wealth is in the form of shares in the Zhou Corporation. Her cash on hand isn't as much as Yang Bo. The nouveau riche, private planes and luxury yachts also belong to the Zhou Corporation, not Zhou Shuyan personally. So for Zhou Shuyan, 2 billion is not a small amount. After her excitement, Zhou Shuyan immediately said, then start up the Megalodon, see where else there are red spots, let's keep eating. Yang Bo smiled, truly worthy of a business elite. Her reactions were quick. I guess the Persian Gulf, the Mediterranean, places like that have plenty, but I haven't heard they have a reward policy. Zhou Shuyan's eyes twinkled. No matter, we'll set up a company specializing in underwater surveys and cleaning up debris. Surely someone will be willing to pay. This idea seems feasible. Yang Bo felt a new door opening before him. A piece of cloth over my head, the richest on Blue Star. The world has long suffered under Eagle country. Someone will definitely pay. Zhou Shuyan quickly expanded on her idea. Besides this, what other technologies do you have? We can partner up. You handle the product, I handle the clients. Yang Bo thought for a moment. There are plenty of technologies. But military technologies can't just be sold, they need government approval. For instance, with the Ghost Fighter, radar technology, stealth technology, laser technology, any of these could sell for a good price. But these technologies are too advanced, neither the military brass nor Yang Bo would consider selling them abroad. However, there is one technology that is quite suitable right now, that is the artificial shark skin of the Megalodon. This shark skin is made of nanomaterial, looks like ordinary leather, but its hardness and toughness increase 10,000 times upon strong impact. It's an excellent protective material. Yang Bo immediately recommended it to Zhou Shuyan. Zhou Shuyan's big innocent eyes blinked after hearing this. Hardening after impact, protective item. You want to make condoms? Will it be too thick? Yang Bo sprayed a mouthful of blood directly. Growling in anger, I said, bulletproof vest. With this sister, Yang Bo felt at risk of losing too much blood. Bulletproof vest. Zhou Shuyan made a big red face, but then recovered her senses and immediately analyzed. This idea is good. Bulletproof vests are not only military supplies, but also police supplies and civilian supplies with a high demand and a broad market outlook. Listen to you say so, I have more confidence. This bulletproof vest must make money. You first make samples. The establishment of the company to me. The samples are ready-made. There's one in the suitcase. I'll show you later. Okay, I will contact some customers as soon as possible. After agreeing on a plan to make a small fortune, the two of them started the official action. Target the Madre. The motor started and the yacht rode the wind and waves, speeding towards Renai Reef. After an hour at sea, an atoll came into view. Ini Reef is an atoll with a lagoon in the middle covering a total area of more than 50 square kilometers. After the yacht entered the lagoon, a large dilapidated ship was seen from afar lying on the reef beach. It was the Madre. The Madre had been sitting on the beach for 20 years and its hull had long since rusted away, seemingly ready to be washed away by the waves. On the deck, there were a few figures walking around. Those were Fairu's remaining military personnel on board, 7 in all. The yacht slowed down and circled a few hundred meters away from the Madre before dropping anchor and stopping. Yang Bo, wearing beach pants, looked around on the deck and observed the terrain around the Madre. The fellow soldiers on board also paid attention to the appearance of the yacht. Navy Lieutenant Botella was the highest officer on board, was holding binoculars and observing Yang Bo from afar. Summerlander, soon. Another woman appeared in the binoculars. Botella's eyes lit up. She had a good figure, wore a long skirt and a sun hat. It looked like a couple on a sea trip. As soon as Zhou Shuyan appeared, she caused a small stir on the Madre. Staying on the ship was a hard job with harsh conditions, lack of water and electricity, and cockroaches everywhere. You can't see women all year round, and when you see an old so it's all double eyelids. Botella, several people took turns holding binoculars watching from afar. Unfortunately, Shuyan soon returned to the cabin and the crowd could not get enough. In the evening after nightfall, Yang Bo made his move. The dark depths of the seabed, 30 megalodon sharks were in silent mode. The wireless long-wave command penetrated the seawater and the sharks activated. A single megalodon swam up in the water, with an abundant power of 5,000 horsepower, relying on the bionic fins swinging at an alarming frequency and the imperceptible tremors of the bionic muscle groups. Enough propulsive force is generated to make the megalodon's movements light and swift. As it gradually accelerates, the megalodon quickly reaches speeds of 200 knots. Underwater, it's the speed of a rocket. Soon, the sharks entered the lagoon area and silently surrounded the Madre. On the screen of the yacht, a three-dimensional model of the underwater part of the Madre appeared. Next to it, it showed that the hull was 100% intact. This was drawn by the Megalodon Shark Group through the Pulse LiDAR scan. Yang Bo issued an attack command to the Shark Group. Underwater, a Megalodon shark opened its huge mouth and bit on the huge bulbous bow. There was a toothsome sound of steel deformation. The rusty bulbous bow was crushed by the huge biting force. The Megalodon's body was violently thrown again, and a large piece of steel plate was ripped off. Botella was currently staring at the rusted ceiling in a daze, recalling the beautiful figure she had just seen. Suddenly, the ship seemed to sway slightly. What the hell? A wave, another sway. Was the Xiao warship coming? Botella was startled by the thought, immediately rushed to the deck. The other 6 also came out of the cabin. What happened? Didn't know. Looking around, there were no other ships on the sea except for the yacht in the distance. It seemed to be underwater. At this moment, strange sounds kept coming from underwater. 7 people lay down on the side of the boat to take a look. The water was shadowed, and there seemed to be big guys swimming around. Taking out a searchlight, they shone it into the water. Holy shit, Botella's legs went weak and she almost fell headfirst into the water. Under the light, several giant sharks were tearing into the hull of the Madre. These sharks were huge, 20 meters in size, like prehistoric monsters. The giant mouths opened, revealing rows of white teeth. The sharp dorsal fins were exposed on the surface of the water like a sharp knife. A shark bit into the broken hull, and with a swing of its body, the tough marine steel plate was like bread and a piece was easily torn off. The Madre followed suit with a gentle sway. The crowd looked dumbfounded. What the fuck kind of shark was this? It's too big. Even if it is a shark, what do you mean by biting steel plates? The searchlight swept around. There's at least a dozen more. The Madre is surrounded. Botella is confused. What do these sharks want? They weren't hungry enough to bite steel plates, were they? Have they been mutated by the nuclear sewage from the footwells? Quick, contact shore. Soon as satellite phone call was made to Philo Naval Headquarters. Commander Pannon, a group of sharks are attacking our ship. Sharks? What are you talking about? These sharks are huge, 20 meters long, very aggressive. They're attacking the hull. Whole steel plates are being torn off. 20 meters long sharks. These guys, they've been watching too much Coda Stinson. How is this possible, LT? Commander Pannon shook his head, not believing it at all. Botella, I know it's hard for you guys to stay behind and want to go home, but your soldiers, Colonel and I, swear there's a real shark and our ship is going to fall apart, so please back it up immediately. You've worked hard, Lieutenant Botella. I'll send supplies tomorrow. No supplies. I said reinforcements. Warships. There's no way Xia will let our warships get close. On the big screen in the yacht, little blue dots are like ants surrounding the 3D model, nibbling and tearing. From time to time, Yang Bo deployed the positions where the little blue dots attacked. An operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the three-dimensional model on the screen was already full of holes. The hull integrity dropped to 91%. Suddenly, a gunshot came from the night sky. Yang Bo smiled and did not care at all. Ordinary guns could not hurt the Megalodon on board the Madre. A few people were holding semi-automatic rifles and were shooting at the water. However, the bullet's power was greatly reduced in the water, and the remaining damage to the Megalodon shark was almost like scratching an itch. And with limited ammunition on board, several people quickly emptied their magazines. Botella has almost collapsed. The sharks underwater were even crazier than in Hollywood movies. In the movie At Least Eat People, this eat boat is too crazy, and it's not even afraid of bullets. Who can stand it? Botella called Pannon 8 times in a row, finally made Pannon believe that the shark attacked the boat. This matter, and overnight sent a patrol boat to come to support. Before taking action, Pannon first made a call to the Eagle Kingdom base in Speedbike Bay. In Philu, all military operations involving the sharks were to be reported to Eagle Country. Hello, Chief Bradley. We're coming in for support on the Madre. Bradley was a little disgruntled when he was woken up in his sleep. Wasn't it just resupplied last week? Yes, it's an emergency. A large number of sharks have suddenly appeared on Jenner's Reef to attack the USS Madre. Sharks? On the other side of the phone, Bradley snapped up his volume. Is it really sharks? Yes, that's what the ship's crew said. Hell, Bradley cursed. Pannon wondered why Bradley was so agitated and asked tentatively, so the operation continues? Of course, I'm going to Jenner's Reef myself tomorrow. Pannon was delighted. When it came to the issue of any reef, the Eagle Kingdom usually hid behind the scenes. This time, it actually came out directly, which would definitely put great pressure on Xia. 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky is gradually brightening. The Megalodon is still tirelessly tearing at the Madre. Botella was worried if the Madre could still hold out until the patrol boats arrived. After being attacked by the sharks all night, the Madre's hull structure had been severely damaged. The hull began to tilt and the deck was twisted and deformed. On the yacht, Yang Bo rubbed his sore eyes. The hull integrity was down to 56% at this point. After all, it was a large ship of tens of thousands of tons. Even if the Megalodon was so strong, it could not be swallowed in one breath. The ship's hull had basically been torn apart, and the remaining keel was even harder to chew on. The two were thinking of temporarily withdrawing the sharks and resting for a while. Ding bell, the ship's satellite rang. Zhou Shuyan yawned and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, it's Yang Bo, right? I'm Li Zhikong from the South Sea Fleet. There's a Philip Blue patrol ship that's approaching Rene's Reef. Is that so? Yang Bo frowned as he listened. Li Zhikong continued. Captain Qin explained that you have a secret mission. I will help you intercept the patrol ship. Okay, thanks. The phone hung up. Zhou Shuyan said, it seems that we can't rest. We must destroy the Madre with a bang. Yang Bo nodded. In fact, Philu's patrol ship came over and couldn't do much. But before the night is long, it is better to seize the time to demolish the Madre. With that, Yang Bo drank a cup of coffee, refreshed himself and continued to manipulate the sharks to violently demolish the ship. 9 o'clock, only 39% of the Madre's hull integrity remained. Several large keels had been bitten off and the hull collapsed with the naked eye. In the water, the Megalodon sharks are still raging, and there is a shocking amount of torn steel everywhere around them. The 7 Botellas on board were horrified. The Madre could fall apart at any moment and the consequences would be unimaginable if they fell overboard. While they were panicking, the phone rang. Immediately a light of hope appeared in the eyes of the 7 men. Support is finally coming. Botella trembled as she picked up the phone. Botella, how is your situation? Our patrol ship was intercepted by the Xia warship. Botella almost went crazy when he heard that. Commander Pannon, the ship is about to disintegrate if the patrol boat doesn't arrive in time. I'm afraid we won't even see our dead bodies. You have to hold on, we are circling the Xia warships. The phone then hung up. Clang, and the Madre shuddered violently again. The deck cracked as seen directly from the center, and it looked like it was about to disintegrate completely. Botella fell into despair. Hold on, still hold on a hair. Botella's eyes looked toward the yacht not far away. At this time on the yacht, Yang Bo was maneuvering the sharks to make a final attack on the Madre. Although the Madre had not completely sunk into the water, the ship's superstructure had been completely twisted and deformed, and could not continue to house people. As long as the people left the beach, sitting was considered a failure. The purpose of the operation was even reached. Suddenly, Zhou Shuyan said, Yang Bo, they are flagging for help, come and look. Yang Bo came to the bow of the ship and looked on the Madre. One person waved a red and yellow flag and played a semaphore. Want to save them? Zhou Shuyan asked. Yang Bo hesitated. Inwardly, he did not want to save these 7 people. However, after saving them, it would be considered a diplomatic bargaining chip for Xia. Save, Yang Bo finally said. Zhou Shuyan then maneuvered the yacht and drove towards the Madre. A few people took a look at the yacht responding and immediately waved their hands and shouted, "Help! Help!" Inside the living room, Yang Bo quickly turned the screen off and the suitcase console was put away. These things could not be seen by them. The yacht slowly approached the Madre before it could stop. Botella stood on the side of the ship and leaped, directly jumping onto the yacht. At the same time, he pulled out a pistol from his waist. Yang Bo immediately had a jolt. Careless, this group of people do not have good intentions. He immediately shouted, "Do not stop the boat, quickly open." Zhou Shuyan also realized that something is wrong. An accelerator did not stop the yacht violently forward a cut. The second person was about to leap up, but the result was a footstep and fell into the sea. The living room of Yang Bo's face greened, fishing up a leather vest on the sofa set on the body. Zhou Shuyan was so scared that she lost her face and pulled her leg to run in the direction of Yang Bo in the living room. Not allowed to move, Botella roared in broken summer language, at the same time rushed over. Although Botella and these people were soldiers in Philu, it was common for the military to collude with gangs and drug dealers. Killing people to cross over had no psychological barrier for them. Several people had already discussed that after getting on board and snatching the yacht over, a man and a woman would be directly killed and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Seeing Zhou Shuyan still running, a cold light flashed in Botella's eyes. Raising his hand, he pulled the trigger. At the same time, Yang Bo leapt and hugged Zhou Shuyan. The sound of a gunshot rang out. Boom! The bullet hit Yang Bo right on his body as if it hit a piece of wood with a muffled sound. Yang Bo's body shook violently. The hardness of the sharkskin vest on his body instantly increased thousands of times. Although it blocked the bullet, the impact was still not small. Yang Bo felt like he was hit by a hammer. The vest was a sample of the bulletproof vest made by Yang Bo. After Zhou Shuyan had seen it, she placed it on the living room sofa by hand. In the heat of the moment, Yang Bo put it on by hand and saved his life. Yang Bo then pushed Zhou Shuyan away and ran, then turned around and pounced on Botella. Botella was taken aback, aimed at Yang Bo and fired 2 shots. Bang bang, the bullets all hit the sharkskin body armor. Yang Bo's body shook, but he was still brave, rushed to Botella in 2 steps and pushed his arms violently, directly pushed the shocked Botella into the sea. A few people on the Madre saw that they were completely defeated and raised their guns to fire at the yacht. Yang Bo fell down on the deck in a prone position. With shrapnel flying above his head, Yang Bo crawled into the cabin on his hands and knees. Inside the living room, glass shattered all over the place. Zhou Shuyan was curled up in the corner, her face white with fear. Seeing Yang Bo come in, she called out, "Blood, Yang Bo, you are bleeding." Only then did Yang Bo feel a fiery heat on his leg. Looking back, the calf was blood red. Zhou Shuyan came over with a cat's waist. I will bandage it for you. I am fine, you drive the boat first, then okay. Zhou Shuyan's hands were in a frenzy, and she managed to start the motor, chugging the yacht quickly sailed away from the Madre. Yang Bo gritted his teeth and opened the suitcase console, pressing a red button. This was the biological attack mode of the Megalodon. Before it, the Megalodon had only attacked the Madre, now it attacked all living things. Phila's gang, they no longer deserved an ounce of mercy towards them. Or was he too merciful, underestimating the ugliness of human nature? On the surface of the sea, Botella and one other person who had fallen into the water were swimming desperately into the distance. They didn't dare to approach the Madre, and underwater a megalodon shark suddenly spat out the steel plate it was tearing in its mouth. It turned and swam toward the two men. Botella, sensing movement, turned her head and looked out of her mind. A megalodon opened its huge mouth as if it were a door and swallowed a scream. Botella was bitten in two. 200 tons of bite force makes a human body vulnerable. The megalodon then spat half of the Botella back out like it was out of flavor. The other guy was scared shitless at the sight. The megalodon took another bite. The sea surface was dyed a blood red. The 5 people on the Madre were scared out of their wits and at the same time completely desperate. Zhou Shuyan maneuvered the yacht and ran outside the lagoon in a puff of smoke before stopping, cried again and ran over to ask, Yang Bo, what happened to your legs? As a young lady who grew up with a golden key, Zhou Shuyan had never experienced such a scene. Yang Bo said, help me take a look, I am bloodsick. Zhou Shuyan broke into laughter. Blood sickness and blocked the bullet for me, you do not want to die. I am wearing a bulletproof vest. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest and I haven't tested it. Why are you so desperate? Zhou Shuyan's eyes flickered and her gaze crystallized. Yang Bo was a little panicked. This sister will not want to give her body to the right, smiled and said, no matter what, this bulletproof vest is considered a live fire test. Sell more money in the future as a reward for me. Don't worry about this, I will definitely make it a hit. Okay, give me a bandage first, I'm going to faint. Zhou Shuyan rushed to find the first aid kit on board. The wound looks bloody and scary, but in fact it was only scratched by stray shrapnel and the injury is not serious. Zhou Shuyan will not bandage, a few band-aid directly, a shot, finished. Subsequently, Yang Bo immediately opened the ship's computer ready to launch the final blow to the Madre. As for the death or life of a few Filipinos, they can fend for themselves. Suddenly, a sound of helicopter propellers came from outside. Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan were both startled. Following the sound, a Seahawk helicopter stuck to the sea surface and swept by at a low altitude. Yang Bo saw clearly that the Stars and Stripes flag was printed on it. The Eagle Kingdom actually came. Yang Bo frowned. In a few moments, the Seahawk helicopter came over the Madre. To the 5 people on the ship, this was simply the savior coming down, once again excitedly shouting, help, help. On the helicopter, Bradley and Pannon were stunned by the scene in front of them. The Madre was in pieces, completely disfigured, turned into a pile of scrap metal. Only the broken island and chimney portion of the ship remained above water. The 5 remaining crew members stood on the island and screamed in excitement. Around the island, dozens of sharks bigger than humpback whales were tossing and splashing around the wreckage of the Madre, frantically tearing at it. Sir, could it be that the Quad Stinson movie was real? Pannon couldn't believe his eyes. Bradley stared tightly at the giant sharks underwater. I don't know how these sharks are going on, but it might have something to do with the Xia people. Could it be that the Xia people are manipulating these sharks? Despicable Xia people, Pannon echoed. We'll find out, but for now I want to see how powerful these beasts really are. Hank, shoot, Bradley shouted to the front seat. Hank, yes, sir. Ta-da-da-da, the 60D machine gun then spewed out its tongue of fire, hitting the surface of the sea with a cascade of white water. The megalodon sharks, under the control of the intelligence system, immediately scattered and fled in all directions, swimming deeper into the lagoon and even hiding under the reef. Pannon said, these sharks are very smart, they are going to escape. Bradley sneered, they can't run away, there is a real underwater beast waiting for them. On the yacht, Yang Bo frowned. The appearance of the Eagle Kingdom's helicopter made him smell a hint of danger. At the same time, a red dot on the screen flashed non-stop, which also caught Yang Bo's attention. Because the signal reflection of the target was strong, it meant that the target was huge. It was an Eagle Kingdom submarine. And this submarine was right in the way of the entrance and exit of the lagoon, which was the path of the megalodon, trying to block me, the corner of Yang Bo's mouth lifted. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Eagle Kingdom, you must not be mistaken. Outside the lagoon 200 meters underwater, a huge thing is quietly suspended in the water. This is Blue Star's most powerful attack nuclear submarine, the Seawolf class, the Konodig. With a length of over 100 meters, it was like a deep-sea beast, quietly stretching across the entrance and exit of the lagoon, waiting for its prey to throw itself into the net. Inside the submarine, Captain Sanders was slightly disgruntled. Controlling the toughest deep-sea fighting machine in Blue Star, he was actually sent to deal with a few sharks. It was simply a waste of taxpayers' money. Suddenly, a voice came from the communication console. "Captain Sanders, this is Bradley. The fish are running. You can do it now." "Don't worry, they can't run away," Sanders said calmly. On the sonar screen, a group of targets could already be seen rapidly approaching. The Megalodon had ultra-silent characteristics, but it was only effective against passive sonar. Against the high-frequency proximity active sonar of the Konodig, it was equally invisible at this distance. Of course, a submarine that turns on active sonar is equivalent to turning on a searchlight at night, and it will be exposed itself. Meanwhile, the high-resolution lenses of the Konodig, the infrared thermal imagers, are all keeping an eye on the shark's movements. "Sir, the target is 5 nautical miles away," the sonar operator reported. Sanders nodded and ordered, "K-48 ready, 1 through 5 fire." A few white bubbles curled up in the water and 5 K-48 wire-guided torpedoes were shot into the water, trailing a thin fiber-optic cable lead behind them. On the yacht, an alarm immediately sounded from the console. "Alert! 06 is locked on by wire-guided torpedoes. Alert number 13 is locked on by a wire-guided torpedo." Alarm. Zhou Shuyan was shocked. "There are torpedoes. How to do?" The speed of the K-48 wire-guided torpedo is over 50 knots, equivalent to a car on the highway. It brought out a trail of white blisters in the water. At this time, the sharks were only 3 nautical miles away from the Konodig. Through the infrared thermal imager, the amazing silhouette of the Megalodon could already be clearly seen. Sanders was slightly startled. God, there were actually sharks this big. Working underwater all year round, he hadn't seen many sharks. When he heard that there was a giant shark destroying the underwater sonar and attacking the Madre, Sanders still scoffed little. It was only now, seeing the amazing size in the images, that he was convinced that it was by no means just a rumor. Still, the K-48 could even one-shot a destroyer of tens of thousands of tons, not to mention a few sharks. On the screen, the sharks and the K-48 went head-to-head at great speed. However, the sharks didn't seem to be moving any slower than the K-48. Even faster. Sanders was surprised. Soon 5 K-48s impacted the sharks and shot accurately at the target. But in the infrared image, there was no scene of the expected underwater burst. Instead, the 5 K-48s lost their signal in turn. Damn it, what happened? The fiber optic cable was chewed up by sharks. At this point, the sharks were only 1.5 nautical miles away. Sanders didn't dare to continue to be careless and immediately ordered, "Continue to fire K-48 10. 10 K-48s were fired into the water. 1 minute later, all 10 K-48s lost their signals. Sanders' face was serious, finally realizing the seriousness. 15 K-48s were shot out one after another, which was enough to annihilate a fleet. But now not even a single hair of the shark was touched. "Keep firing K-48s, all of them." "You mean all of them?" "Yes, all of them, sir." "Yes, all of them now." The Seawolf class is fully loaded with 50 torpedoes, with 35 left, and all of them are fired. All Seawolf class submarines, since their construction, have not had the luxury of firing all their torpedoes at once. 500 meters from the Konodig, 35 K-48s met up with the sharks. By now, the sharks were in range of the ultra-high-resolution underwater lens. On the screen, the true face of the Megalodon shark was finally clearly seen, the hideous face. White teeth chilling, more amazing images then appeared. When a K-48 high-speed crashed to a Megalodon actually lightly avoided the front part of the torpedo. A bite in the middle of the torpedo, K-48 heavy torpedo is like a chocolate bar, was bitten into two. Throughout the process, the shark's movements were incredibly agile, and it didn't even slow down a little bit. The war room was stunned by this picture. TF, the shark still knows to avoid the battle section. Has it become a spirit? Sanders' brain buzzed. He wouldn't even be this surprised if a Godzilla appeared on the screen. Immediately afterward, the sharks swarmed around the Konodig. The roles of hunter and prey had switched. Sanders barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "Don't worry. The Konadig is not something the shark's fangs can enjoy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Saunders felt the floor under his feet shake, nearly unsteady on his feet. Then the entire military intelligence room actually tilted slightly. Everyone was startled. What had happened? Was it turbulence? It's a shark. God, is it going to push us over? At this time, outside the Konadijan, a couple of megalodon sharks have latched onto the submarine's balance wing and sail cover, pushing and pulling at the same time. They're pushing and pulling. They're working together to turn the entire Konadig upside down. Although the size of the megalodon sharks and the Konfidig were vastly different, their power was strong, reaching 5,000 horsepower. Under the combined force, the power was amazing and hardened the tens of thousands of tons of Konadig turned over. Inside the submarine, the personnel all fell to the ceiling, and there was chaos and alarms. However, due to the submarine's special balance design, the inverted state had an unstable center of gravity and was unable to maintain balance in the water. It reversed back in an instant. With this back-and-forth inversion, the Konadijan was completely turned upside down. It had just fallen to the ceiling and back to the floor. Saunders' eyes were bleary and his whole body was bad. At that moment, Bradley's voice came from the communications console. "Captain Sanders, how many have been caught?" Sanders gasped, "These sharks are monsters. I was attacked and the Konadig was turned upside down." "What do you mean turned upside down?" "The submarine's been turned upside down. I need backup." In the helicopter, Bradley was a little confused. Couldn't imagine what it would be like for a submarine of tens of thousands of tons to be turned upside down. However, the only certainty was that the shark must have been human-controlled, otherwise the series of behaviors could not be explained. Bradley's eyes went to the yacht that was leaving in the distance. The yacht's appearance was too suspicious. Appearing in such a sensitive location at such a sensitive time, it was definitely not here for sightseeing. There was something wrong with the yacht. Go after it. At this time, the yacht had already left the lagoon. Yang Bo was maneuvering the Megalodon to ravage the Konadig. The shell of the Konadig is high 100 high-strength steel, not the ragged iron of the Madre can be compared. In addition, the submarine hull is round. The 200 tons of bite force of the giant tooth shark actually cannot get down. Can only find the balance wing sail cover propeller, these protruding parts of the Huahua. In less than a minute, the propeller blades were torn down piece by piece. Suddenly, Bo Shuyan said, "Yang Bo, the helicopter is chasing over." Yang Bo was busy looking out of the window as a sound of a propeller came. The Seahawk helicopter quickly flew over the yacht's head and cut off in front. Yang Bo's heart tightened. With the Megalodon, it was easy to deal with both on the surface and underwater, but there was nothing he could do about the helicopter in the sky. The 60D machine gun spat out tongues of fire, hitting a string of white water columns in front of the yacht. It was obviously unrealistic for an ordinary yacht to fight against the Seahawk helicopters with Hellfire missiles. The yacht immediately stopped. Yang Bo, what to do? Zhou Shuyan's voice was a little nervous. Yang Bo glanced outward. At this moment, the black shadow was hovering in front of the yacht, about 30 meters away from the water. At this height, Yang Bo suddenly had a solution. To Zhou Shuyan, he said, "You go and stall them for a while." After saying this, he mobilized a Megalodon shark on the console and quietly left from the side of the submarine and approached the yacht. On the deck of the yacht, the sound of the propellers was deafening, and Zhou Shuyan gestured to continue traveling, and the helicopter also signaled, asking the yacht to drop anchor. Both sides acted out a mime, gesticulating for half a day. On the helicopter, Bradley had gotten a little impatient. Continuing to fire warning shots, he told them to drop anchor immediately. Tada, scared, Zhou Shuyan screamed and ran back to the cabin. "They scared me to death." Zhou Shuyan was aggravated and shed tears. "I will take the heat for you." At this time, under the surface of the water, a giant tooth shark had quietly approached the helicopter from behind. The corner of Yang Bo's mouth lifted, and he gently pressed on the keyboard. On the surface of the sea, the long-prepared giant tooth shark leaped out of the water. Like a rock spreading its wings, it almost blocked the sunlight, and its huge body left the water surface for 10 meters. Afterwards, it bit into the tail wing of the helicopter. The Seahawk helicopter couldn't bear the weight of the shark. Like a sparrow whose tail was yanked by a cat, it instantly lost its balance. Flopping, the 2 tens of tons of giants fell into the sea together, splashing huge waves. The propellers were still rotating at a high speed, hitting the water, and the huge impact instantly snapped the blades. Zhou Shuyan was dumbfounded. This giant tooth shark can even hit a helicopter, Yang Bo He immediately dialed Qin Beihai's phone. Uncle Qin, the Madre mission is complete. Bravo, both this will change the entire situation in the South China Sea with far-reaching consequences. There is one thing, an Eagle Kingdom helicopter crashed near Rene's Reef. Please send someone to rescue it as soon as possible. What? An Eagle Kingdom helicopter? Qin Beihai's voice rose sharply. Ini Reef was the territory of the Xia Kingdom. An Eagle Kingdom helicopter crashed. This was no small matter. In an instant, Qin Beihai quickly thought about the possible consequences of the incident. As a result, before this side could think about it, Yang Bo released another King bomb. There is also an Eagle nuclear submarine. The propeller has been bitten into a light pole. Also cannot go. You see how to deal with it. God, Eagle nuclear submarine, Qin Beihai directly shouted out. Shocked eyes straight out of Gold Stars, nuclear submarine is not a joke that can destroy the country's great weapon. Now the Eagle Kingdom shall not be anxious. Qin Beihai completely messed up. This is far beyond the scope of his ability to deal with. Half a day before he came back to his senses, immediately said, location sent to me. Immediately send people over. Good, then Xu Yan and I will go back to Sanya first. Well then there is one more thing, the matter of cleaning up the sonar. The above has been approved. The bonus will arrive immediately. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Yang Bo was happy. It seems that as long as there are people, the efficiency of the government is really high. After hanging up the phone, Yang Bo came to the bow of the boat. Bradley and Pannon were struggling in the water. Seeing Yang Bo come out, immediately shouted, "Help, help!" Yang Bo ignored it, but was also worried that they couldn't hold on to the rescue, so he threw the lifebuoys on the yacht down. A group of people immediately scrambled to grab it. At this moment, Bradley's brain was still in a state of confusion. After falling into the sea from a high altitude, being dropped half dead, and choking half his stomach on seawater, he finally struggled to climb out of the cabin. As a soldier of the Eagle Kingdom, he didn't die in Afghan, didn't die in Nirik. He didn't expect to die in this sea. Perhaps this was God's arrangement. However, something unexpected happened to him. After dragging the helicopter down, that horrible shark didn't attack any of the people who fell into the water. Instead, it circled around the crowd and then just left. Now, the Summerman had left another life preserver behind. Thank God. In an instant, Bradley's faith was stronger than ever. After Yang Bo returned to the cabin, Zhou Shuyan immediately started the yacht and drove at full power to the north. Not long after he left, Yang Bo received a bank text message. Your XX account received a transfer of 216,100,000 from the Department of Fisheries. On the cockpit, Zhou Shuyan also received a text message. Exultantly shouted, account arrived, account arrived. Yang Bo, when we get to Sanya, let us go blood shopping. Yang Bo laughed. I cannot spend money recklessly. I still have to save up to marry my wife. You have a few $100 million. Who do you want to marry? Specifically who I do not know. In short, in the mother-in-law's home to raise it. Zhou Shuyan a pout. Let you accompany the beauty shopping. Still push back. You will be single. Yang Bo smiled and did not say anything. When the yacht arrived at Sanya, it was already late at night. Yang Bo suggested to just rest on the yacht, but as a genuine tycoon, how could Zhou Shuyan commit herself? She directly called for a car. The two took a car to a 5-star luxury resort and stayed in a sea view villa. Yang Bo could only be arranged by Zhou Shuyan. After 2 days at sea, then back to the shore, lying on a big, soft and comfortable bed, feeling solid and relaxed, Yang Bo slept until sunrise, until he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Pick up the cell phone to see is Shin Mingxin. What are you doing these days? You don't even bother to make a phone call. Shin Mingxin came up with a bad tone. I'm at sea, it's not convenient. Have you seen the news? You've made me suffer. What's the matter? Hollywood wants to invite you to make a movie. You should thank me. Yang Bo laughed. Don't be so mean. I've been sanctioned. Sanctioned? Yang Bo was stunned. Why? Because you violated another country's airspace for no reason. The governments of South China and Hong Kong have announced sanctions and banned me from entering the country. Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are the only 1 inch. Why don't you sanction to look down on me? Let's get cheap and still sell good. They also have to know who you are, right? Yang Bo's identity is now subject to strict secrecy. Not only have all the relevant people been interviewed, but some of the discussions on the internet about the identity of the mysterious pilot have also disappeared without a trace after the intervention of the relevant authorities. Sanctions are sanctions. What's the big deal? I still want to go to Foot Locker for sightseeing and shopping, but I can't go there now. You tell me how to compensate my loss. Yang Bo laughed. How do you want me to compensate? Do you accept meat payment? Little rascal, don't be poor. When is the capital? It should be soon. At this time, the bedroom door suddenly opened. A fragrant wind rushed in. Yang Bo was startled. Here comes the opportunity, here comes the opportunity, Zhou Shuyan excitedly shouted. The sister is again a cool silk nightgown barely covers the root of the thigh, and then a jump Yang Bo nosebleed again flowed out. The phone is on speakerphone and Shin Mingxin on the other side immediately questioned, how is there a woman's voice? Yang Bo stammered, is my partner. What partner? You don't find any woman of the wrong kind. This side of Zhou Shuyan heard unhappy directly snatched Yang Bo's phone, who is not 3, how to speak, who are you? I am Shin Mingxin, who are you? Yo, so it's Shin. Big reporter recently famed temper also rushed, who the hell are you? Listen carefully, my name is Zhou Shuyan from the Zhou Group. Upon hearing Zhou's group, Shin Mingxin understood that she probably thought wrong, immediately apologized. So it is Miss Zhou, it is my misunderstanding, sorry. Yang Bo quickly snatched back the phone. Okay, contact you later, I will deal with the work first. After saying that, hurriedly hung up the phone. These two women, they are not oil lamps. Zhou Shuyan smiled playfully, looked at Yang Bo, panic. What, we did not do unseemly things? Yang Bo quickly changed the topic. What did you just say? About the opportunity to come. The 3 ends of the world are now holding a defense exhibition. I applied for a booth through the Zhou Group. Zhou Shuyan said proudly. You want to exhibit with bulletproof vests? That's right, this is an international defense exhibition, not only domestic customers, there are many foreign customers. Zhou Shuyan said, while sitting on Yang Bo's bed. The sitting nightgown even thigh root cannot cover. Yang Bo's nosebleed could not be stopped at once. Why do you always have a nosebleed? The body is too weak. Yang Bo is speechless. Why do I have a nosebleed? Don't you have a point in your heart? Sanyat Exhibition Center. Colorful flags are displayed, people are gathering, and the atmosphere is warm. All kinds of media professionals, arms dealers and military representatives from various countries gathered. On the open-air exhibition grounds, there were all kinds of warplanes, drones, tanks, artillery and missiles. The indoor exhibition hall was a platform for various models and multimedia displays. At this time, in a corner of the second exhibition hall, Yang Bo was depressed. Ideal is very plump, reality is very bone skinny. I thought that with Zenith Technology products up is to kill the 4 directions, easy to sign a single. As a result, after sitting for half a day, the door is not open. If I had known, I would have brought the Ghost Fighter to let you know what it means to be far ahead of the game. However, Yang Bo knows that this is just to think about it. According to the practice of Xia, before the large-scale equipment, the Ghost Fighter could not be exhibited publicly. This location is too remote, Yang Bo complained. The exhibition booth was located in the corner of the hall and you couldn't even walk here. Without a good walk, you should be satisfied. We are temporary exhibitors. If not for me, we wouldn't even have this location. Besides, look at our booth, there is nothing who will come in to see it. Yang Bo is speechless, indeed shabby. Because it happened in a hurry, the two of them were completely unprepared. There is only one exhibit in the whole booth, which is the leather vest worn by Yang Bo, put on a plastic model and put there alone. There was another sample, but it had already been sent to the organizer to participate in a professional bulletproof vest test. The name of the 2 exhibitors using were Jiangwo Machinery Factory. The name of the company Dirt, not to mention the slag, the company's logo. The introduction is not at all the whole a 3-no company, Yang Bo also suggested. The company Slobin specializing in aircraft carrier manufacturing, nuclear submarine repair, missile polishing. Right on, how first earn enough. Eyeballs say, Zhou Shuyan said in a bad mood. You want the organizers to drive us out? Yang Bo had to resign. Opposite the 2 is another body armor manufacturer's booth called Dechin Materials. Dechin is a domestic veteran bulletproof vest booth, soft hard, a variety of styles of bulletproof vests. Customers were also in an endless stream. In the middle of the morning, several orders were signed. Zhou Shuyan was envious. Yang Bo said, let them first complacent wait for the test results out to ensure that a hit directly burst single. The manager of the opposite side of Dechin, surnamed Chen, heard Yang Bo's words and glanced at his mouth. Still want to be amazing? Know where the core of the bulletproof vest in the material, you a mechanical plant to play with the material, blind nonsense. Yang Bo said, black cat, white cat, catch the mouse is a good cat, get out on the line. On your leather undershirt it would be nice to have a level eye, but the shape is okay, suitable for pole dancing. Manager Chen scoffed. Yang Bo laughed. If this leather undershirt of mine doesn't reach level 4, I'll wear it for live pole dancing. This is what you said. Yang Bo nodded. I said it, so what if it reaches level 4? What does Manager Chen say? I will dance. Manager Chen is not vain. Okay, Sister Shuyan, get your cell phone ready. Do you guys want to be on the hot search, or do you want the organizer to kick you out? Manager Chen shook his head. He made bulletproof vests for decades. All kinds of material bulletproof vests, have seen countless, probably know what level at a glance. For level, I don't think so. The so-called 4 level is the current international, the Eagle Country NIJ Bulletproof Standard. According to the NIJ standard, bulletproof vests are divided into 6 levels. 4 level is the highest level of single bulletproof vests. The current national bulletproof vests, only hard bulletproof vests can reach 4 level. Soft bulletproof vests can reach 4 level. Soft body armor can to a level already is the top product. The kind of thin little undershirt on the opposite side at most eye level. At this moment, in the organizer's testing center, the level testing of bulletproof vests was in full swing. From level I to level 4, the tests began in order, including different speeds, different quality warhead shooting tests, maximum deformation measurements and so on. For example, the level I test required to withstand the impact of 9.65 mm diameter Colt automatic pistol, 2 grams of lead round slugs, grade A on. The other hand requires the ability to withstand the impact of a 10.2 mm carbine, 7 grams of full metal-clad bullets. The higher the grade, the higher the defense requirement. That afternoon, the results of the level I test came out first. All the products that participated in the test, including the sharkskin body armor, passed with flying colors. After all, what kind of bulletproof vest is it if it can't even pass the level? The test results didn't attract too much attention as long as a small number of professionals would look at these. In the defense exhibition, bulletproof vests belong to a category with little presence. But that doesn't mean that body armor doesn't make money. In some hotspots in countries with bad security, bulletproof vests are essential for home travel and sales are absolutely guaranteed. Seeing that Yang Bo's leather undershirt passed the Class 1 test, Manager Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this Jiangmo machinery factory still had something. He had seen that leather undershirt, the material was light and soft, almost the same as ordinary leather. It actually passed the test. Grade is the lowest level of protection and can only protect against ordinary pistol bullets. The advantages are lightweight, good concealment, can be worn within the clothes, does not hinder the flexible action. So although the level of bulletproof vest is not high protection, but in some special occasions it also has its use. Yang Bo's bulletproof vest in lightweight more than the market all eye level bulletproof vest, really wearing a pole dancer no problem. If the main target is lightweight protection for customers, it is also a good product. Yang Bo is young and doesn't seem to have much social experience. If he could spend some money to buy the technology over, then he would have earned it. Thinking about it, Manager Chen walked towards Yang Bo. Manager Chen came to Yang Bo's booth. Little Yang, I see that your bulletproof vest has passed the test. Congratulations. Yang Bo smiled and didn't say anything. See what Manager Chen wants to do. Sha Yang, do you have a machine factory that specializes in the production of bulletproof vests? Yang Bo shook his head. I guess not, so there is no way to mass produce. So I have an idea, why don't you resell the technology to you can directly earn a large sum of money. Next to Zhou Shuyan heard, this Chen manager is trying to cheat the stupid boy, but really find the wrong person. Yang Bo now has a few $100 million in hand, is a real tycoon, not 3 melons and 2 dates can be bought. Yang Bo naturally also understand the intentions of Manager Chen. Motionless asked, how much can you offer? Manager Chen stretched out a palm. 5 million. Yang Bo pressed his 5 fingers back. 5 million. You keep yourself ready to dance the pole, you brat. After the show ended in the afternoon, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan returned to the resort villa. Although there is no order, but the two are not in a hurry. For the sharkskin bulletproof vest, both of them were confident. While eating dinner, they watched TV. Suddenly, a piece of news caught the eyes of the two. Yesterday, in the waters near our country's Renai Reef, an Eagle Country helicopter crashed for unknown reasons, and the people on board have been rescued by the 054 frigate of the South Sea Fleet. Eagle State nuclear-powered submarine Konadig also intruded into the same waters for no apparent reason, lost power for unknown reasons, and is currently trapped in the waters. For the Eagle State's violation of our territorial waters, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has lodged a solemn protest. It seems that things in the South China Sea are not over yet. I wonder if the Megalodon needs to be mobilized. Yang Bo immediately dialed Qin Beihai. Uncle Qin, I just watched the news, do you need help? No need for now, where is the Megalodon? Qin Beihai's voice sounded in a good mood. Near Renai Reef, 1200 meters underwater, silent standby. Good, continue to stand by. Now we have the advantage, the Eagle Kingdom is in big trouble. In fact, yesterday after Yang Bo left, Li Zhikong's 054 frigate immediately rushed to the site of the incident and rescued Bradley Pannon and the 5 people on the wreckage of the Madre who fell into the water, and the underwater Konodig was severely damaged by the propeller and balance wing after being ravaged by the Megalodon. The sail cover was also chewed and leaked, and the entire submarine rested crookedly in the water, unable to take a step forward. It had no choice but to surface. And the vicinity of Renaissance Reef is the territorial waters of Xia, the appearance of a nuclear submarine of the Eagle Kingdom. This is a big deal. The South Sea Fleet, in addition to the ships involved in the Yellow Sea maneuvers, all the remaining ships were deployed and rushed to the place of the incident. The Eagle ships in Philadelphia also deployed, requesting to enter the waters of Renaissance Reef to rescue them, but it was rejected by Xia. Xia officially claimed that it's territorial waters and airspace had been violated by the Eagle Kingdom and demanded that the Konodig must undergo a security check before it could carry out a rescue. How could the Eagle Kingdom, as the village hegemon of the Blue Star, agree to such a humiliating condition? It threatened to resort to war tactics if Xia continued to refuse. At the same time, the Eagle Kingdom also claimed that the helicopter and the submarine had been attacked by giant sharks controlled by the Xia Kingdom respectively, demanding that Xia open up the truth and hand over the relevant technologies which had been stolen from the Eagle Kingdom. Philu also followed suit, claiming that Xia's giant shark had attacked the Madre and that it would act together with the Eagle Kingdom in order to deal with the Xia threat and maintain peace in the South China Sea. For a time, the three parties were at odds with each other, and a standoff was launched near Renai Reef. For a while, the eyes of the world gathered in the South China Sea. The heat even exceeded the joint military exercise of the three countries a few days ago. On the internet, all sorts of rumors and news flew all over the place. That night, Shin Mingxin and Bureau Chief teamed up again and appeared together in the military martial arts live broadcast. Shin Mingxin, as a newly promoted national goddess, was at a time when she was red hot, plus Bureau Seat assisted her. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, it dominated the top of the hotness list of all major platforms. And the conversation hasn't even started yet. The pop-up screen is already chatting like crazy. Bureau Chief, what about the Ghost Fighter? Yet, the goddess is also here. Talk about the Ghost Fighter. The Bureau Chief couldn't help but sweat behind his back when he took a look at the pop-up screens. It's not easy to lead this generation of netizens. However, the seat is worthy of being. The seat of the Bureau. The live broadcast began, still eloquent. The Eagle Country is completely slanderous. 20 meters giant sharks filming a movie, violation of our territorial waters and airspace, but also the evil first. Shin Mingxin at the side of the joke. Yes, how can sharks attack helicopters even if the giant shark in the Quintestinson movie, but not so powerful? The Eagle Kingdom is watching too many Hollywood movies. Net made up some unreliable. If it's really a shark, there's only one possibility, that it's been mutated by radiation from the footbath's nuclear sewage. Shin Mingxin, it has to be, and there should be an investigation into the footbath nuclear sewage. In addition, there are also crooked media that say it's a machine shark. What do you think, Bureau Chief? Bureau Seat. I have asked experts in related fields. Most of the current bionic machines are at the conceptual and laboratory level, and there is no actual combat deployment in the world. As for making a machine shark can also attack helicopters, attack nuclear submarines, do you believe Hollywood movies don't dare to shoot like this? In the pop-up area of the live broadcast, netizens chatted furiously. Bureau Chief said, no guys, get the spirit. I get it. Continuous exposure of equipment. Rabbit character outbreak. Odd Bunny is making a big splash now. Rabbit has colluded with Tomoko. Seeing the comments on the pop-up screen, he's sweating again. The War Department is out of business. We need to contact the Room Gunner and switch to the War Terror Bureau. After the live broadcast ended, Yang Bo immediately received a message from Shin Mingxin. What did you do in the South China Sea? And asked me to wipe your ass again. Yang Bo was happy and replied with 2 words, confidential. Shin Mingxin replied with a big dissatisfaction. The next day, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan came to the convention center. They saw Manager Chen walking back and forth outside the booth. Yang Bo teased, Manager Chen, are you practicing dancing? Little young, I reconsidered. $10 million, how about it? You're still so young and you've earned $10 million. Many people can't earn this much money in their whole life. That's my price. There's no place like this in this village, Manager Chen said. Yang Bo blinked. Manager Chen, is the test result out? Manager Chen's face stiffened, a little embarrassed. IA and 2 levels are out. Oh, no wonder you have increased your money. Manager Chen said sharply, that bulletproof vest of yours, level 2 is the limit. $10 million, there is no store after this village. Yang Bo smiled, there is still a test behind it. When it passes level 4, I will see how much you can offer. Do you know what is meant by level 4 dreaming? By noon, Yang Bo? had just finished his working meal. After the results of the test were announced, in front of Jiangmo Machinery Factory's booth, a group of people suddenly came. "I am Manager Zhao from the Northern Defense Company next door. Can I see your bulletproof vest?" I thought that customers were coming to my door, but it turned out to be a friendly businessman. But Yang Bo was not too disappointed. Friendly businessmen are often the ones who understand you the most and react the fastest. Since the friendly business is interested in their own bulletproof vest, it means that it is not far from the explosion of the single sharkskin bulletproof vest. Through the level obviously attracted the attention of peers. A level of protection requirements to defend against submachine gun fire is the limit of the current soft bulletproof vest sharkskin body armor, not only to do a level of protection, but also the quality and volume of similar products only a few minutes. This shows that sharkskin body armor will be a revolutionary bulletproof vest. Yang Bo opened the booth and showed the only exhibit to the crowd. The crowd are all insiders. See sharkskin bulletproof vest are eaten as a surprise. A level bulletproof vest actually so thin, this definitely has a market. The Qinshen manager took a look at the situation, secretly pulled Yang Bo to the corner, stretching out 3 fingers. Whispered, "This number, okay." Yang Bo once again refused. This Chen manager's business sense of smell is actually quite sharp. Unfortunately, it is a bit petty. After a group of friends had read it, they expressed their intention to cooperate with Yang Bo, and there was no lack of people who wanted to buy out the technology. Yang Bo did not completely reject, but left a business card to each person saying that everything can be talked about. Business card with Zhou Shuyan's. The crowd took a look at the business card on the last few words of the group and ate a shock. Originally also wondered which popped up a Jiangmo Machinery Factory actually developed such a not bad material. Didn't realize that it was under Zhou's group. Does that make sense? Manager Chen was speechless for a while. These two youngsters clearly owned by Zhou's group. What kind of township enterprise are they pretending to be? The shock of the friends hadn't ended yet. In the afternoon of that day, after the level test was over, the sharkskin body armor once again passed with flying colors. A crowd of friends were completely nonplussed. Currently in the world, those that could achieve level protection were all hard bulletproof vests. There has never been a soft material bulletproof vest that can achieve level protection. The sharkskin bulletproof vest was the first of its kind in the world. This weight was explosive. The news quickly broke the circle. Not only did friends flock to the door again, a large number of customers also finally came to hear the news. Even the media came. Reporters interviewed Yang Bo on the spot. "May I ask what this unprecedented bulletproof vest is made of?" "Intelligent nanocomposite material." "Is it developed by Xia?" "Yes, completely independent intellectual property rights." After the interview, many customers asked to order on the spot. And friends and businessmen all expressed their intention to cooperate. But Yang Bo was not in a hurry. Let the bullet fly for a while. Let the bullet fly for a while and wait for the results of the level 4 test to come out. There are only a few bulletproof vests that have participated in the level 4 test. Level 4 vests are actually not sold in large quantities because they are designed for high-risk combat environments and have limited application occasions. However, Class 4 is the king in every company, because it is a symbol of the company's strength. For level is usually a combination of hard and soft materials. The whole set of body armor can easily be more than 10 kilograms. For example, the Eagle Country's Interceptor tactical undershirt, by the combination of Kevlar and boron carbide ceramic inserts, can protect sniper rifles, anti-material firearms and other heavy firearms. At this year's defense exhibition, there are only 3 sets of products that participated in the 4-level test. Yang Bo's sharkskin body armor, Daqin's Iron Pontoon and Northern Defense's Defender. The Iron Pontoon and the Defender were both soft and hard composite, weighing close to 10 kilograms and looked like a set of battle armor. Yang Bo's leather undershirt was placed next to it, like a strong man standing next to a child. In the afternoon, before the convention center closed, the 4 test results finally came out. All 3 sets of bulletproof vests passed the test, in addition to the media. Being more excited, Yang Bo was very calm. He knew all about the protective ability of sharkskin. In fact, the 4 level was not the limit, but the highest level of the test was only 4. A group of friends all had complex expressions. Sharkskin body armor is not only revolutionary but also subversive. It was a descending blow to bulletproof vests made of other materials. It meant that all the current materials of bulletproof vests would have no room to survive in the future. If they couldn't cooperate with Yang Bo, then there was only one way to die. At this time, the crowd also ignored the fact that it was already closing time and they all flocked to Yang Bo's booth. "We hope to cooperate with your company." Manager Chen directly shouted, "You make a price. I'll settle for 50,000 sets. 80,000 sets." Friends frantically asked for cooperation. Customers demanded to sign the order on the spot. The scene was a mess. Fortunately, the organizer appeared in time and specially arranged a conference room for the people to negotiate. Inside the conference room, Zhou Shuyan was in charge of the customers and Yang Bo was in charge of the friends. For the crowd of friends, Yang Bo's attitude was open, that is, it was possible to cooperate. Having Xenostar technology, what Yang Bo wanted to do was to change the Xia kingdom and change the world. Instead of rolling up the domestic counterparts, the way of cooperation can be negotiated. Patent authorization, OEM production agent sales, all can be. As for the patent fee, Yang Bo also did not ask for a lot, 10% of the selling price. This price makes a group of friends called conscience. Of course, there are also insatiable, but also want to bargain, take advantage of some cheap. Yang Bo refused. After some negotiation, many friends have reached a cooperation intention, all happy. And Zhou Shuyan, who was responsible for the customer, is madly bursting orders, signing to soft. After the end of account, the order amount totaled 12 billion. Zhou Shuyan was excited, cheered and gave Yang Bo a hug on the spot. Yang Bo immediately felt squeezed by two groups of soft and hard. Nosebleed flowed out again. Two people from the conference room out. "Oh, look at the big Qin Chen manager is still waiting in the corridor." Among all the friends, the only person Yang Bo refused was him. "There is something wrong, Manager Chen." Manager Chen can also be considered to be able to bend Yang Bo. "Do you have any opinions about me? Have you just say?" "There is no opinion, but the bet we made, Manager Chen, is not forgotten." Manager Chen showed a difficult face. "I haven't forgotten, but this is not the right place." Yang Bo didn't make it too difficult for him. "So where do you think is appropriate?" Manager Chen laughed. "We go to the real pole dancing place, all young models and pretty girls, my treat." After saying that, pulling Yang Bo to go, Zhou Shuyan immediately went forward to stop. "Cannot go, Yang Bo is still small." "Sister Shuyan, you see how small I am. I can't go even if I'm big." Zhou Shuyan is very domineering. Yang Bo has no choice but to go on his own. "What about our cooperation? We'll talk about it tomorrow." After Manager Chen left, Zhou Shuyan immediately lectured Yang Bo. "You meant money is bad." Yang Bo immediately complained. "I did not say from beginning to end to go. I didn't say I wanted to go, but in my heart I wanted to go. I really didn't. It is not just pole dancing, I can also dance." That night at the resort villa, Yang Bo wiped his nosebleed while soaking brown sugar goji berries when the phone suddenly rang. Once he saw that it was Shin Mingxin, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel weak for a moment. On the side, Zhou Shuyan, who had just finished pole dancing, was wiping. "Who was it?" "Shin reporter." Zhou Shuyan took a look at Yang Bo's cautious appearance, snorted a laugh and said, "Pick up I cannot let you answer the phone." Yang Bo picked up the phone. "Yang Bo, are you selling bulletproof vests and Sanya? Worthy of being a reporter?" "Shinda, really well informed. The reporter who interviewed you is my colleague." "I see. I've ordered 100,000 sets of your bulletproof vests." Yang Bo almost sprayed out a mouthful of brown sugar water. 100,000 sets? Why do you need so many bulletproof vests? "I ordered them for my dad." "What does your dad do?" "From the Ministry of Public Security." "Well, that's no problem, I'll give you a 10-point kickback." Shin Mingxin was shocked. "I don't want it. My dad will cut off the father-daughter relationship with me if he knows." Yang Bo laughed. "It's okay, just say it's the dowry money. I'm not looking for a fight." The phone hangs up. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow. "Another big single," Zhou Shuyan said. "You cannot always molest people, Shin reporter." Yang Bo smiled. "How does this smell? Like a vinegar flavor." The next day, the exhibition center. As soon as the hall opened in front of Jiangmo Machinery Factory's booth, there were a lot of people around early. The sharkskin bulletproof vest was still hot. The military, police, security companies, and so on, all kinds of customers were coming and going, and there were even quite a few foreign customers among them. Among the people with different skin colors, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes was also one of them. The reason why Lt. Col. Rhodes appeared here was actually entirely due to Yang Bo. Ever since the Ghost Fighter made a big mess of the three countries' military exercises, as well as the mysterious shark incident in the South China Sea, the Hexagon building was greatly shaken and believed that the strength of Xia's military industry must be reassessed. Therefore, they specifically sent Rod to observe the Xia military industry at close range so as to obtain some clues. Rod's target is actually mainly aircraft, warships and other main battle equipment. Bulletproof vest is not in the scope of his attention. However, the performance of the Sharkskin bulletproof vest was too excellent, and it also caused a certain degree of heat in the defense exhibition, which actually caused Rod to pay attention to it. That's why Rod came to the door. At the moment of seeing the Sharkskin body armor, Rod was taken aback. Back then he had also worn the Class 4 Interceptor tactical vest, and he was impressed by the armor-like weight and volume. The volume and weight of the Sharkskin body armor in front of him was less than 1/10 of the Interceptor's weight, and it actually reached level 4. This is definitely a revolutionary material technology. For bulletproof vests, from military to police to civilian, the Eagle country's demand is also very large. Every year also imported from the Summer country a large number of, yes, you read it right, it is imported from Xia. In fact, Xia as the world's factory industrial products are beautiful and inexpensive. It was no secret that the Eagle Kingdom imported some military products or spare parts from Xia. This was the case with many of the projects that Rhodes handled. Even the Night Raven drone from the previous period had spare parts produced in Xia, and bulletproof vests are not what highly sophisticated weapons. The export of a few pieces will not affect the strength of the two countries' contrast. The two countries also know this, so they turn a blind eye. Rod in the hexagonal building is in charge of equipment procurement. Itself also has the need to purchase body armor. Since he came across a suitable bulletproof vest, Rod decided to purchase a batch. Seeing the blonde, Rod Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan both greeted him. Zhou Shuyan's Eagle language was very fluent, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo De generously confessed that he was from the Eagle Kingdom and that he wanted to purchase for the military. Both of them were slightly shocked. On the contrary, Luo De was very calm. The fight between the two countries is a fight. Business is business. Rod was very professional and asked about the characteristics of the bulletproof vest material as soon as he came up. When he heard about the smart nanomaterials, instant hardening, super lightweight and other properties, Rod nodded repeatedly. Then he carefully looked at the proof of the level 4 protection test. Immediately he expressed his intention to purchase in large quantities. Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan looked at each other. Both knew that the opportunity to make money had come. If this is not to properly slaughter him, they are sorry for the party and the people. The cost of the Sharkskin bulletproof vest Yang Bo had accounted for about 1,000 yuan, domestic selling price from 2,000 according to different styles and demand, and then adjusted upward. Yang Bo considered again and again. Although the Eagle Kingdom is rich and powerful, but the business is still about a boy and a girl. So finally decided not to increase the price. It is still 2,000, of course, the unit is changed to Eagle Yuan. Hearing this price, Rod frowned slightly. Yang Bo thought that Rod was too expensive, hastily explained, "Mr. Luo, this price includes shipping, no reason to return or exchange." Rod still shook his head. "Yang, I'm afraid your bulletproof vest doesn't meet our procurement specifications." "What are the specifications? You can say we change." Rod smiled mysteriously and took out a business card. "This is a consulting company. You can consult them, including the style, nameplate and packaging of the bulletproof vest. They will provide professional advice." Yang Bo froze. "Isn't the style, nameplate and all this just a matter of moving your hands? Still need a consulting company? Moreover, the consulting company in the Eagle Kingdom can be cheap. Casually have to be 10,000 or so. Zhou Shuyan is worthy of being a business elite." A flash of light in his eyes immediately took the business card and said, "Mr. Rhodes, we will consult, but the price will go up." Rod smiled slightly. "Of course, the cost of the consulting company is not cheap, but the key is to meet the specifications. You can requote 4,000 Eagle dollars." Hearing the price Zhou Shuyan quoted, Yang Bo almost planted his head in place. Rod, however, nodded his head and seemed to be satisfied. Yang Bo looked straight up. "What kind of operation is this? Cutting the price to a higher cut?" I couldn't understand and was too embarrassed to ask, but it took me a long time to realize. This consulting company is eating kickbacks. The original Eagle Country 1280 Eagle Yuan a coffee cup, 10,000 Eagle Yuan toilet seat or so come. It's a long time coming. Worthy of being in Eagle Country, this eating kickbacks technology leading the Summer country 20 years. No wonder it said to continue to touch the Eagle Kingdom to cross the river. Subsequently, Rod took out another business card. In the Eagle Country, the police and the private sector also have a large number of needs. This is a bulletproof vest agency. I think the two sides should have space for cooperation. Zhou Shuyan immediately understood and took the business card. Of course, we are very much looking forward to the cooperation between the two sides. Eagle Country is a democratic country with the freedom to bear arms, often staged beautiful scenery, the real version of the game of chicken. Some places even students have to wear bulletproof vests to school, so there is a great demand for bulletproof vests in the private sector. The same is true for the police, state police, tax police, federal police, are all big demand for bulletproof vests. Such a huge market, of course, cannot be let go. Afterwards, both sides agreed on some more details of cooperation in a friendly atmosphere. When Rod left, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan looked at the stack of intent orders in their hands and couldn't help but be a little confused. Holy shit, this money earned hard. Totaling it up, the amount of the contract signed with Rod reached $1 billion Eagle dollars. After paying 300 million consulting fees, there were still 700 million in hand. This amount not only shocked Yang Bo, even the tycoon Zhou Shuyan was taken aback. Even in the Zhou Group, a contract of $1 billion Eagle dollars was not something that could be obtained casually. Together with the other orders, in one day, the two of them signed orders close to $10 billion Eagle dollars. Zhou Shuyan's heart was also turning over. In these few days, Zhou Shuyan was registering a new company called Yuanyang Defense Company. Among them, Zhou Shuyan contributed 100 million, Yang Bo contributed 10 million, and another technology into the shares. Two people each accounted for 50% of the shares. The production and sales of bulletproof vest products will be carried out in the name of Ocean Defense Company in the future. In addition to the establishment of the company, Zhou Shuyan also registered the relevant technology patents. Production equipment and raw materials are also being purchased in synchronization, striving for mass production as early as possible. Originally, Zhou Shuyan's expectation was not to lose money on the line, did not expect to make a big profit now. 10 billion orders, profits of at least 6 or 7 billion. Sell white powder is not so profitable. Their own 50% of the shares is completely accounted for, the great bargain, and 100 million of equity is also considered to be picked up for nothing. Simply empty gloves. Yang Bo, this guy is really a good money boy, and also his own life-saving benefactor. When I think of Yang Bo's gesture of flying to the rescue, Zhou Shuyan can't help but feel her heart fluttering. Usually all kinds of small teasing to Yang Bo, also between intentionally and unintentionally. Unfortunately, Yang Bo, this guy is too wimpy. The thief's courage is not there, even the thief's heart is not firm. It seems that he has to take the initiative again, Zhou Shuyan secretly thought. In the afternoon, Yang Bo and Daqin Chen, manager, signed a cooperation agreement. At the same time, due to the huge amount of orders, his own equipment was not in place. Yang Bo then outsourced a part of the production to a friend. Daqin had strong material strength. Yang Bo directly outsourced 100,000 pieces of bulletproof vests to manager Chen, which involves the transformation of equipment patent authorization, but also to the Daqin very favorable conditions. Manager Chen was grateful and promised on the spot that he would take Yang Bo to see the pole dance. Subsequently, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan signed billions of orders one after another. The Sanya Defense Exhibition ended after 2 days. The two were also ready to return to the capital. Before leaving, Yang Bo contacted Qin Beihai and made a handover of the suitcase console. In the South China Sea's Renai Reef, the three-party standoff had ended. Xia finally agreed that the Eagle Kingdom's warships would enter the waters of Renai's Reef to rescue the Konadig. Bradley Panin and others were also returned. The Eagle Kingdom, on the other hand, privately agreed not to intervene in future disputes in the South China Sea. With the two major powers reaching a compromise, Philip had to de facto give up the fight for Renai Reef. Thus, the situation in the South China Sea has been quiet for the time being. As for whether the Eagle Kingdom would keep its word, Xia was not worried. With the existence of the Megalodon, the South China Sea was no longer a place where the Eagle Kingdom could act recklessly. The two returned on a private airplane and landed at the capital airport. After getting off the airplane, Yang Bo made a few phone calls. First, he gave his mom Zhao Huiyun a peace report and said that he would go home in 2 days, then made a call to Xin Mingxin to implement the bulletproof vest. After all, the order from the Ministry of Public Security was not small. The last thing was to call Qi Lao, preparing to go to the factory to learn about the progress of the production line of the Ghost Fighter. After the 3 phone calls, Zhou Shuyan laughed. "You are really a busy man. It can't be helped. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You don't have a place to stay in the capital, just stay at my house." Zhou Shuyan generously issued an invitation. Yang Bo froze. "Live in your house? Why does it feel like meeting the parents?" After thinking about it, I still refused. It was too sudden. I wasn't mentally prepared. Live in a hotel, we are not bad money. Now Yang Bo, not to mention live in a hotel is to buy a hotel is also a matter of minutes. Zhou Shuyan pouted. What are you afraid of? Live in my house can still eat you. It's not appropriate. It is appropriate, must go. Zhou Shuyan could not help but drag Yang Bo into the car. Yang Bo was helpless, although the feeling that this time may be a sheep into the tiger's mouth can only be half push half obliged to get into the car. 1 hour later the car drove into a manor house on the outskirts of the capital. The manor is very secluded, surrounded by flowers and trees, the center fountain pool. There were also several deer and peacocks strolling leisurely in the courtyard, and they were not afraid even when they saw the car coming in. This grandeur worthy of being a real mansion. Get out of the car, followed by Zhou Shuyan into the villa. The decor is low-key and luxurious, also show the big family heritage. There are many rooms in the villa. Zhou Shuyan arranged for Qin Nan to stay in an elegant and comfortable guest room. How is it? It's more comfortable than a hotel, right? I'm afraid of disturbing your family. Not disturbing, they are very busy and don't go home much. Suddenly, the cell phone rang and received a message. Opening it, Yang Bo was slightly surprised. It was actually from Zhao Feng, his class president in college. To invite him to a class reunion, Yang Bo hesitated for a moment. Because of his father, Yang Bo dropped out of Capital University of Science and Technology halfway. He went on a very different life, but after all, he also had several years of friendship with his classmates. It is good to go and take a look. Sister Shu Yan, I'm going to a reunion tonight. Go ahead. Do you need a girlfriend? Said through a big wave of long hair. Flavorful. Yang Bo laughed. I am in the school as a stereotypical loser. Say you are my girlfriend. They cannot believe. Then tell them you've made a comeback. What can't they believe? Still need to keep a low profile. Let the driver send me later. Can't get a car here. Okay, I'll go with you. I have to go to the office later. In the evening, the two drove to the city again. After sending Zhou Shuyan to the Zhou Group headquarters, Yang Bo came to the party address alone. Getting out of the car and looking at it, it was a rather high-class hotel. Previously, class gatherings were all about choosing inexpensive civilian consumption places. This time the grade was raised. Yang Bo did not think much, went upstairs to the private room. Outside the door he heard several rather familiar voices, and Yang Bo was also aroused by a trace of emotion. Pushing the door in, the crowd took a look at Yang Bo and greeted him. Yang Bo was here. Sit here. I thought you couldn't come. Yang Bo greeted his old classmates one by one. Class president Zhao Feng immediately arranged a seat for Yang Bo. Waiting to sit down and take a look, Yang Bo was immediately embarrassed. Sitting next to him was actually Zhang Li, his ex-girlfriend. But sitting down can't be changed again, that would be even more embarrassing. Yang Bo said to Zhou Shuyan that he was a stale loser, but it was actually a self-effacing remark. In his college days, Yang Bo, with his handsome appearance, was also a class grass-level character. The opposite sex is quite good. He soon caught up with Zhang Li, the class flower, and the two of them were the envy of many people. However, the death of his father has caused Yang Bo to suffer a major blow. In the end, Yang Bo decided to drop out of school and return home to inherit the machinery factory. Zhang Li immediately proposed to break up. In the face of Zhang Li proposed to break up, Yang Bo held the idea of not dragging anyone down and readily agreed. The two of them have not contacted each other since then. Seeing Yang Bo sat down, Zhang Li, as if nothing happened, seems to be completely unconcerned. At the same time, she sat very close to Zhao Feng and was quite intimate. At first, Zhao Feng had also pursued Zhang Li, but lost to himself. Now it seemed that the two were still together. Yang Bo didn't think much about it, since they had already broken up. Who Zhang Li was with was her freedom. At the dinner table, 2 cups of wine went down and the atmosphere of the conversation warmed up. Yang Bo also understood the purpose of today's meal. Next year is the graduation season. The carefree youthful years are gone. Everyone is starting to consider the problem of employment. Many classmates are going to internships all over the world, and from then on, they will go their own way. That's why today's gathering came about. Zhao Feng turned his head and glanced at Yang Bo. Zhao Feng had always been haunted by the fact that he had pursued Zhang Li and lost to Yang Bo back then. Although Zhao Feng finally got his hands on her later, he could never swallow this breath. For Zhang Li, he was just playing around to make up for the regrets of that day. After graduation, he will naturally dump Zhang Li. He will not be the receiver. Today he specifically called Yang Bo here, but also intentionally want to humiliate Yang Bo a bit. Yang Bo, it's a pity that you dropped out of school in the middle of the year. You don't even have a diploma in the future. How can you mix Yang Bo smiled. I run my family's machinery factory. It doesn't matter if I have a diploma or not. At this time, Zhang Li opened his mouth. Your factory is not just a rural workshop. What future want big development? You must go to the big companies. Look at Yang Bo with a few contempt and hate. Yang Bo nodded, not angry. The words are not good, but they are right. Next to a classmate said, look at others. Zhao Feng has booked a position in the Zhou group and will soon start the internship. Zhou's group is a large consortium. I heard that once you get in you'll earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Is that true, Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng revealed a reserved smile. Don't just look at the treatment, the key is personal development space. Of course you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Like us, we're lucky to find a job that pays the bills, so how can we care about room for development? Right, first to feed themselves before you say it. Zhao Feng smiled with a smug look. Zhang Li also revealed a smug gaze and said, you guys don't know yet, right? This hotel is the Zhou Group's property. Zhao Feng's dad is the general manager here. The crowd all revealed a surprised look. At the same time, they also realized, no wonder people can enter the Zhou Group. Spell father. Zhao Feng smiled. Loki, saying Loki. The look on his face was not Loki at all. Zhao Feng patted Yang Bo's shoulder, chin up, and asked, Yang Bo, how much money can you earn from that workshop in a year? Speaking here, Yang Bo has been somewhat unhappy. This Zhao Feng, a classmate, as far as, even if you show off there is no need to step on others. 1 million or so, Yang Bo casually replied. The crowd was stunned. Zhao Feng sneered. 1 million or so, the breath is even bigger than foot odor. Someone also said, Yang Bo or classmates, there is no need to brag for face, there are difficulties you say. Yang Bo sighed, a classmate he really did not want to make everyone embarrassed. Patiently said, took some orders in the military industry, so I made some money. Zhao Feng said, you a small workshop take military orders? You also make up a reliable point. Zhang Li also said, your workshop, but also processing some aluminum alloy, railing it. A group of students are also skeptical eyes. Yang Bo shook his head in his heart and didn't bother to explain. At this time, the door of the private room opened. Come in, a beautiful waitress wearing a low-cut v-neck Chon Sam walked to Zhao Feng's side. Brother Feng, this is the 2 bottles of Oxhead horse you ordered. Zhao Feng glanced at the center of the v-neck and nodded. Good, open it. After the waitress opened the wine, she smiled sweetly and politely owed her departure. Zhao Feng waved his hand. Bulldog horse, drink it, pour it all. Someone said, Nyodomont, several $1,000s a bottle, I haven't drank it yet. Zhao Feng heard it and became even more pleased. Drink up, it's all on me tonight. The crowd let out a cheer. Zhao Feng raised his glass and clinked one with the crowd. When it came to Yang Bo, he said, Yang Bo, drink up, this one glass is more than $100. Yang Bo didn't bother to talk to him anymore and picked up his wine glass and drank it. Zhao Feng smiled disdainfully. Still more than $1 million? Out of this private room, this life cannot eat as a dish. Suddenly, the door of the private room opened again, and came a beautiful woman in a professional dress, S-shaped body, long black silk legs. The crowd instantly looked straight. This face value body is goddess level. Yang Bo, why didn't you tell me when you came here to eat? In the crowd's surprised gaze, the beauty walked straight to Yang Bo's side. While talking, her arm was still casually placed on Yang Bo's shoulder. Seeing Zhou Shuyan, Yang Bo was a little surprised. Why are you here? Zhou Shuyan smiled. This is our family's hotel. I came here to deal with some things. Scared me, I thought you were following me. Less stinky, it is the driver who told you to be here. Zhou Shuyan scanned the table again and asked, is there enough food? Not enough, and then add 2. Yang Bo was not polite. All live in people's homes, is there still a difference between 2 dishes? What about the wine, the ox head? Course, I'd just drink this, it's good. I'll add 2 more bottles. The crowd was dumbfounded by their conversation. What's going on here? Who is this beauty and what is her relationship with Yang Bo? They seem to be quite close. Also, this hotel is owned by the Zhou Group. How did it become their home? She in the end, where is the god? The crowd was still in doubt when a middle-aged man entered the private room. Zhao Feng took a look and got up. Dad, you're here. Zhang Li also followed suit and got up with a daughter-in-law look. Uncle Zhao, good day. Zhao Long didn't pay any attention to the 2 men and came directly to Zhou Shuyan. He spoke in a very humble manner. Missy, what brings you here? Zhou Shuyan lightly said, Manager Zhao, I came to inform you of an important decision of the company. Let's go out and talk. Finished smiled at Yang Bo. You eat first, I will pick you up and take you home in a while. Yang Bo nodded. Okay, busy yourself? Zhou Shuyan and Zhao Long then left the private room. Looking at the crowd again, they are already completely petrified. Silence half a day. Finally someone asked, Yang Bo, just now that beauty is who? Zhou family, Missy. Actually is the Zhou Group, Missy. This is the top white rich beauty. Could it be that Yang Bo has been reversed? The crowd let out a gasp. A female student asked, very nosy Yang Bo, what is your relationship with her? Friend and partner. Everyone will believe. Just now Zhou Shuyan and Yang Bo spoke in a tone of voice and demeanor never a general friend. Zhao Feng looked at Yang Bo incredulously. Yang Bo dropped out of school and has no background. How did he climb up to the Zhou family's eldest daughter? Zhang Li, who was on the side, had even more mixed feelings in her heart. While talking, the deeply beautiful waitress once again entered the private room with 2 bottles of wine, and there was someone behind her with dishes. Brother Feng, just now Mr. Zhou said to add 2 bottles of wine and a few dishes. Zhao Feng was a little embarrassed, didn't even have the heart to sneak a peek at the beautiful Deepthi, nodded and said, "Good to put it here," waiting for the 2 bottles of wine on the table. Immediately someone exclaimed, "Holy shit, it's Romane Conti, hundreds of thousands of a bottle." The crowd was shocked and all stared in disbelief. For the student class, a few thousand Oxfords was already extravagant. Hundreds of thousands of wine, that's all a legend, the waiter asked. "Open it, Brother Feng." Zhao Feng's face was green and white. This wine was given by Zhou Shuyan for Yang Bo's face, and although it should definitely be opened, it should not be said by Zhao Feng. Expressions of the crowd were also interesting, looking at each other. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Yang Bo saw that Zhao Feng's face was about to bleed, so he laughed and said, "Open it, pour it all on." The Romane Conti was open and the wine smelled. The beautiful waiters poured it one by one. Someone joked, "This wine, not to mention drink smell, is enough for me to blow half a year. This wine is more expensive than gold." Some people laughed at themselves and said, "If it wasn't for Yang Bo, I wouldn't have been able to drink Romane Conti in my life." The conversation immediately shifted to Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, how do you know Miss Zhou?" Yang Bo didn't hide it. "We partnered to open a company." "Crap, you and Zhou's group have partnered to open a company." To be precise, it is not the Zhou group, but with Zhou Shuyan herself. But Yang Bo didn't explain too much. Immediately someone said, "Yang Bo, we are all worried about finding a job. Is your company hiring?" Yang Bo froze. The operation of the company has always been run by Zhou Shuyan. He did not intervene, but surely it is also necessary to recruit people. After all, more than 10 billion orders, management, production, procurement, sales all need a lot of manpower. Then said, "Recently received a batch of orders, certainly to recruit, specifically Miss Zhou was responsible for." This student was also casually asked, did not expect to really recruit. Immediately asked, "What does your company do?" "Bulletproof vests." The crowd was slightly surprised. Bulletproof vests are after all an industry that the average person cannot touch. By the way, a few days ago, the 3 end of the defense exhibition, the appearance of a new material bulletproof vest, you know? Speaking called Su Tao is also a military fan in school, and Yang Bo relationship is not bad. Yang Bo smiled, "That is our company's products." "What?" Su Tao almost sprayed out a mouthful of wine. This mouthful of wine can be tens of thousands of it, suffocated out of internal injuries, also have to swallow back. Su Tao stared wide-eyed. The news said that the kind of bulletproof vest took tens of billions of orders. Are your company? Yang Bo nodded. The table suddenly quieted down. Tens of billions of orders, everyone's head buzzed. Just now when he said 1 million, everyone didn't believe him. Now it's $10 billion. Do you believe it or not? Hundreds of thousands of Romaniacs are here. People don't even blink. Tens of billions of dollars. Drinking this is not the same as drinking soda. At this moment the crowd's eyes went from puzzled to surprised to in awe. Zhao Feng lowered his head and didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't doubt Yang Bo's words, but the Romane Conti wasn't fake. The attitude of his father just now wasn't fake either. If it wasn't someone from the Zhou family, it was impossible for father to have that kind of attitude. Taking 100 steps back, even if Yang Bo's words were watered down, it was definitely true that he had an unusual relationship with the Miss Zhou family. Could it be that he hugged Miss Zhou's thigh? This was the only possibility. Next to Zhao Li, her face also changed. By this point in the gathering, the atmosphere had already changed a bit. All the people became cautious in talking and eating. Drinking requires Yang Bo to raise his glass first before he dares to drink. A cup of tens of thousands of dollars. Who dares to drink casually? Yang Bo was helpless. He came to the reunion to meet his classmates and get along with everyone as an ordinary person, but he was also unwilling to deceive everyone because of this. For Zhao Feng and Zhang Li's attitude towards him, he didn't take it too seriously. Having seen the stars and the sea, how would he care about the rights and wrongs of the pond? But it was a certainty that they would be cut off from each other in the future. The meal with an awkward atmosphere continued for a while longer and finally ended. From the private room out, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief, but then saw an amazing scene. he only saw Zhao Feng's father kneeling in the corridor and was bawling. "Missy, I was wrong, please give me another chance." Zhou Shuyan stood aside, her face sullen. "Get up, a big man, what is kneeling here? Married to you, spare me this time. You misappropriation of public funds is a criminal offense. The company does not prosecute you, is already benevolent. What do you want?" "Miss, I was wrong. I have a family waiting for me, the money you've made from the company in the past few years is enough to support you for the rest of your life, isn't it? This is the company's decision. Resign now. I don't want to see you again." The group of students looked at each other, all a little embarrassed. Yang Bo was also surprised and did not expect to see this scene. Zhao Feng's face was blue at this time and his heart was like 5 thunderbolts. He was able to enter the Zhou group because of his dad. Now his dad was fired. What about himself? Zhang Li, who was next to him, also changed her face greatly. Zhao Feng had promised to help her enter Zhou group after graduation. Now it's going to be a bust. What should I do? Zhang Li's gaze quietly moved towards Yang Bo. However, Yang Bo did not look at her more than once. Instead, he walked to Zhou Shuyan's side and said, "I'll go downstairs first and wait for you." "Good, I will immediately go down as well." Afterwards, the group of students all left with them. Only Zhao Feng and the overwhelmed Zhang Li were left behind. When they arrived downstairs, the crowd called for a car while saying goodbye to each other. Especially Yang Bo, like the stars, was surrounded by the crowd. Suddenly, chug-chug, several military vehicles stopped at the entrance of the hotel. After that, several soldiers in camouflage uniforms came down from the car. Yang Bo froze. It was actually Zhao Kaifeng. Zhao Kaifeng walked towards Yang Bo with big steps. "Yang Bo, we meet again. Division Commander Zhao, are you here to see me?" "That's good. There's an emergency that requires you to go to the war zone immediately." "What's happening?" "Confidential, that can't be said." "Okay, I'll make a call and follow you right away." The military situation is urgent. It shouldn't be a small matter if it can make Zhao Kaifeng come to the door himself. Yang Bo then dialed Zhou Shuyan's phone. "Sister Shuyan, I'm going to the war zone." You're not going home. After the mission is over, I'll come back for you." "What kind of mission is it?" "Confidential." Hanging up the phone, Yang Bo followed Qin Beihai to the car. The students next to him saw Qin Beihai shouldering the General Star and actually driving the door for Yang Bo. They couldn't be more surprised. Yang Bo and the crowd were no longer in the same world. Car, Yang Bo couldn't help but ask again, "Zhao Division Commander, what exactly is the mission?" "Eagle Country B-211 is here." "Eagle Kingdom B-211? Yang Bo looked aghast. "This guy is a strategic bomber with mushroom eggs. It seems the military situation is urgent." "Division Commander Zhao, I'll follow you right away." Then he turned around and said, "Sister Shuyan, I have to go to the war zone." "Zhou Shuyan, look at this situation. Military vehicles personally door. Also know the importance of you. Rest assured to go with the company's things to me." Yang Bo waved goodbye to his classmates again and then got into the car with Zhao Kaifeng. Several military vehicles came and went in a hurry and left in a gust of wind. This wave of maneuvering made another group of students drop their jaws. Zhao Kaifeng's shoulder shining star, everyone can see clearly. Major General Division Commander getting on the car is actually opening the door for Yang Bo, and his hand has to be patted on the car door frame. What kind of treatment is this? Tens of billions of large companies, even the division commander must be honored as a guest. Although I do not understand, but Yang Bo is already a different class of people. This point became the common knowledge of all the students. A few cars winded up and drove towards the suburbs. Yang Bo asked Zhao Division Commander, "Has the Eagle Country B-211 invaded our airspace?" Zhao Kaifeng said with a sullen face, "Currently it is still just testing near the airspace line." Yang Bo nodded. "Although B-211 has not yet crossed the border, it is not tolerable. It is carrying mushroom eggs. This is a naked nuclear threat." Strategic bombers were different from ordinary weapons like nuclear submarines. They were weapons with the ability to destroy a country. Not to mention crossing the border, even testing it around means great hostility. Why would the Eagle Kingdom do this? Zhao Kaifeng smiled. "It's not because of you. Because of me." Yang Bo was puzzled. The Yellow Navy exercise and the South China Sea giant shark, two things that irritated the Eagle Kingdom, and now they want to get back their face. Yang Bo was stunned. "Well then, drive away." Zhao Kaifeng sighed and said, "There was a leak in the Ghost Fighter technology team, and the stealth paint technology was obtained by the Eagle Kingdom and used on the B-211, and our radar could not capture the B-211. Yang Bo was dumbstruck. How advanced the Ghost Fighter technology is, Yang Bo was more than clear. If it was obtained by the Eagle Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was it an artificial leak? Zhao Kaifeng nodded painfully. The Eagle Kingdom spent 10 million Eagle dollars to bribe an internal technician to obtain the formula of the stealth coating material. although we also busted one of the Eagle Kingdom spy networks. As a result, the stealth technology leakage was too great a loss. Yang Bo was silent for a moment and laughed bitterly. 10 million Eagle dollars I didn't even earn this much money for my entire fighter. Zhao Kaifeng rolled his eyes. Where is your focus? Don't just stare at the money. Now the only thing that can find B211 is the Ghost Fighter, but there is only one Ghost Fighter. It can only be used to guard the capital security. Other places can only rely on a large number of fighters to monitor with the naked eye. We are under a lot of pressure. Yang Bo said, I understand. Now the only thing that can deal with B211 is the Ghost Fighter, but the Ghost Fighter can't be mass-produced for a short time, so we can only think of a way to do it on the radar. What's your solution? Manufacture vehicle radar. As the two of them talked, they arrived inside the base. Inside the military intelligence room, Elder Chi Yuan Yang and a group of experts were discussing. At the sight of Yang Bo coming in, Chi Lao stood up happily. Yang Bo is here. Great, said, pointing to an old man beside him, introducing, this is Elder Song. Yang Bo was shocked. Elder Song, like Old Man Chi, he is also a titan in the field of military industry in Xia. Chi Lao specializes in fighters while Song Lao focuses on bombers. The upgrading of Xia's H-6K bomber was presided over by Song Lao. You are Yang Bo. Seeing Yang Bo, Song Lao was shocked. Although he had already heard that Yang Bo was very young, he was still deeply shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Yang Bo had a tender face and looked like a high school student, but such a young man was actually the designer of the Ghost Fighter. Elder Song is good, and Song Lao did not polite asked. Things Zhao Division Chief have told you, right? What do you think? Yang Bo said. It's very simple, just move the same radar of the Ghost Fighter to the car. This way the power can be bigger. According to the radar detection range of 1,000 kilometers, if we build 5 of them we can cover the southeast. Elder Chi nodded. We thought of it this way too, but the production line isn't in place yet, so you'll be the only one to produce it. No problem, it will take about a week. The technology is all readily available. Yang Bo is familiar with it. 1 week is enough, Elder Song sighed. With the radar, it's only a solution to the urgent need. The best defense is offense. Why is the Eagle Kingdom so reckless? Is because we don't have strategic bombers that can threaten the Eagle Kingdom's mainland. Yang Bo nodded. Elder Song was right. Whether it was the Ghost Fighter or the radar, the essence was a homeland defense weapon unable to make the Eagle Kingdom feel a real threat. Only the strategic bomber is the sharp sword that goes straight into the chest. Song Lao did not expect Yang Bo to say these words, which really spoke to his heart. At the same time, he had another high opinion of Yang Bo. As the designer of the Ghost Fighter, he was so young, but he didn't have the slightest bit of pride and was able to frankly state the limitations of the Ghost Fighter. This kind of heart and pattern is much better than many old guys. It seems that you also have research on bombers, Yang Bo said. In fact, on the way here I have already decided to build a new strategic bomber. What? Everyone in the military intelligence room looked at Yang Bo in surprise. Elder Song's eyes were even wider. It was already heaven-defying enough to build the Ghost Fighter, but he actually had to rant about building a strategic bomber. Although they are both airplanes, they are two completely different airplanes. The technical characteristics, the mode of operation were all incomparable. Chi Lao simply did not have the strength to be surprised anymore. First it was the Ghost Fighter, then it was the Megalodon, and now it is a strategic bomber. He simply wanted to peel Yang Bo's head open to see how much else was packed inside. Song Lao said in a serious tone, Yang Bo, I also appreciate your Ghost Fighter, but bombers and fighters are completely different things. Do you understand bombers? Elder Song had been immersed in bombers for a lifetime. He knew that although bombers were not as cool as fighters, the technology needed was actually more complex. Yang Bo's ability to build the Ghost Fighter could be explained by genius. But for the bomber, without the accumulation of time, genius wouldn't work either. Yang Bo smiled. On the way to the base, he had already figured it out. It was not difficult to deal with B211. As long as there was a sufficient number of Ghost Fighters, the problem was solved. But essentially it is still necessary to break Eagle Country's nuclear blackmail. Why did the Eagle Kingdom dare to be so reckless? It was because Xia's bombers couldn't threaten the Eagle Kingdom's homeland. Even after solving B211, the Eagle Kingdom would still use other methods to contain the Summer Kingdom. Therefore, Elder Song was right. The best defense is offense. The fundamental solution to the problem was to have strategic bombers. Let the Eagle Kingdom always feel that there is a sharp sword that hangs high above its head. Chi Lao knew that Yang Bo would never just talk about it and asked, do you already have a design? Not that I conceptualize as space strategic bomber, space strategic. Bomber. The moment they heard the word space, both Song Lao and Chi Lao were shaken. A spaceplane meant that it was an airplane that could enter Earth's orbit. If it could be realized, it would definitely be a subversive weapon. But as top experts in the field of aviation, they were very clear about how difficult it would be to realize. Elder Song shook his head. A spacefighter needed a rocket-class propulsion system to enter orbit, but the range of such a system cannot last. How do you solve that? Elder Song's problem was actually the same problem that had been plaguing the entire aerospace field. Aero engines work in the atmosphere using air as an oxidizer, and their thrust is not enough to send a vehicle into orbit, even as strong as the Ghost Fighter could not. This is dictated by physical limits, and while rocket engines have strong thrust, their range cannot last. Essentially, these are two different types of propulsion. To realize the dream of an air and spaceplane, it was impossible without resolving the contradiction between thrust and endurance. Yang Bo smiled slightly and threw out his answer. Use nuclear power fission direct injection plasma engine. Fission direct injection plasma engine. Song Lao all looked at Yang Bo incredulously. This is a technology that has always existed in the conception of scientists but could not be realized. Can you really build it? It will take about a month, Yang Bo said calmly. What? It will only take a month? Song Lao simply broke his defenses. Such a technology that has troubled countless scientists all over the world and broken through the peak of mankind. You actually only need 1 month, Yang Bo then said. The space strategic bomber will be equipped with 20 mushroom bombs, and I need all of you to help me apply in advance. Mushroom weapons are not turnip cabbages. The production, deployment and stockpiling of each one has to be strictly scrutinized and managed. It's not something that can be used by anyone who wants to use it. 20 pieces. The crowd was dumbfounded. According to the data from the International Atomic Energy Agency, Xiao's mushroom eggs were currently only in the triple digits. Good Lord, Yang Bo wanted 20 of them for one airplane. Elder Song was simply speechless. All right, I will apply to the core. Yang Bo then said, time is running out. I have to go back to Jiangwo Machinery Factory right away and build the radar first. There are also radar truck cars. I need 5 military heavy trucks. This is a good deal, Zhao Kaifeng said. After agreeing the relevant details with the people, Yang Bo bid farewell to Song Lao, Chi Lao and the others and left the base by car. That night returned to Yang Jiazhuang. Seeing her son return, Zhao Huiyun was also very happy. A table full of dishes was made to treat Yang Bo. During Sanya, Yang Bo also took the time to buy Zhao Huiyun some clothes, jewelry, specialties and other gifts. Zhao Huiyun was very happy in her heart, but on her lips she still advised Yang Bo, don't spend money indiscriminately. Mom doesn't need anything. Yang Bo laughed. Mom, you can spend as much as you want, you can build as much as you want, we can't spend all the money in our family. Don't brag, you earned $30 million before you spent it all in a few days. Where did all the money go? Yang Bo smiled. The 30 million has become 600 million. 600 million. Zhao Huiyun immediately widened her eyes. At the same time, she looked around as if she was afraid that others would overhear. Xiao Bo, you really made so much money. Really, I'll transfer the money to you later and you can save it all for my wedding. Zhao Huiyun loves to hear this. Yang Bo gave Zhao Huiyun the cash on hand to put her mind at ease. As for the 10 billion plus orders, Yang Bo did not say anything for fear of scaring Zhao Huiyun. Yang Bo now had the Yuanyang Defense Company, and in the future, the funds would go directly through the company. The previous practice of not separating public and private was too unprofessional. Early the next morning, Yang Bo still rode the Bird electric car to Jiangwo Machinery Factory. The main entrance is unusually noisy. Several large trucks transporting materials are parked in a row. Grandpa Zhang was already organizing the crowd to unload the goods. Radar, bomber and bulletproof vest materials, including bulletproof vest assembly line manufacturing equipment, have been delivered one after another. In the past few days, there was a steady stream of trucks coming to make deliveries every day. Around the factory, several heavy construction trucks were dismantling the fence. Bulletproof vest manufacturing required an assembly line workshop, and a large amount of materials required a larger synthesis furnace. The original Jiangwo Machinery Factory was no longer enough. It had to be expanded, and the surrounding area was all cultivated land of the villagers. When Yang Bo was in Sanya, Dou Shuyan had already commissioned Zhou Group to negotiate with the villagers, purchase the land around the machinery factory. They are all villagers. Yang Bo will not let the Villagers suffer. Land compensation. Yang Bo gave 3 times the normal price. There are several more millionaires in the village at once. Some villagers even took the initiative to ask if they still want to sell their own land. By the afternoon, all the materials needed for the radar arrived. The military emergency Yang Bo did not delay, immediately began to manufacture full-band phased array radar. Vehicle-mounted radar and air-mounted radar are similar, and the manufacturing process is exactly the same. At the same time, the quality and volume of the radar is not as harsh as airborne. Yang Bo basically manufactured 1 per day. By the 5th day, all of them had been built. The 5 heavy trucks sent by Zhao Kaifeng were also parked outside the machinery factory. Yang Bo spent 2 days on the heavy truck modification and radar installation. On the 7th day, the 5 vehicle-mounted full-band phased arrays were all done. On that day, the 2 land air defense battalions in the northern and southern war zones received the 5 radars and drove directly to the eastern provinces. With the 5 full-band phased array radars, it could cover the southeastern airspace of Xia, and it would be difficult for the Eagle Kingdom's B-211 to hide anymore. Yang Bo can also finally feel at ease to carry out the next task, Space Strategic Bomber. The design work has long been completed in the Zenith system. Yang Bo named it Xian Bird, Ding. The Xian Bird design data imported into the Super Processing Platform, space aerodynamic shape information imported into the fission direct injection plasma propulsion system, imported into the synthetic aperture radar, imported into the intelligent bombardment system, imported into the crew life support system, imported data imported was complete. After the design information was imported into the processing platform, Yang Bo immediately opened the manufacturing process. Ding. The Xian Bird manufacturing process is initiated. High-intensity variable wing manufacturing. Miniature nuclear fission direct injection reactors began to be manufactured. The Xian Bird as a space strategic bomber was very different from the Ghost Fighter. The 2 sides just aren't on the same level in terms of size. The maximum takeoff weight of the Gen to reach 300 tons, 7 times that of the Ghost Fighter. The length reached 60 meters with a wingspan of 58 meters. Such a behemoth was exponentially more difficult to manufacture. For the Gen 2, Yang Bo specially built a huge hangar next to the workshop. After the first week, the huge fuselage was first completed. Yang Bo also suspended the work in hand and gave himself a 2-day vacation. Having already worked continuously for 2 weeks, Yang Bo was also a bit tired. At least he was also a tycoon. It was unreasonable to say that he still exploded his liver every day. With the car radar, the crisis of B-211 is temporarily alleviated. The introduction of the Xian Bird is not urgent. On this day, at the door of the small courtyard at home, Yang Bo squinted his eyes and leaned on the recliner to sunbathe. A voice rang in his ears. "Excuse me, are you Yang Pa?" In front of him was a big blonde beauty with snow-white skin and big blue eyes. Curvaceous and with a body so good that it is foul. Yangjiazhuang is a small inland village. It is not easy to see foreigners. The gatekeeper, Mr. Zhang, is also rare and wide-eyed. "I am Yangpa Yang Bo." Surprised, Yang Bo's own mouth also scooped. "Hello, my name is Esma from Hialeah." This big beautiful girl called Esma spoke summer language, not bad, just a little accent. "Miss Esma, what are you looking for me?" "I want to buy a bulletproof vest and a friend recommended you to me." Esma's appearance was a blonde hair, blue eyes, big ocean horse type. At first glance, Yang Bo thought she was from the Eagle Kingdom or Europa, but she didn't expect to come from Hialeah. Hialeah was located in the Middle East, known as the Powder Keg, and was in a constant state of war. It was not strange to buy bulletproof vests. Esma added, "Is this your factory? Can I go in and take a look?" Yang Bo hesitated a little. The workshop and hangar could not dare to take her there. It was full of parts and components of the Ghost Bird, which were all top secrets, especially since the leak of the Ghost Fighter had just occurred. In case this big ocean horse is also a spy, leaking it out could be a big deal. However, coming to the door was a guest and one couldn't poke at the front door to talk about it. He simply led Esma to the warehouse, looking at the materials piled up on the left and right. Esma didn't mind. "Factory, some dirty is understandable." Yang Bo first asked, "Are you here on behalf of the Hillary government?" "This is very important. After all, in the Middle East there are many tycoons and terrorists, and all kinds of forces are intertwined. In case you sell weapons to terrorists or hostile forces of Xia in a haphazard manner, it would be a big sin." Esma shook her head. "No, I am trying to avenge my father." Yang Bo was stunned. Esma's big blue eyes revealed a trace of sadness and introduced her life to Yang Bo. It turned out that Esma's family belonged to a prestigious family in Hialeah. Her old man was the leader of a certain tribe during his lifetime and was very prestigious in the area. There was a large oil field in his territory. The kind that could produce oil if he dug 2 holes. The Esma family used to be very rich, but then the Eagle Kingdom invaded Hylia in the name of anti-terrorism. In order to seize the crude oil, the Eagle Kingdom stigmatized the Esma family as terrorists. The family's territory was heavily bombed. Esma's father was killed in the bombing directly, and the oil fields were eventually seized by the Eagle Kingdom. Esma had an older brother named Ehud who vowed to avenge his father's death. To this end, a militia called the Sword of Allah, numbering in the thousands, was formed to deal specifically with the Eagle Kingdom's forces. Despite having the men, Hylia had been under sanctions and embargoes for a long time, and it was difficult for the Swords of Allah to get enough weaponry. Erhardt had to think of ways to buy used weapons from various sources. In the end, as a last resort, he found Esma, who was studying in Sia, to see if he could get some kind of support. The family's misfortune also caused Esma to mature quickly. The young princess, who was not versed in the world, began to gradually pay attention to politics and military. 2 days ago, a piece of military and martial news aroused her interest. That was the news of a new type of bulletproof vest at the Sanya Defense Exhibition. Esma then found the mysterious Jangwol machinery factory through the Hylia embassy in Sia, and came all the way to Yangjiazhuang. When Esma finished her narration, her eyes were already filled with tears. Yang Bo was also somewhat moved. Mad, this Eagle country is really not something carrying the banner of anti-terrorism, doing burning and looting worse than terrorists. However, although Yang Bo sympathized with Esma, but after all, the militia organization is not the government army of Hylia. Things cannot be sold casually. Pulling out the phone, he wanted to find Shi Lao and the others to confirm whether this business could be done or not. But on second thought, Esma can find the Hylia embassy in Sia, indicating that she has an official background. And Jangwol Machinery Factory, as a place that could produce ghost fighters, had long been secretly protected by Xia's officials. Without some sort of tacit approval, it was impossible for Esma to find this place. Thinking of this, Yang Bo's heart was already clear. Then he said, "Miss Esma, how many bulletproof vests do you want?" Esma's eyes lit up and immediately said, "I want 2,000 sets bulletproof vests. I want all helmets." "No problem, I'll give you a 20% discount." In order to show his support for the fight against hegemony, Yang Bo was generous enough to give a discount. "Thank you. Do you sell any other weapons?" Esma asked again. Yang Bo pondered a little and asked in return, "What kind of weapons do you need?" "Guns, bullets, artillery shells. We need everything, but Hylia is subject to sanctions and embargoes. It is difficult to ship weapons in." Only then did Yang Bo understand the crux of the problem. As long as you have money, it is not difficult to buy weapons, the key is to transport them in. However, it was not difficult for Yang Bo to disguise the weapons as civilian goods. Now the question remains, what to build? Guns and bullets are not high-tech, and they can be bought everywhere. Yang Bo has no interest in making them. So he said, "Do you want a drone?" Esma revealed surprise. Of course, too much need. This powder keg in the Middle East, the drone is an important role. If you can open the Middle East market through Esma, you will be rolling in money later. Yang Bo's plan is playing at the same time. The manufacture of the Ghost Fighter and the Xian Bird will have a lot of material left. It is a pity to throw it away, and building a few drones is just the right way to utilize the waste. As for dealing with the sanctions, Yang Bo has already thought about it. The bulletproof vests were made in the style of ordinary clothes, while the drones were broken down into parts and entered the country in the form of civilian goods. Hearing Yang Bo's idea, Esma was very happy. She had also contacted some arms suppliers, and once she heard that she was from Hylia, most of them were apprehensive and worried about the Eagle Kingdom's sanctions. It was the first time she came across someone as thoughtful as Yang Bo. Under the excitement, Esma directly gave Yang Bo a warm hug. A soft pressure immediately came from her chest, which was incredibly elastic. Boo! A pink strawberry print was also imprinted on her cheek. Yang Bo's heart swirled with this benefit. How could the drone get a 10% discount? Esma's arrival did not affect Yang Bo's work progress. The manufacturing of the Xian Bird was still in order. The production of the bulletproof vest was also advancing rapidly. The steel structure workshop plant, the nanomaterial synthesis device, and the assembly line that had been modified by the Zenith system were all completed after 2 weeks. The assembly line was a fully automated production, and the operation was basically completed by industrial robots requiring only minimal human intervention. This minimal human intervention Yang Bo also found a good candidate. after the last reunion several classmates including Su Tao have sent messages saying that they want to work in Yang Bo's company. The face of the classmates must be given. Send a direct message to Su Tao and ask him to bring someone to help. When they came to Jiangmo Machinery Factory they saw the well-organized assembly line and dexterous industrial robots. Everyone was astonished. Su Tao's eyes widened. So damn advanced. Yang Bo smiled secretly. You have not seen the Shin bird in the workshop next to you. However, the Shin bird cannot just look at it, maybe invite it to drink tea, Yang Bo said to a few students. You first learn to operate, in the future the assembly line expansion, and then do management. The crowd was excited to hear this. We are all mechanical majors. Do these itself as a professional counterpart. Not to mention the fact that Yang Bo has 10 billion orders in hand, and there is no need to worry about the benefits in the future. With the arrival of Su Tao, the bulletproof vest began to enter mass production. Yang Bo could also concentrate on the manufacturing of the Shin bird. 3 weeks later, inside the hangar, looking at the behemoth in front of him, Yang Bo was shocked for a long time and at the same time sent a message to Song Lao and Chi Lao. The Shin bird has been born. 3 hours later, a group of military vehicles swarmed and entered the Young family home. The first few were camouflage jeeps and behind them were explosion-proof troop carriers. The vehicles stopped at the entrance of Jiangmo Machinery Factory and the soldiers who came down were all loaded with bullets, numbering as many as a company. The Jiangmo Machinery Factory was all under martial law. The gatekeeper, Mr. Zhang, took a look, muttered, and continued to paddle his cell phone. The last time the giant tooth shark came once, Mr. Zhang is already used to it. Yang Bo was already waiting outside the door, and when he saw Song Lao, Chi Lao, Zhao Kaifeng and others, he immediately greeted them. Song Lao said excitedly, "Where is it? Let me see." Yang Bo smiled and brought the crowd inside the hangar. A huge object was covered with snakeskin cloth, occupying almost the entire hangar. A compelling aura penetrated straight through the snakeskin cloth. Song Lao's breath became ragged. Strategic bomber. This was his lifelong dream. Now it was coming true. Excitement, anticipation. Song Lao was hard to suppress. Chi Lao laughed. "Old Song, you have to be careful with your heart disease. Don't get too excited." Song old man did not have a good temper, said. "Your high blood pressure must also be careful." Zhao Kaifeng also excitedly rubbed his hands. "Just look at this block. It is not ordinary, guys." Immediately Yang Bo tugged at the corner of the snakeskin cloth and pulled hard. The snakeskin cloth slipped off. A huge thing standing in front of the crowd. It was like Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Greenish-black paint, fused wings, transparent cockpit nose, flat fuselage, swept back wings, all in one. The silhouette lines are smooth science fiction, mechanical beauty come to the surface. This modeling, this momentum, this is a strategic bomber. This is the weapon of the nation. Everyone was dumbstruck. Even after seeing the extraordinary nature of the Ghost Fighter, everyone was still shocked and speechless for a long time. Elder Chi's eyes were glowing, wanting to speak but unable to. Elder Song's hands trembled as he stroked the fuselage, tears flashing in his eyes. Our summer country, we finally have our own strategic bomber. Elder Chi also had a sigh of relief. As an aviator of Xia, he had traveled all the way through the wind and rain and through the thorns and thistles. How much bitterness, disappointment and humiliation he had experienced only he knew. Today at this moment everything is no longer important. Seeing that the two old men looked agitated, Yang Bo was afraid that the two of them would really have a good time and immediately said, "Shen bird strategic bomber crew, 2 length, 66 meters, wingspan, 32 degrees of swept back angle, 55 to 70 meters, full swept back angle 5 degrees, 38, 50 meters, height, 12.8, empty weight, 120 tons, maximum takeoff weight, 300 tons. As Yang Bo reported the parameters of the Shen bird, the two old men came back to their senses. Song Lao asked, "What is the maximum load capacity?" 150 tons. 150 tons. Song Lao sucked in a breath of cold air. Mao Xiong's T-160's limit load of 85 tons was already the king of the Blue Star. The sky nearly doubled. Chi Lao asked, "What about range?" Chi Lao specialized in fighters, but also knew that for bombers range was equally crucial. Yang Bo scratched his head. His expression seemed to be a bit difficult. Song Lao took a look and immediately thought that Yang Bo must have sacrificed the range in order to pursue the bomb load. So he said, "It's alright with such a large bomb load, it's worthwhile to sacrifice some range." Yang Bo laughed. The two old men misunderstood. "Have you forgotten that the Shen bird is a space bomber? The concept of range doesn't exist at all. I'll use the lag time to replace it. If it's in cruise status, the Shen bird can lag for 3 months. 3 months? All other bombers use hours to calculate lag time. You don't even use days, just months?" Both old men were shaken, Elder Song was even. Breathing heavily, his face flushed. Everyone was shocked. "Are you alright, Elder Song?" "It's fine, my medicine." Song Lao trembled as he tried to take the medicine from his pocket. The crowd helped with 7 hands and feet, and Song Lao urgently took a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Shi Lao also took out his own anti-hypertensive pills and prepared them in advance, preventing any shocking information from following. A few moments later, the two old men's emotions finally stabilized. Yang Bo didn't dare to stimulate the two of them again and busily said, "Let's board the plane, there are beds above, let the two old men rest." Good. Zhao Kaifeng and Yang Bo respectively helped the two old men and went up the boarding ladder. When the cabin was opened to take a look, the crowd was stunned again. Inside the cabin, leather sofas, upholstered beds, kitchen, bathroom, everything. The crowd looked at Yang Bo with surprise. "Are you sure you didn't build a luxury private airplane?" Strategic bombers are indeed equipped with living facilities because of their long lag time. For example, the Mao Bears T-160 also has a toilet, kitchen, rest area and so on. But warplanes are about simplicity and practicality. After all, it is to go to war, not to go on vacation. Shi Lao cried and laughed. Yang Bo, to make it like this, is it too much? Shi Lao, comfort is also combat effectiveness so that the pilots can stay in top condition. Otherwise, if you stay on the plane for months, the pilot won't collapse. Song Lao understands this. After all, if you're really stranded in the air for 3 months, living needs are something that must be considered. You are still thoughtful, Yang Bo added. Let's test fly. It then, Song Lao said. How can we test fly without a runway? The Shen bird uses fission direct injection plasma thrusters. There are 16 in total in the whole aircraft. It can easily take off and land vertically and pan left and right. Song Lao and Shi Lao were once again stunned. For this kind of technology that still only existed in PowerPoint before the two brains were still hard to adapt for a moment. Yang Bo pressed a remote control in his hand. The ceiling overhead suddenly rattled. The roof of the hangar slowly parted from the center. From the air, it looked as if a door had been opened. Yang Bo added, "Everyone please fasten your seatbelts." Yang Bo naturally sat in the driver's seat. Zhao Kaifeng was going to sit in the co-pilot, but Song Lao grabbed the seat. Song Lao, you'd better sit on the sofa. Song old man shook his head. Today I have to sit here even if I have to fight for my old bones. I want to see how this airplane flies. Zhao Kaifeng was helpless, waiting for all the people to sit down one by one. Yang Bo then pressed the start button. The voice reminder immediately sounded. The Shen bird fighter plane is starting up for the first time. Please enter the startup password. Yang Bo tapped 8 times on the touchscreen and keyed in 8 ones. Seeing this password, the co-pilot Song Lao was speechless for a while. It was really too unserious. Propulsion system, nuclear reaction module loaded, intelligent avionics system loaded, synthetic aperture radar module loaded, intelligent bombardment navigation system loaded, crew life support module loaded. As one by one the subsystem modules were loaded, all of them were both nervous and excited. Listening to the names of these system modules, it was clear that the Zhuan bird's level of advancement was beyond imagination. Drop. The beep sounded again. Loading is complete. All systems are normal. Takeoff preparation is complete. Yang Bo gently pressed the takeoff button. Cockpit center control screen status information kept scrolling. Nuclear reactor startup complete. Propellant loading complete. Plasma thruster 1 start. Plasma thruster 2 start. 16 plasma thrusters emitted a slight buzzing sound. 4 on the belly, vertically down. 4 on the sides, nozzles rotating 90 degrees downward. 8 in the tail, nozzles rotating 90 degrees downward. Ghostly blue plasma shot out from the ring of nozzles, as brilliant as a flame of light. It was different from the raging storms of ordinary aero engines. The plasma engines were powered by electricity and appeared to be whispering, but the thrust was just as great. Plasma thruster 1 thrust, 7.01587 tons. Plasma thruster 2 thrust, 7.01586 tons. Thrust values climbed all the way up. Soon, the basilisk was steadily lifted by the 16 thrusters, and the huge body slowly lifted up. The entire lifting process was exceptionally smooth. If not for the reference outside the window, the crowd could barely feel it. Elder Song, who always paid attention to the data on the screen, marveled even more. It was worthy of being called the future technology of fission direct injection plasma technology. The thrust control was actually refined to 0.00001 tons. It could be said to be as powerful as an ox and as fine as a hair. The Shen bird fighter was like a rock spreading its wings and flew up into the air from the skylight of the hangar. In the night sky, the greenish-black silhouette blended with the night color. The thrusters flashed with a blue halo and the plasma fluid dragged out along trailing light flame like an alien craft descending. This scene was seen by some of the surrounding villagers, all stunned. Fuck, UFO pull down is a drone. Don't be shocked, it must be that the machine factory has built an airplane again. Inside the cockpit, Yang Bo reminded the three, we are about to climb. Immediately, the Shinbird changed from a horizontal state to vertical, like a rocket ascending into the air. The 16 thrusters also slowly twisted their angles, except for the belly thrusters, which were closed. All the others twisted down. Inside the cockpit, all the seats also automatically adjusted their angles so that the body could adapt to the greater overload. In the air, the plasma thrusters glowed brighter and brighter. The trails of plasma fluid spewed out were thousands of meters long, like a comet cutting through the sky. The Shinbird boom fighter began to accelerate. On the center control screen, the various values rapidly soared: speed 088 Mach overload, 35G azimuth, 117A 201 east, 38A 325 north, altitude 2,838 meters, total thrust 128, 9 tons, cabin/outside temperature 24 AC/22 AC. Under the powerful thrust, just after entering the climb state, the speed of the Shinbird was close to the speed of sound, and it was just getting started. It was very open and a sonic boom came echoing high in the sky. The Shinbird easily broke through the sound barrier. Song Lao said, "Old Chi, after a lifetime of building airplanes, this is the first time I've experienced supersonic speed." Chi Lao also said, "I am also can supersonic flight on a hand. I also counted the death of no regrets." Yang Bo smiled helplessly. "You still have to live a long life. Let's say something auspicious, okay?" Zhao Kaifeng said, "Yang Bo, you will not really want to drive to space. I do not care. I'm afraid that the old man cannot top." He knows how crazy Yang Bo is about flying airplanes. Even if he doesn't go to outer space, in case he invades another country's airspace, it's still enough to give people a headache. Song Lao waved his hand and said in a bold manner, "It's okay, I'll put more than 100 pounds here today. I am also." Yang Bo said, "3. Rest assured, the aircraft has a life indicator monitoring system. There are problems with the system, will signal the alarm in advance." At this time, the speed has reached Mach 3, the overload reached 5G. The crowd has felt some discomfort. The system tone then sounded. Life support system activated. Increase cabin oxygen concentration by 5%. Seat ergonomic support mechanism activated. All occupants' body functions normal. Dark night. Thrusters continued to ramp up. The nozzle glow changed from ghostly blue to bright blue as a set of burning comets sped through the night sky. The plasma stream trails reached 5,000 meters. It was clearly visible for tens of kilometers. The bizarre sighting sparked much attention, which was reposted on social media. Many people inquired with the relevant authorities, and the responses were that there was a secret weapon being tested, so don't ask and don't spread it. High in the sky, the Jenda soon flew out of the stratosphere. At this time, the speed was Mach 7 and the overload was 6G. Yang Bo felt the blood in his whole body flowing towards his legs and his mind was slightly dizzy. The system began to constantly indicate the physical load status of the occupants. All occupants had normal physical functions. 1 occupant's physical load reached 85%, 2 occupants' physical load reached 99%, 3 occupants' physical load reached 97%, 4 occupants' physical load reached 78%. Out of the 4 people, Yang Bo and Zhao Kaifeng could still continue to support, while Song and Chi were already close to their limits. Yang Bo no longer continued to increase the thrust, maintaining the current 6G overload. This is also the physical limit of a normal person. The current thrust is enough to reach escape velocity and enter orbit. The speed continues to soar wildly. Mach 13, Mach 14. This was already the speed of a ballistic missile. After reaching Mach 17, the Jenda had flown out of the stratosphere and air resistance was rapidly decreasing. The unit of speed was changed from Mach to K/S. At this time, the speed reached 6.3 K/S. A bright light appeared in front of us, and the outline of the Earth could be clearly seen, and the horizon turned into a circular arc. Yang Bo said, "We are about to get rid of the Earth's gravity." The second old man and Zhao Kaifeng looked at each other, both excited and thrilled. Soon 7.2 K/S7, 6 K/S7, 8 K/S7, 85 K/S was about to reach the escape velocity of 7.9 K/S. At this time, they could not help but be nervous. Suddenly, several people felt their bodies suddenly light. The Earth's gravitational restraints instantly disappeared. Oops, Elder Song couldn't help but let out a childlike shriek as well. The crowd was secured in their seats, otherwise they would have floated immediately. The strange and vast space scenery also passed through the window and entered the field of vision. In the distance, a silent darkness, the light of the river of stars flickered in the distance, and on the other side the sun had leaped out of the curved outline of the Earth, incomparably dazzling. For a moment the crowd suddenly felt incomparably small, in the vastness of the universe like a speck of dust. The crowd was speechless for a long time. Yang Bo laughed. "It's not easy to make a trip to space, make a card," said he. Undid the seatbelt and took out his cell phone. "Hi, I am in space 350 kilometers from the Earth, experiencing the feeling of weightlessness. Watch me do a 365-degree roll." Posing for a few actions, Yang Bo vulgarly compared a scissor hand again, then sent the video to Shin Mingxin and Zhou Shuyan. The two women returned the message in seconds. Shin Mingxin, surprised. "This is a special effect, right?" Zhou Shuyan, surprised. "What the hell?" Yang Bo was happy. It was really messing with the airplane. Space can still send messages. The three people were shocked by this tart operation of Yang Bo. Yang Bo laughed. "I forgot to tell you guys, there is Wi-Fi on the airplane. The password is 81s. The crowd was so surprised that their mouths could stuff down an egg. Then they took out their cell phones and connected the Wi-Fi. Dun dun dun. Shin Mingxin obviously did not believe that Yang Bo was in space. A video hit over Yang Bo connected. "What the hell are you doing?" The other side of the camera, Shin Mingxin, wearing pajamas, is holding a hair dryer to blow her hair, apparently just finished showering. When she saw that Yang Bo was really levitating in the air making a face while doing the action, Shin Mingxin was dumbfounded. Only after a long time did she come back to her senses and said with wide eyes, You are really in space? Can you send videos in space?" "Of course, when have I ever lied to you? See what you can do." "What new airplane did you build?" Not only Yang Bo was on the phone, even Song Lao and Shi Lao are also on the phone. "Hey Mr. Hu, what's the launch date of your space station?" "Oh, the 8th, I'm in space. I'm really in space, I'll send you a video later." Song Lao laughed, hung up the phone, took a video of the space background and sent it over. Yang Bo just hung up Shin Mingxin's phone. Zhou Shuyan called in again. "Just now you followed the video, played half a day. All I fuck, how do you fly up?" Seeing Yang Bo floating in the air, Miss Zhou also couldn't help but spit out her fragrance. "This is not flying, this is weightlessness. You really went to space. I'll catch an alien and give it to you." "No, just give yourself to me." Several people were making phone calls, and even Old Man Song and Old Man Chi were childish, showing off all sorts of things, all sorts of Versailles. Suddenly an alarm came from the cockpit. Alert, red, longitude 112,586, 26,359, distance 485 kilometers. There is a craft approaching fast. The crowd was startled. Yang Bo immediately issued a voice command. "Identify the craft." Recognition is complete. The aircraft belongs to the Eagle Country Starlink Company. Chi Lao immediately said, "This Starlink launch a bunch of space garbage orbits or letting them take over." Elder Salam also said, "That's right, on the basis of their own worthless everyday rampage, almost even our space station hit." Yang Bo laughed. "Others are afraid of it, but I am not." Zhao Kaifeng immediately said, "Attacking a satellite is an act of war, and the Eagle Kingdom will definitely not take it." Lying down, "Don't worry, I won't attack it, but in case I sneeze and blow him away it shouldn't count." Alert, the distance of 121 kilometers from the Starlink satellite is about to approach. Yang Bo returned to his seat, and on the radar screen, the Starlink satellite was approaching at a fast speed. Yang Bo immediately adjusted the Xian bird's orbit. The crowd stared in anticipation. Soon, the Starlink satellite in the distance was like a shooting star speeding towards them. The Xian bird slightly gave way, and when the two sides brushed past each other, the thrusters on the right side of the Xian bird brightened up fiercely. The trails of the plasma stream erupted for 10 kilometers like a blue sword. The Starlink satellite was sprayed by the trails and was blown away like dust. It directly deviated from the orbit and quickly flew towards the ascension. Zhao Kaifeng laughed. "Ha, really sneezed and blew away. The Eagle Kingdom can only eat the defeat." Elder Song also said, "There are tens of thousands of Starlink, blowing off a few won't hurt. We must also hurry to launch our own constellation system to take up the orbit." Yang Bo said, "I also have this idea." Shi Lao was speechless. "The Xian bird has just been built, and you want to build a constellation satellite? Is there anything you don't know how to do?" Some old man said, "Good space also on Starlink, also blow flight. We should return to the journey." She old man also said, "Yes, if we do not return we two old guys really cannot eat." Yang Bo nodded. If not absolutely confident in the Xian bird, Yang Bo would not dare to do so. The two old men are both national treasure experts. Bringing the two old men up is risky. Tossing such a trip would also be a test for the physical strength of the two old men. Then we will return immediately. We're About to adjust our course when the alarm sounds again. Alert longitude 96,262 108,325 distance 285 kilometers International Space Station is approaching. Yang Bo was stunned. It seemed that he had inadvertently entered the space station's orbit. After all, the International Space Station could not have come to crash. The Shenbird people could be much more valuable than the Shenbird. It is not the kind of worthless goods that Starlink can compare, Yang Bo said. Let's say hello then. Song Lao was shocked. What are you going to do? You won't blow up and fly too? Yang Bo laughed. Of course not. Although the International Space Station had always kept Xia out from the perspective of all mankind, the existence of the space station did promote the level of scientific research. Yang Bo could not just go and attack the space station. That would cause international public anger. Soon, the truss-structured International Space Station came into view. Yang Bo operated continuously, keying in commands to adjust the thrust of the Shenbird 16 thrusters. With the change in thrust, the Shenbird began to move up and down, left and right in a regular manner. In the International Space Station, Sam and Quinn had just gotten up from their sleeping bags. Both of them were taken aback when they looked through the observation window. Against the backdrop of the vastness of space, the basilisk with its long blue tail trail was like a large bird, dragging its bright tail feathers and was dancing rhythmically. Was this an alien warship? Sam sprayed a mouthful of mouthwash straight out. Kane was so scared he swallowed it straight down and almost choked. Fark, what the hell is that? Quinn, am I starting to get violent? Could it be a Summerland or Woolly Bear flying machine? It can't be. There's nothing like that on Blue Star. Is that a starship? Who knows? Will he attack us? God only knows. Reported to the Four Eyes Alliance immediately. After showing off a dance, the basilisk stopped. At the same time, the light flames in the tail brightened violently and the Genta flew forward at an amazing speed, rapidly moving away from the space station's orbit. The space station reached Mach 23 in orbit, but the basilisk disappeared without a trace in moments, showing the amazing speed. Sam had dialed NASA Sky and Earth. Sam, reporting to the director, we've just spotted an alien warship. Director Niels. Sam, are you hallucinating? No, Quinn saw it too. You're both hallucinating at the same time. It's dangerous for the station. FARK, we're not hallucinating. We have video, we have proof, we'll send it to you later. Sam hung up angrily. A few moments later, Niles watched the video for a long time. That incredible propulsion system, the way it moved in close violation of the laws of physics, that was clearly not a Blue Star craft. Could there really be aliens? It had to be reported to the White House, the Air Force Base on the northern outskirts of the capital. The lights are on full blast, bright as day, a battalion of soldiers loaded on alert, elite ground crew maintaining equipment, all on standby. In the crowd, Vice Chairman Liu, his white hair very eye-catching, looked expectantly at the dark night sky. Soon several ghostly blue trailing flames appeared in the night sky. The crowd immediately whispered, "Here it comes, this is the Genta. What an engine!" The tail flames were several kilometers long. Soon, the greenish-black Genta fighter arrived over the base, huge green and black body, long tail flame. Starship-like sci-fi modeling. It shook everyone's eyeballs. One by 1 inch their mouths grew too big to speak. Those who didn't know really thought that aliens had invaded. It was unthinkable that the country of Xia could one day have such an airplane. After coming over the runway, the direction of the tail flames on the fighter jet swirled and twisted downward, and the huge body slowly descended, falling vertically low to the ground. Many of the waiting crowd were aviation experts. Seeing such a huge warplane, it actually took off and landed vertically. They were all incredulous. There was also the engine, which could actually rotate its direction at will. It could only be described as sci-fi. When the Shenbird stabilized on the ground, everyone hollered and surrounded it. The boarding ladder was also immediately pushed to the cabin door. As the cabin opened, Song Lao walked out first, assisted by Yang Bo, followed by Chi Lao and Zhao Kaifeng. Vice Chairman Liu greeted him in stride. Song Lao, Chi Lao, how do you feel? Song Lao sighed. With the Shenbird, Xia will no longer be afraid of anyone's nuclear blackmail. On the other hand, Chi Lao repeatedly said 4 words, far ahead, far ahead. Zhao Kaifeng laughed. That's right, in the future only we can blackmail others. Vice Chairman Liu walked to Yang Bo and pulled him in. With you here, the sky of Xia will be high in the future. Yang Bo smiled nervously. I just did what needed to be done. NASA office. After Niels watched the video sent by Sam, 10,000 alpacas galloped inside. Holy shit, is there really alien intelligence? Niels was a professional, judging by his eyes. The craft in the video was definitely not a product of Blue Star. that incredible propulsion system, and the maneuvering method that violated the laws of physics, it was completely beyond his understanding. If it's really an alien intelligence invasion, it's a big deal. We must report this to the White House. Additional budget to deal with the alien threat. 2 hours later, White House Oval Office, Eagle Kingdom Chancellor Donald had flowing blonde hair, but his eyebrows were furrowed in a frown. Nils, are you sure this isn't a special effects synthesized clip from Hollywood? Sure, it's most likely an alien civilization and we have to budget additional funds to deal with these threats. Donald held out a finger and shook it. Look Nils, no one knows more about aliens than I do and I don't believe in any alien civilization. So what does the Chancellor mean? There's no doubt that this is the work of the Hairy Bear or the Summer Kingdom. But, in my professional opinion, this can't be Blue Star technology. Nils Xia just publicized the Ghost Fighter. Isn't that Blue Star's technology? And you guys take tens of billions of dollars in budget every year, yet you have nothing to show for it. We'll only use these bullshit videos to play God to cheat funding. Early the next morning, Yang Bo had gotten into a car and left the base to return to Jiangmo Machinery Factory. The USB flash drive containing all the technical information of the Shinbird has been handed over to Song Lao. The subsequent technical team will be organized to attack the problem and prepare for mass production. At the same time, the 24 mushroom bombs that the Shinbird would mount in the future were also ready. It would be loaded with live bombs in the base. And on the internet, the news of a UFO appearing on the territory of the Summer Kingdom triggered a great deal of attention. Hot search. UFO appeared somewhere in the north. Quick shake hot search. Netizens captured a mysterious UFO video. Phoenix International. Mysterious UFO with a tail flame several kilometers long. Penguin News. Shocked Summer Country again out of the new warplane. Video screen platform. Circle of Friends. A large number of videos. Crazy. The whole network. Hot discussion. And uncharacteristically this time the Xia government actually did not come out to dispel the rumors. At the same time, there was no blocking of related news and videos. Of course, there wasn't any official explanation either. This has led to all sorts of brainstorming and claims spreading all over the internet. UFO, advanced warplanes, drone swarms, transitional ascension. Subsequently, a foreign reporter's revelation caused the heat of the incident to rise again. The journalist, who hails from a kangaroo country, exposed a classified video supposedly from the International Space Station. The video was taken by an astronaut from the International Space Station. A suspected UFO craft makes a bizarre flight through space and brushes up close with the ISS before mysteriously disappearing. The appearance of this video gave the UFO claim the upper hand. It also brought up NASA, the 51st state of Eagle Country, and many other topics. Since the videos of the ground sightings all came from Xia, the four-eyed countries such as the Eagle Country, John Bull, and the Kangaroo Country demanded that Xia release the truth of the incident, and yet, the official Xia state has never responded publicly. This intriguing attitude caused many people with good intentions to speculate. As everyone was searching for the truth, the military martial arts live broadcast was once again on the air. This time, the national goddess not only invited to the old partner seat, but also invited to the room cannon seat. The room cannon seat has always been known for its hawkish stance and sharp words, which is very different from the style of the bureau seat. This is a rare occasion for the two of them to join forces, so people can't help but wonder what kind of sparks will come out. In front of the camera, Shen Mingxin is smiling like a flower. Live friends everyone, I am Shen Mingxin. I believe that the two beside me are very familiar with the live broadcast. The conversation has just begun to pop up. Screen has been chatting feverishly. The Bureau of Neglect cannot go on defecting to the cannon seat. The War Neglect Bureau is about to be disbanded. Nostalgia. The Summer Country no longer bide its time. UFO in the end. What is going on? Inside the live broadcast room, the three went straight to the point, centering around the hot topic UFO Bureau. It is certain that this is not any UFO. Many netizens have filmed the video of the mysterious craft taking off and landing. The location is in the northern region of Xia and the official did not deny it. What does this mean? You guys taste, you find taste, cannon seat. That's right, recently the Eagle Country's B-211 has openly practiced nuclear blackmail against us, and the mysterious craft appeared in the territory of the Summer Country, which is a retaliation against the Eagle Country. It's telling the Eagle Kingdom, you don't fool around, you have mushroom eggs, so do I, Shen Mingxin. In that case, it's almost certain that this is a new type of warplane researched by Xia. Could it be the legendary strategic Bomber, bouncer, the bureau chief is not even fooling around the actual hammer. Haha, you guys taste, you find taste. Is it a water molecule? It's not water molecules, 16-tail flames. This one is absolutely beyond imagination, even more shocking than the Ghost Fighter. While looking forward to it, after the broadcast of the Military Live broadcast, the winds of public opinion at home and abroad then changed. The conclusion that the mysterious craft is the latest strategic bomber of Sia was accepted by all. It was rumored that Eagle Country B-211 had returned to the Hawaii military base silently after harassing the Sia border for over a month. At the same time, the Four Eyes Alliance was clamoring for the Sia state threat theory internationally, and this time Siagwa didn't even bother to respond. This attitude is very interesting. Netizens have commented, "I'll threaten, have the guts to bite me, rabbit, you have changed." While the noise on the internet was non-stop inside the workshop of Jangwo Machinery Factory, the Zenith Machining Center was still working feverishly. 2 days later, the first swarm drone began to roll off the production line. Unlike the advanced large-scale high-altitude drones, the swarm went for a low-altitude cluster combat mode. The drone was very small and its quadrotor shape was similar to ordinary civilian drones on the market. In fact, not only looks like swarm drone using a lot of civilian drone components, only a few components such as the radar swarm combat system and metal hydrogen bomb were produced by Yangbo. Even the core chips were procured in the market. In this way, the swarm drones could be disguised as civilian products to facilitate future entry. In addition to the swarm drones, the Sharkskin bulletproof vests were also being produced in a steady stream. In a month, 100,000 sets had been produced. Among them, for ESMA's 2000 sets, Yangbo made a special customization. According to ESMA's requirements, the bulletproof vest was made into a robe model with a larger protective area. The helmet was made into a turban model, which was in consideration of their religious beliefs and customs. Anyway, the Sharkskin nanomaterial was very easy to cut and dye. Any style can be customized. It was completely customer demand oriented, and in this way, it was completely unnoticeable that it was a bulletproof vest, so it could enter the country in a big way. 2 weeks later, 50 swarm drones and 2,000 sets of Muslim version bulletproof vests were all built. Yangbo sent a message to ESMA. "The goods have been prepared, happy. I'll pick up the goods right away." With that, the final payment was also sent. ESMA's demand was actually very small, and the amount of the payment for the goods was only more than $10 million, but it meant a lot to Yangbo. Open the market of the Middle East gunpowder barrels, it will be hard not to make money in the future. In the afternoon, Yangbo chatted with Mr. Zhang at the door while waiting for ESMA to come to his door. Outside the gate, the sound of parking came. I thought it was ESMA, but in the end, it was Shin Mingxin, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Big reporter Shin. Shin Mingxin was dressed in a relaxed casual outfit with a sweet smile. "Why don't you welcome me?" "I don't dare. In 2 days, I'm going abroad," Shin Mingxin calmly announced. Going abroad, Yangbo froze. The heart immediately surfaced in the TV series The Woman Went Abroad, the man reluctant to give up, and from now on the sky is different, and it is difficult to see each other again in various dramas. Cannot help but sigh. Shin reporter, we do not know each other for a long time. From knowing each other to knowing each other, have not had the time to love each other, will be separated. What a pity. Before you go, can you kiss goodbye? Looking at Yangbo's performance, Shin Mingxin was like looking at a psychopath. "I'll be back in a few days. Kiss your ass." "I'll be back in a few days. Kiss your ass." Then she asked, "Aren't you sanctioned? Can you still go abroad?" "The only ones who sanction me are the footpad and the South Pole. I'm going to Saudi Arabia this time." "Where are you going for?" "There is an international defense exhibition in Saudi Arabia next week. I am going to report." International defense exhibition. Yangbo's eyes light up. It's really a sleepy man who sends a pillow. "Do you want to go?" Shin Mingxin asked with a smile. Yangbo nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "Then hurry up and contact the foreign ministry." "Thank you so much, I'll give you a commission." If it wasn't for Shin Mingxin, a chance to make money would probably have passed by. When Shin Mingxin heard about the commission, "You have to drag me down, right? This is the unspoken rule of the industry. Your family Eagle Country still collect it, you a reporter cannot collect." Subsequently, Yangbo told the Rhodes Consulting Company's matter once again. The knowledgeable Shin Big reporter heard straight stare. At the same time, asked in shock, "Yangbo, how much money have you made in the end?" "Pure interest rate of about several billion." Shin Mingxin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Yangbo builds airplanes and makes bulletproof vests, making money for sure. but in just a few months actually earned billions. This is too scary. And Yang Bo is still so young. This is the rhythm of the future to be on the Forbes kill list. While talking, the sound of brakes came from the door again. Afterwards, the tall Esma came down from the car. Hello Yangpa. Haha, Yangpa was already too lazy to correct the big oceanic horse's accent. Esma didn't care about Shin Mingxin next to her and came up to give Yangpa a welfare slow hug. There was also a light imprint on his face. Shin Mingxin looked straight in the eyes, while a slight ripple appeared in her heart. After gradually familiarizing with Yang Bo, her positioning of their relationship had always been that of friends. But today, seeing Yang Bo and Esma being so intimate, even though she knew that it was due to the warmth of Westerners, there was still a trace of unhappiness in Shin Mingxin's heart. Could it be that I like Yang Bo? Although he is quite handsome, has a good character, and is very rich, but it seems like there is no but. Although she is 3 years older than him, but the woman is older than him. Shin Mingxin was still in the midst of entanglement. Yang Bo introduced. This is reporter Shin. This is Ms. Esma from Hillia. Miss Shin, hello, I have seen your program. Esma fell down and extended her hand and said. Shin Mingxin gently shook it. Hello, very happy to know you, Miss Esma. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Bo then brought the two women to a warehouse. There were drones and bulletproof vests placed inside. Esma was very excited and caressed the drones. Great, my brother needs these weapons very much, Yang Bo added. If possible, I am going to Saudi Arabia next week. Esma's eyes lit up. Really? Then we can go together. What are you doing there? The Saudi Arabia International Defense Exhibition. Reporter Shin will also be there. If there is a chance, I would like to invite you to my home as my guests. Esma issued an invitation and said. Yang Bo froze. Hillia is not a peaceful place. Would it be a bit dangerous to be a guest? Shin Mingxin, however, came into the spirit upon hearing this. For a reporter, it was a rare opportunity to take a trip to Hillia. Immediately said, if not disturbed, I also hope to go to Hilaria for the people who suffered from the war to make their voices heard. Esma was instantly greatly moved and pulled Shin Mingxin's hand. You are too kind, a reporter Shin. Hillia is not only suffering from the bombing of the Eagle Kingdom, but it is also being vilified as terrorists. We really need voices that can speak for us. 1 week later, a luxury private pulls up from the runway of the capital airport and heads west. The plane's destination was Shahuti. Inside the cabin, the corners of Shin Mingxin's mouth were slightly raised. Miss Shou, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was rude on the phone last time. Zhou Shuyan arched her eyebrows. It's already in the past. Reporter Shin doesn't need to take it to heart. The two beauties' lines of sight met and seemed to be silently exchanging words. One was a national goddess, the other was Zhou's daughter, and their face value, body shape and aura were not on par with each other. There seemed to be electric sparks flashing in the air. With this aura, Yang Bo on the side didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, Esma had already flown back to Hillia yesterday. Otherwise, three women are a drama. It would be lively. Shin Mingxin laughed again. Miss Shou is worthy of being a business elite. As an executive of Zhou Group and involved in the military industry, a single bulletproof vest has earned billions. All rely on Yang Bo. I am confused to earn so much. Zhou Shuyan is completely not bad money. Tycoon tone finished. Also a winks thrown to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was electrified, straight numb. Shin Mingxin heart a skimmed vixen. Zhou Shuyan smiled proudly. As the CEO of Yuan Yang Defense Company, she naturally went here to participate in the Shaudi International Defense Exhibition. How could she be absent from such an important exhibition? Of course, the most important thing was to watch Yang Bo. On the one hand, there is Shin Mingxin eyeing the tiger, and on the other hand, I heard that I know a big horse. Zhou Shuyan's sense of crisis has increased steeply, so it is public and private follow Yang Bo to Shahuti. This week's time, Yang Bo is also very busy, jumping up and down. Only a series of documents and formalities all completed. To go abroad to exhibit, the first thing is to apply for a passport. Normal needs 2 weeks, but the defense exhibition will start in a week. If you go through the process, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold. Fortunately, Shin Mingxin's father worked in the Ministry of Public Security. A phone call over. The process was completed on the same day. After the passport is done, then comes the visa. The visa for Shaudi takes 1 month. This even Shin Mingxin cannot help. Esma Hurd volunteered to help. Through family connections, she found a relationship with the ambassador of Saudi Arabia. The visa was issued on the same day. As for the company's qualifications to exhibit, Zhou Shuyan stepped in. Through the Zhou Group, as well as Qi Lao, Qin Beihai and other people's relations, all the formalities were done in 1 day. In this way, the formalities that would have required several months in advance, Yang Bo took care of it in a 3-day blitz. Having a beautiful woman to help through the back door was cool. The rest of the time, Yang Bo did not idle, Participating in this defense exhibition, Yangbo's main products are bulletproof vests, and there is also a drone. With only 2 products, Yangbo was not satisfied. Utilizing a few days of free time, Yangbo built a new piece of equipment, mechanical exoskeleton. The 2 exhibited samples were made using the leftover trimmings from building airplanes. It was almost zero cost to Yangbo. This mechanical exoskeleton was semi-wrapped and mainly increased the soldier's strength and speed, as well as a certain amount of protection. Although it was all very cool, it was not full of counterintuitive black technology like the Xian bird. There was no need to worry about affecting the geopolitical situation, so there was no need to have too much concern about exporting to the outside world. Even if it was exported to the Eagle Kingdom, Yangbo wouldn't worry about it. The only thing that was a bit troublesome was the metal hydrogen bomb. This was the drop bomb that Yangbo equipped for the drone. Metal hydrogen is a new type of explosive material. The explosive power reaches 50 times of TNT, although it has long been synthesized in the laboratory, but industrialized synthesis all countries have not succeeded. Therefore, this is a unique technology. Xia's senior management also had a debate on whether to allow exports. After internal discussion, Vice Chairman Liu made a decision. This matter was made by Yangbo. He thought that if it could be exported, it would be exported. After all, as the maker of the Ghost Fighter and Xian Bird, Vice Chairman Liu believed that no one knew the significance and value of each technology better than Yangbo. Yangbo certainly knew all about the power of metallic hydrogen. However, no matter how powerful metallic hydrogen was, it still belonged to the category of conventional weapons. At most, it was just a little more efficient in killing people. The existing mushroom eggs on the blue planet were enough to destroy human beings dozens of times, so how much of an impact could it have to export some more metallic hydrogen? After 7 hours of flight, the airplane arrived at the territory of Shouty. Through the porthole, the rolling desert on the ground, the undulating sand dunes were already clearly visible. Soon the airplane landed. On the tarmac, Yangbo ran into an old acquaintance as soon as he got off the plane, Manager Chen of Daqin Materials. Look at Yangbo left and right, 2 big beautiful women read countless people. Chen Manager also straight stared. Zhou Shuyan, he knows, next to that is not the national goddess Shinmingxin. Look at them, this card face. Sitting on a private airplane, the beauty beside him is also top-notch. How can the gap between people be so wide? No wonder people can make nanomaterial bulletproof vests. Nowadays, Daqin Materials also had to rely on Far Eastern Defense's patent licenses and OEM orders. Of course, due to the good enough sales of the new bulletproof vests, it earns more than before. Instead, Mr. Yang, how are you? Manager Chen enthusiastically went up to greet him. Yangbo smiled. Being called General Manager Yang, he was still a bit uncomfortable. After exchanging pleasantries, they left the airport to their respective hotels. The hotel was booked by Zhou Shuyan and Miss Zhou's strict choice. The main focus was a high class. The interior was extremely luxurious, and there were rows of luxury cars outside the door. Worthy of having a piece of cloth on top of my head. Blue Star, I am the richest. Inside the hotel, the men are all wearing robes with white cloth on their heads. The women, on the other hand, are veiled, only revealing a pair of big watery eyes permeated with mystery and temptation. 5-star presidential suite, 3 bedrooms, 3 people each live in one. Zhou Shuyan was a bit regretful. I was polite. The Shin Big reporter actually also followed live in. Didn't you book a hotel yourself? This time what happened? Something also impossible. The next day, Lazard International Convention and Exhibition Center. The flags of various countries waved in the wind. A dazzling array of people of all colors and attire. Media professionals and arms dealers gathered here. The large arms dealers of the Eagle Kingdom, Woolly Bear and other rogues showed up in full force. Thunder, Loma, Rollo, Sukoichi, Rainmetal, all of them were famous. Compared to them, Far Eastern Defense was still a small and nameless name. However, Yangbo was confident that after this exhibition, Far Eastern Defense would definitely make a name for itself. Inside the exhibition hall, Far Eastern Defense still occupied an inconspicuous corner. There was no way the position of the booth was completely dependent on the curiosity. It was good that Nano Bulletproof Vest had already accumulated some popularity during the 3 endings. One after another, customers came to the door. With the diversion of the Bulletproof Vest, the other exhibits also quickly received attention. The drones were Still normal. After all, there weren't 100 drones at the show, there were 80, but mechanical exoskeletons could be different. In sci-fi movies, mechanical exoskeletons were not rare and there were some PPT conceptual designs in various countries, but to bring the physical object to the defense exhibition, Yuanyang Defense was the first one in Blue Star. In order to achieve the maximum publicity effect, Zhou Shuyan even personally took on the mechanical exoskeleton. The nanomaterial bulletproof vest and bulletproof pants with a slim cut completely outlined the curves of Zhou Shuyan's body, and outside the bulletproof vest there was a semi-covered mechanical exoskeleton, ice-cold metallic luster, electric transmission pressure device, half-covered mechanical arm. A sexy and cold, but also full of mechanical punk-style combat girl appeared in front of everyone's eyes. If you weren't careful, you'd think you'd entered the wrong electronic anime-s showground. In front of the booth, onlookers took out their cell phones and took a wild shot, leaving aside whether or not they placed an order. This wave of traffic was definitely there. Although the mechanical exoskeleton modeling, stunning transmission devices, batteries, indicator lights, also full of texture, looks like the real thing. But the onlookers did not think that the mechanical exoskeleton had any actual ability. Everyone merely took pictures, and no one went up to consult the performance and parameters. At this time, Zhou Shuyan lifted her foot to start, and her mechanical foot hit the ground with a sense of oppression, like a mechanical reformer in a sci-fi movie. There was a gasp of surprise from the crowd. It was too shocking. But what could it do? Make a movie? Oh, Zhou Shuyan ignored the crowd and walked in front of a barbell. Gentlemen, this is a 200-kilogram barbell. Please look. After saying that, she pulled with one hand, and the mechanical arm made the sound of a motor drive. The barbell responded to the sound and was easily lifted. This isn't real, unbelievable. Zhou Shuyan smiled faintly, and with a gentle toss, she actually threw the heavy barbell into the air, while the crowd shrieked in shock and scattered backwards in panic. A 200-kilogram barbell falling from the air, this was enough to shatter one's bones. However, Zhou Shuyan stretched out her other arm, a grab in the air. The mechanical arm rattled slightly, effortlessly catching the falling barbell. Afterward, Zhou Shuyan gently placed the barbell on the ground. The onlookers came back to their senses this time and immediately erupted into a thunderous applause. There were also people who didn't believe the barbell was real. Go forward, and try face suffocated. Bleeding also did not lift the barbell by the slightest. At this time, Zhou Shuyan turned around and stared at Yang Bo with a burning gaze. Attacking full of gas stride over, Yang Bo was startled, involuntarily backed up to the foot of the wall. What is this sister going to do? Zhou Shuyan walked in front of Yang Bo. Her mechanical arm leaned towards the wall and walloped Yang Bo on the wall. Sister Shuyan, what do you want to do? The corner of Zhou Shuyan's mouth raised. You guess, said. A hand grabbed Yang Bo's belt. Yang Bo was shocked. This is a public place. Let's go back to the hotel, okay? No, I can't. Zhou Shuyan hand of force who directly lifted Yang Bo over his head. This action once again triggered a tidal wave of cheers. Many people whistled. The eyes of the entire exhibition hall were attracted over. Yang Bo screamed in agony. Is it easy to earn some money for me? This wave could be said to have pulled full effect. The barbell might have cheated, but 100 pounds of living man lifted over his head with one hand. This was by no means an ordinary strength. No one doubted the power of the mechanical exoskeleton anymore. The crowd swarmed to make inquiries. At the same time, with the sensational effect of the mechanical exoskeleton, nano bulletproof vests and drones also sparked the interest of the crowd. Suddenly, a professional military journalist clientele exclaimed, pointing to the drone parameter nameplate, shouted, "By Cake, metal hydrogen bomb." This drone was actually equipped with a metal hydrogen bomb. Many people were a bit confused at once, and many of them still didn't know what metallic hydrogen meant. The military reporter reconfirmed, is it really metal hydrogen? Yang Bo took over. Not bad. By Cake, has your company solved the industrialized preparation of metal hydrogen? Yes, we have. Unbelievable. The appearance of metallic hydrogen was like a heavy bomb that immediately detonated the exhibition hall. Far Eastern Defense's booth was immediately surrounded by 3 layers of people. Now, the media also caught wind of the situation and flocked to the front of the booth. Among them, there was no lack of international media. Seeing the nano bulletproof vests, advanced drones and sci-fi mechanical exoskeletons, everyone was surprised. This Yuanyang Defense was unknown, but it seemed to have some strength. A group of reporters all passed their microphones over, and Shin Mingxin also squeezed in among the crowd. Zhou Shuyan first asked Shin Mingxin to ask a question. Shin Mingxin, Far Eastern Defense seems to be a new company. May I ask what is your main promotion for this exhibition? Zhou Shuyan smiled and said, Far Eastern Defense is a company that was just established this year, but the company is strong and this time it has withdrawn from the nano bulletproof vests, intelligent swarm drones and mechanical exoskeletons 3 products. BBC reporter, may I ask if the nano bulletproof vests have undergone relevant tests and reached the NATO standard? Zhou Shuyan said lightly, of course, we passed the 4-level test. As a matter of fact, this bulletproof vest has now been sold in the market of the Eagle Kingdom. NBC reporter, is the mechanical exoskeleton technology stolen from the Eagle Kingdom? Zhou Shuyan snorted coldly. The problem is that you also have to have it. Fox reporter, metal hydrogen is very powerful. Your company intends to sell to the public? Zhou Shuyan nodded. Of course, I think you will not say we steal American technology again. Fox reporter, some embarrassment. The so-called summer country theft of Eagle country technology in the West belongs to the political discourse. Truly knowledgeable journalists know that this is completely worthless. Looking at the stomach-churning faces of a group of international journalists, Zhou Shuyan handed over the right to ask questions to Xin Mingxin again. Xin Mingxin, may I ask what are the characteristics of the intelligent swarm drone besides being equipped with metal hydrogen bombs? Xin Mingxin's question was completely real to help publicize, and Yang Bo took over the microphone. First of all, the swarm UAVs are equipped with active phased array radar with a detection range of 20 kilometers, reaching more than 3 times that of UAVs of the same class, and the swarms can form intelligent clusters, each other's eyes and ears, monitoring the entire battlefield. There were many professional colleagues present who immediately realized the power of this UAV. Many customers had already settled down and were ready to place their orders. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came forward. Hello, I am Eagle Country Poston Power Company. Yang Bo was stunned. Poston Dynamics is famous in the industry. Their robot dogs robots are all very outstanding. Hello, what can I do for you? Your company's mechanical exoskeleton is very excellent, while my company has an intelligent combat robot. How about we both have a friendly match? Upon hearing that there was a match, all eyes gathered over. Yang Bo smiled lightly. A friendly match? I'll believe the hell out of you, of course. Wanting to race with a mechanical exoskeleton, this Jason was obviously not harboring good intentions. Robots and mechanical exoskeletons represent 2 completely different technological routes. What's the point? It's just to see the mechanical exoskeleton is hot and come to rub it in. As a matter of fact, robots pursue the imitation of human beings with the ultimate goal of replacing human beings with machines on the battlefield in the future. And the exoskeleton is an enhancement of human limbs and abilities. Jason's goal is to signal the victory of the robot route by defeating the mechanical exoskeleton with a robot. In this way, Poston Dynamics would get more orders and investments. However, since Poston had a crooked mind, Yang Bo didn't mind playing with them. Yang Bo was confident in the strength of the mechanical exoskeleton. Then, with the help of Zhou Shuyan, Yang Bo put on the 80-kilogram mechanical exoskeleton and went to the outdoor exhibition ground. Inside the specialized obstacle course, various obstacles such as trenches, low wall slopes and canoes were set up. Some of them were similar to the training programs for firefighters or police dogs. On the field, Poston Dynamics' latest model T200 robot was being demonstrated. The T200 is close to the height and size of a normal human being with very coordinated movements and is easily completing one obstacle after another. The entire movement is very comfortable, almost no different from humans. From the dexterity, intelligence, environmental adaptability and other aspects, all reached a very high level. When he walked in front of the crowd, he even did an in-place front flip and landed firmly on the ground. The crowd let out a gasp, if you don't count the Zenith system. The technology of Poston Power is undoubtedly the strongest in Blue Star, especially the T200 with its strong performance. According to the hexagonal building evaluation test, it already had some of the actual combat capability. Therefore, Jason's confidence was not without reason. Yang Bo asked, Mr. Jason, what is the competition? Sprinting, obstacle crossing and actual combat, 3 elements. Of course, if you think the mechanical exoskeleton is not good at certain items, you can give up. Jason said with a smile, no need, I will participate in all 3 items. Yang Bo laughed coldly in his heart. Most of the mechanical exoskeletons favored strength, speed and agility were usually the short board. Competing in sprinting and traversing obstacles was completely bullying the mechanical exoskeleton. There were people among the onlookers who realized this, but Yang Bo himself did not. Speak and the others were even less likely to step forward. After all, Poston was an Eagle Country company and next to it were all the Eagle Country media. No one was willing to offend. Both sides then came to the open area next to them. On the ground there was a runway painted in paint. Jason said, "This is a 50-meter runway and the best performance of the T200 is 3:89 seconds. The onlookers all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The world record for 50 meters was also more than 5 seconds and the T200 actually ran to within 4 seconds. The mechanical exoskeleton is very bulky at first glance and I am afraid that it would be better not to wear it." Yang Bo does not care. Perhaps the speed of other mechanical exoskeletons is a shortboard, but this is Zenith's technology, not. Only was speed and agility not a shortcoming, it was instead a strong point. Good, let's get started. Jason's heart snickered at the sound of this. It seemed like the first game was a sure win. The media reporters are all excited. NBC reporter, "Mechanical exoskeleton although powerful, but if the speed is slow in the battlefield can only become a living target." BBC reporter, "Yes, pure power is meaningless, after all the crane power is bigger." Shin Mingxin, although she does not understand these technologies, but has unconditional confidence in Yang Bo, said, "The game has not yet begun, it is too early to draw conclusions." NBC reporter looked at a beautiful reporter in Xiai said, "Miss, I bet 100 eagles the robot won." Shin Mingxin said, "Good, bet on it." Yang Bo came to the starting line, squatted down and his muscles were taut. The exoskeleton power system was ready to go. The muscle force feedback system adjusts the moment output of each component, perfectly adapted to the body action. T200 also stood in front of the starting line, squatting down to make a human starting position. The crowd of onlookers took out their cell phones and the reporters turned on their cameras. Ready, run. As Jason shot the starting gun, T200 was like lightning, instantly rushed out. A step scampered out 5 or 6 meters, so fast that it almost left a residual shadow, but Yang Bo was even faster. At the moment of starting, the mechanical exoskeleton power is all output from the legs, 800 horsepower power output coupled with muscle force feedback system. Wearing it on the body, it instantly turned into a berserk beast. Yang Bo stomped violently on the ground. Click, the concrete road surface instantly left a cracked footprint. Under the tremendous force, Yang Bo was almost catapulted out, instantly scurried out 7 or 8 meters, directly overtaking T200 by one body position. Jane was startled. Holy shit, too fast. It should be said that T200 was indeed excellent imitating humans but surpassing them. The running movement was like that of a sprinter, coordinated, graceful and explosive. Unfortunately, the opponent was even faster. The crowd saw 2 shadows flash from their eyes, didn't even figure out what was going on. The race was over. Yang Bo crossed the finish line in less than 3 seconds, and with a distance of 50 meters he threw out the T200 by more than 10 meters. When they saw the finish line timer displaying 2:89 seconds, everyone was dumbfounded. Jason even froze on the spot. How can this be? This is not scientific. As an expert in the mechanical field, he was well aware of the shortcomings of mechanical exoskeletons, which was bulky, but Xia's mechanical exoskeleton completely broke the mold. Not only was it powerful, its speed was even more amazing. For the first time, a trace of ominous foreboding surfaced in Jason's heart. It was too fast. The mechanical exoskeleton was too strong. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was even more amazing. The crowd murmured, and the professionals present began to think about the possibility of mechanical exoskeletons being applied on the battlefield. Shin Mingxin spread out her palm and smiled. "Mr. Reporter, thank you for the 100 Eagle dollars." NBC reporter's face stiffened as she took out a $100 bill. "Squeeze out a smile. You are welcome, just as I invited you to drink coffee." BBC reporter, a skimpy mouth. "Speed is nothing, after all the speed of the sports car is faster." Shin Mingxin smiled, already too lazy to refute. Trying to get these people to admit that Xia's technology is better is harder than killing them. Jason had a bitter feeling inside, a premonition of kicking the iron plate, but he also had to say with a face of words, "Your exoskeleton combines both strength and speed. It is really amazing." Yang Bo said indifferently, "Your T200 is also excellent. Start the next game." Jason nodded. The crowd proceeded to the obstacle course. In the venue, there were more than 10 obstacles such as trenches, short wall slopes, canoes, low pile nets and drilling fire rings. Jason was more confident about the obstacle traversal. It requires a lot of coordination and agility from the robot. In fact, pure speed and strength are not difficult for robots. Coordination was the king. This was also the reason why Boston-powered robots were known as the strongest in Blue Star. Yang Bo smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Shen Mingxin swept a glance at a few reporters from the Eagle Kingdom and John Bull and said, "Gentlemen, I bet on the exoskeleton to win $100 Eagle." Although Boston-powered robots had always been known for their flexibility, witnessing the amazing performance of the mechanical exoskeleton on the 50-meter track, the crowd was also not dare to underestimate. NBC, CNN, BBC, a group of reporters' heart also have no bottom, but losing is not losing. NBC reporter gritted his teeth. "I with, at." This time with the timer on the number began to jump, T200 began his performance. Trench T200 a leap over, short wall one hand a support diagonal jump over. This 100% human action perfectly demonstrates T200's coordination, winning applause from the onlookers. Then the low pile net. T200 is like a seasoned veteran with a creeping posture, quickly through the hole without touching the net. Then came the slope and the log bridge. T200 was agile and flexible, and the distance of each step was precisely calculated. The movements were flowing without a trace of redundancy, more precise and faster than humans. The last obstacle was the fire ring. The diameter of the ring of fire was about 80 c, nearly 2 meters above the ground. This height alone is not something an ordinary person can jump over, not to mention the flames. The T200 took 2 steps, jumped up, and cleanly drilled through the ring of fire. Immediately T200 rolled over and bowed to the crowd. The crowd applauded and many whistled. At this point the time on the counter was 42.1 seconds. Jason also revealed a smile. T200's performance was perfect. Yang Bo also revealed a smile. Some of the items in here were obviously in T200's favor. For example, drilling through the fire circle. T200's body type is relatively thin and its shoulder width is only about 50 c. It was certainly not difficult to drill through. But after wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, Yang Bo's width at both shoulders is more than reaching 75 c. Can only barely pass. Yang Bo looked and turned towards Zhou Shuyan. Many people thought that Yang Bo was afraid and wanted to quit the competition. Jason immediately said, "What's wrong, you want to quit the game?" NBC reporter also said, "Summer people are afraid." Yang Bo took a helmet from Zhou Shuyan and put it on his head. To Jason he said, "For safety, there is no problem for me to bring a helmet, right?" Jason smiled. "Of course, as long as you are willing. After all, the obstacle has the item of drilling fire rings. Do some safety protection. No one can say anything." In fact, this helmet was not an ordinary helmet. It is a smart helmet, and the mechanical exoskeleton is a set with radar, holographic image, and force feedback control functions such as fire ring obstacles. It must be ensured that it is exactly the right height to jump to the corresponding height to drill through. Such a precise movement relying on Yang Bo's own control requires a long time of practice before it is possible, and with the smart helmet the mechanical exoskeleton can drill through with precision. Coming to the field, Yang Bo brought the helmet instead. On the mask the prompt message immediately scrolled up. The data link completed, visual focus matching force feedback control system connection. After the system was fully activated, Yang Bo nodded to Jason. The starting gun sounded. Yang Bo once again like an arrow catapulted out. The first trench, Yang Bo started jumping at a distance of 3 meters. Jumping up more than 2 meters high, he drew an arc in the air and landed steadily. The crowd let out a gasp. The jump just now was extremely visual. Jason on the other hand saw it, but the corner of his mouth jumped, because this jump showed that the mechanical exoskeleton was still relying on brute force. An obstacle crossing required coordination. Short wall. Yang Bo didn't even bother to jump with one hand propped up. He directly jumped 2 meters and easily crossed it. The wooden bridge. Yang Bo only stepped on the bridge board, vacated 3 meters in the air and crossed out more than 10 meters in one step. He directly crossed the log bridge. Such a simple and rough operation made people stare straight in the eyes. And then the low pile net. The crowd finally saw the coordination of the mechanical exoskeleton. Yang Bo was lying on the ground, and the mechanical exoskeleton moved with incredible frequency and small amplitude, lightly and quickly climbed over, faster than the T200. Jason couldn't stop laughing. This is all possible. This is too unscientific. Jason felt that all the mechanical knowledge he had learned could be fed to the dogs. Some of the movements were completely against mechanical principles. Not only Jason, the amateurs outside the arena also saw the power of the mechanical exoskeleton. By cake, this mechanical exoskeleton is too amazing. I think the T200 is going to be blown away. That's right, Xia's technology is amazing. Soon Yang Bo came to the fire circle. Jason secretly prayed, hopefully the ring of fire could block Yang Bo's steps, but he was disappointed. On the helmet the radar had accurately obtained the height and diameter of the fire circle. Yang Bo didn't even intentionally boost his run and leapt in front of the fire circle. His shoulder grazed the edge of the fire circle and easily drilled through. Then he landed steadily. At this time on the timer, only 30 seconds had passed. The mechanical exoskeleton had once again won easily. Jason's face was unimpressed. This meant that T200 had lost 2 games in a row. If it was based on a 3-game winning streak, there was no longer a need to compete in the 3rd game. But if it ended, their post and dynamics would definitely lose face. This was very unfavorable to the subsequent orders and financing. Jason had difficulty accepting it. At this time, the onlookers were talking. It seemed that mechanical exoskeletons were a better route than robots. The technology of the Xia people was really good. Not bad. The Xia people were once again ahead of the Eagle Kingdom, and once again, the NBC reporters reluctantly took out $100 Eagle. Although these reporters were all white-collar workers with good incomes, losing $200 Eagle for nothing was depressing enough. Yang Bo walked out of the field and took off his helmet. Mr. Jason, is there still a match in the 3rd game? Jason gritted his teeth. He now had no way back. If he couldn't win once to move back his face, post and power would be finished. Suddenly a professional military reporter guest businessman exclaimed. Pointing at the drone parameter nameplate, he shouted, "By cake, metal hydrogen bomb." This drone was actually equipped with a metal hydrogen bomb. Many people were a bit confused at once, and many of them still didn't know what metallic hydrogen meant. The military reporter reconfirmed, "Is it really metal hydrogen?" Yang Bo took over. "Not bad. By cake, has your company solved the industrialized preparation of metal hydrogen?" "Yes, we have." "Unbelievable." The appearance of metallic hydrogen was like a heavy bomb that immediately detonated the exhibition hall. Far Eastern Defense's booth was immediately surrounded by 3 layers of people. Now, the media also caught wind of the situation and flocked to the front of the booth. Among them, there was no lack of international media. Seeing the nano-bulletproof vests, advanced drones and sci-fi mechanical exoskeletons, everyone was surprised. This Yuanyang defense was unknown, but it seemed to have some strength. A group of reporters all passed their microphones over, and Shin Mingxin also squeezed in among the crowd. At this time, even the always calm Zhou Shuyan was a little worried. She was very clear about Steel Bone's parameter data, so she wasn't worried at all about the first 2 matches. But the 3rd game is different, already close to the actual battle. Steel Bone and T200 is stronger or weaker, her heart is not at all. Bottom. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the crowd. A group of bearded men clad in white robes with white scarves on their heads walked over. The stars of the crowd flocked to a sharp-eyed young man. NBC reporter suddenly stared wide-eyed. "It is Hara Young Crown Prince." CNN reporter. "Really, is Hara Young Crown Prince in the Shah land, although the King Old Haraman is the nominal supreme ruler. But because of old age, the domestic political affairs have long been handed over to Crown Prince Halales control. So Halales Crown Prince Young already is the actual controller of the Shah Wudi." The appearance of Crown Prince Halales triggered the crowd's commotion. Reporters opened their cameras one after another and pressed the shutter frantically. Even the competition between the mechanical exoskeleton and the T200 didn't smell good anymore. Crown Prince Hara Shao waved his hand to the crowd. Jason took a look and immediately came over. "This is a super big tycoon, a big buyer in the international arms market, must be licked. Your Royal Highness, I am Jason of Post and Power. The robot in the field is Blue Star's most advanced T200 with strong real-world capabilities." Crown Prince Harales expressionless. The game continues. Jason was thrilled. The appearance of Crown Prince Hara Major would not only attract media attention, but also give the 3rd game a different meaning. As long as Steel Bone won this game, the losses in the first 2 games were completely negligible. It would surely bring big orders to Post and Power. At this moment, Yang Bo and T200 were standing at the 2 ends of the field. With Crown Prince Hara Shao nodding his head, Jason announced the start of the match. Inside the venue, there were simulated walls, houses and other shelters. T200 entered and swiftly cat behind half of the wall, concealing himself. The tactical movements were decent, just like a veteran of 100 battles. The onlookers nodded their heads repeatedly, and even Crown Prince Hara Shao's eyes narrowed slightly. On the other end of the field, Yang Bo was completely different. Without any hidden movements at all, he took a mechanical foot and walked forward with great vigor. The crowd could not help but stare. So courageous, there was a clear contrast between the performance of both sides. T200 was dexterous and shrewd like a human being, and Yang Bo was reckless like a robot, NBC reporter sneered. If this on the battlefield, I'm afraid that even a minute will not survive. CNN reporter a mouth. Perhaps let the real soldiers wear steel bone will have a better performance, but this game T200 is sure to win. NBC reporter to Shin Mingxin. The beautiful young lady, you are still interested in betting on it, of course, 100 eagle dollars. In the field, hidden behind the wall, T200 at this time suddenly out flying sideways. At the same time, the arrow raised hand fired 2 shots in a row, action clean and sharp. In the face of T200's shooting, Yang Bo's footsteps did not stop at all, twisted his body and lightly dodged the 2 paintballs. The onlookers were shocked. Yang Bo seemed to be able to predict the trajectory. In fact, at the moment the T200 fired, the photoelectric radar on the helmet mask counted the ballistic trajectory within 0.02 milliseconds by capturing the movement of the T200, while easily dodging. Yang Bo also returned 2 shots. Visual focus aiming plus muscle force feedback correction, both shots were incredibly accurate. However, the T200 moved extremely fast and dodged again. Yang Bo's 2 paintballs also fell short. The short exchange between the 2 sides was exceptionally exciting, drawing a gasp from the crowd. Although neither of them won, the exquisite shooting skills and tactical movements of both sides were beyond the crowd's imagination. Yang Bo didn't wait for T200 to continue his movements and suddenly took a big step forward. Thud thud, the mechanical feet hit the ground with amazing momentum. At the same time, it shot continuously. 1 paintball slammed down, hitting the bunker colorfully. T200 was instantly suppressed and couldn't lift his head. It could only occasionally draw cold and return a shot, but it was also easily dodged by Yang Bo. Both sides can be called god shooters, but T200 hunkers down and Yang Bo can prejudge the trajectory, so no one can hurt anyone. The T200 seems to be in an unfavorable situation, but Jason's face showed joy. Because there were only 20 bullets in the paintball gun, Yang Bo's reckless fighting style would soon run out of bullets. However, in fact, Yang Bo did not intend to win by bullets at all. He was like a tiger descending from the mountain, pulling the trigger frantically. A pike of bullets was emptied in a moment. In a flash, he rushed to the center of the field, less than 20 meters away from the T200. Jason's heart is ecstatic. Steel bone bullets actually finally used up. The back can only be passive beating. T200 robot also calculated this point. Immediately came out from behind the cover, and the result was that just as soon as he showed his head, an object flew over. It was smashed on the T200's naked titanium alloy head. Clang. Yang Bo actually threw the paintball gun as a weapon. Such a courageous fight made the onlookers dumbfounded. However, Yang Bo threw away the paintball gun and became barehanded, which meant that this game was bound to be lost. After all, even though steel bone was strong, he could not fight against the gun and bullets. But Yang Bo's move was unexpected by everyone. At this time, Yang Bo was less than 10 meters away from T200. Under the helmet, the corner of Yang Bo's mouth was raised. The body slightly squatted, then violently leaped. Rising up in the air, he left the ground by a full 5 meters. He directly jumped over the wall and pounced on the T200. Fuck, what is this going to do? The crowd was shocked. Close combat. The problem is T200 still have bullets with you close combat. Sure enough, T200 was calm as usual and raised his gun to shoot. He saw Yang Bo twist in the air and lightly dodged the paintball. At the same time, steel bone blasted out with a punch like a landslide, and T200 had no way to avoid it. Bang, the titanium and steel alloy iron fist slammed down. 800 horsepower power, all output to T200's metal head. Click, a sound of metal snapping. The T200's head flew straight out. Shocked, the entire audience was shocked. It was too damn violent. Jason was dumbfounded, never having thought that a mechanical exoskeleton could still fight like this. A second ago, he thought the T200 was a sure winner. Within moments, the situation was reversed. Boston-powered Blue Star's most advanced fighting machine, T200, was actually blown up by a punch. Then, in the crowd's astonished gaze, Yang Bo gave a flying kick. T200's wreckage was kicked out of the field. Silence. Still the whole field was silent. A moment later, clap. Crown Prince Harishau applauded first. Subsequently, the applause rang out one after another until it was like a tidal wave. Jason's face was bitter, wanting to cry. The applause was like a satire on T200. NBC and CNN reporters' faces were not good either. In a duel that symbolizes power, the Eagle Kingdom finished losing to the Summer Kingdom. Crown Prince Hera Xiao patted Jason's shoulder to show his comfort. Then he got up and walked towards Yang Bo in the field. A group of bodyguards immediately followed. The Crown Prince will be protected in the middle. This is the guy who exploded T-200 with one punch. It is not a joke. Crown Prince Hera Les reached out and touched the cold mechanical exoskeleton. Directly thumbs up, this is very good. I want 1,000 sets. Yang Bo was instantly happy. Just like this. Not a word of nonsense, even the price is not even asked. Directly 1,000 sets. What does it mean to be ruthless? Hera's lesser with a piece of cloth on his head. He is the richest in Blue Star. Yang Bo immediately laughed and said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Each set of steel bones comes with a set of bulletproof vests and a bulletproof turban. The pricing of the steel bone is 400,000 Eagle dollars per set. Sending a set of bulletproof vest is not a problem. What discount? And so on. Yang Bo did not mention. That would be an insult to Crown Prince Hera the Younger. Hera's young Crown Prince smiled evilly. You still have bulletproof vests? Yes, the best nano-composite bulletproof vest from Blue Star. 10,000 more sets. Yang Bo was stunned, not even looking at 10,000 sets. What does it mean to be bold? This is called bold, Your Highness the Crown Prince. We also have drones equipped with metal hydrogen bombs. Crown Prince Hera Xiao froze, obviously still not understanding what metal hydrogen is. The attendant advisor beside him immediately explained. Young Crown Prince Hera's eyes immediately widened, immediately said, 1,000 sets of drones, although I don't know how the drones are, it is worth it just for the metal hydrogen bombs. Yang Bo smiled openly. In less than a minute, an order of several hundred million Eagle dollars was finalized. Jason's eyes on the side simply spewed out fire. This was all his order. Now it's finished. Post and Power lost completely this time. T-200 lost to Summer Steelbone. This news will soon spread all over the world. Subsequently, Yang Bo took Crown Prince Hera Les and came to Yuan Yang Defense's booth. After understanding the detailed characteristics of the three products, Crown Prince Hera added another 20,000 sets of bulletproof vests. After all, this thing can not only be used as a bulletproof vest, but can also be used as ordinary clothes. It didn't matter if he stocked up more. Driven by Crown Prince Hera's large orders, some of the customers who were originally on the sidelines also began to place orders. The main focus of the Middle Kingdom's tycoon is a hope by the right one, and more importantly, by the expensive one. Zhou Shuyan began to sign a single sign to the rhythm of soft hands. Shin Mingxin looked at the side and stared. Yang Bo, this guy, this money earn also too fierce. Hundreds of millions of dollars of orders one after another. That is the Eagle Dollar. I only made 300 Eagle dollars in half a day. At the time when Yang Bo was earning Eagle dollars, Hialeah territory, Kaneko oil field, there is a long line of oil trucks. Next to it, several Hummer armored vehicles patrol on both sides. The oil fields were a frequent target for terrorists. The soldiers of the Eagle Kingdom also had to be on their toes. Unbeknownst to them, 3 kilometers away, 5 swarm drones were quietly spying on them. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers clad in desert camouflage robes were lurking not far away. Erhardt was the leader of this group of soldiers. A few days ago, his sister Esma had brought back a batch of equipment from Xia. Initially, when he saw the leather that was claimed to be bulletproof and the suspected civilian drones, Erhardt thought that his sister had been tricked by the Xia kingdom. However, when it was actually tested, Erhardt was greatly shocked. That thin leather bulletproof vest was actually not even afraid of heavy machine guns, and the drones were even more exaggerated. When he maneuvered the swarm and dropped a metal hydrogen bomb, the huge vibration almost made him think that the detonation was a nuclear bomb. A miniature mushroom cloud actually rose. Now Erhardt was completely nonplussed. He then began to organize an attack on the Kaneko oil field. The Kaneko oil field was originally an oil field owned by the Esma family, but now it had been long occupied by the Eagle Kingdom, which had been stealing it with impunity. The oil field was garrisoned by a battalion of Eagle Kingdom army. Erhardt had attacked several times and returned in defeat. There was no way around it. The weapons gap between the two sides was just too great. Compared to the Eagle Kingdom that was armed to the hips, Ahad's Sword of Allah could only be considered a millet plus rifle. Now there was a super bulletproof vest plus drones, bird gun for gun. Definitely make the Eagle Kingdom eat its words. On the Gobi Sands, Erhardt held a tablet and looked at the real-time images sent back by the swarm drones. Although the swarm drones were small, the miniature phased array radar also reached a range of 10 kilometers. When the swarm was networked, it could monitor an area of tens of kilometers. With just the detection ability, the swarm drones could dislodge Earhart's Sword of Allah. At this moment, the Eagle Kingdom Humvee was clearly visible on the screen. I had immediately issued an attack command. The 5 drones immediately posted up. Since the swarm drones were too small and flew low to the ground, most of the alert radars could barely detect them. Oftentimes, they were only detected by flying right up to eye level. This time was no different when the soldiers in the Humvee armored vehicle received the alert from the base. The drone had already arrived at the head of the armored vehicle. On the Earhart screen, the crosshair targeting had been applied to the top of the armored head. In order to show the support of the Esma family's struggle against hegemony, Yang Bo directly discounted, "Thank you, do you still sell? There are other weapons?" Yang Bo pondered a little and asked in return, "What kind of weapons do you need?" "Guns, bullets, artillery, shells, drones, we need everything, but Hylia is under sanctions and embargo, and it is difficult to ship weapons in." Yang Bo then understood the crux of the problem. The key was to be able to ship in. The key is to be able to transport them in. If it is a weapon, it is unrealistic to want to transport it in a big way. In addition, guns and bullets can be bought everywhere. Zenith System naturally wants to build things with technical content, so he asked, "Drones I can build?" Esma immediately revealed a joyful look. "Great, we have not been able to buy a drone with excellent performance." Yang Bo smiled. There would be quite a lot of materials left over from manufacturing the Ghost Fighter and the Shen Bird, enough to build a few drones. The bulletproof vests could be made in the style of ordinary clothes, while the drones could be broken down into civilian parts so that they could enter the country without any problems. The production of the bulletproof vests was also advancing rapidly. The steel-structured factory building, the nanomaterial synthesis device, and the assembly line that had been modified by the Zenith System were all completed after 2 weeks. The assembly line was a fully automated production line with almost all operations completed by industrial robots requiring very little human intervention. This minimal human intervention, Yang Bo also found a good candidate. It is Su Tao. After the last reunion, several classmates sent messages saying they wanted to come to Yang Bo's company to work. Among them, Su Tao is the most active. Yang Bo cannot not give face to old classmates. Directly handed over the production line of bulletproof vests to Su Tao. When he came to Jiangmo Machinery Factory, he saw the well-organized assembly line and dexterous industrial robots. Su Tao was taken aback. Not to mention that Yang Bo has 10 billion orders in hand, and there is no need to worry about the benefits in the future. With Su Tao's arrival, the bulletproof vest began to enter mass production. As for Esma's drone, Yang Bo completed the design work in his spare time. Inside the presidential suite of the hotel, Zhou Shuyan was sitting on the sofa with a small t-shirt on top and small hot pants underneath, exposing her 2 long legs, and was snapping and clicking on the calculator. A few days down the line, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan orders kept coming. Due to the appearance of Crown Prince Hera's lesser, the Steel Bone was a hit. Blue Star's first battlefield mechanical exoskeleton, hanging the Boston-powered T-200 robot. Crown Prince Hera Les placed $1 billion order on the spot. The video of Steel Bone traversing the obstacles and blowing up the T-200 with one punch also spread like wildfire on the oil pipe and jitterbug platforms. All kinds of gimmick hype, coupled with a cool shape and strong strength, Steel Bone sparked a craze at the defense exhibition. This brought huge orders for Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan. Steel Bone's pricing was very conscientious. The exoskeleton plus helmet, a full set of 400,000 Eagle dollars. In a few days, tens of thousands of sets were sold. This alone was 4 billion. A few moments later, looking at the calculator's numbers, Zhou Shuyan's red lips slightly opened, too stunned to speak. Shin Mingxin came over to take a look and also covered her small mouth in surprise. 2 billion Eagle yuan, Zhou Shuyan muttered. This was the total amount of all the orders for bulletproof vests, drones, and steel bones. Shin Mingxin's heart also turned over. 2 billion Eagle dollars. It was equivalent to more than 30 billion summer dollars. Yang Bo actually earned it in just 4 days. This guy was simply opening a money printing factory. At this time, Zhou Shuyan bit her lip and opened her mouth. Yang Bo, I feel that I am taking advantage of you by taking up 50% of the shares. I want to return it to you. At first, Zhou Shuyan took up 50% of the shares because she could not imagine that Far Eastern Defense's ability to make money was so crazy. Now nothing to do can be divided into tens of billions. Zhou Shuyan, in the heart disturbed. Yang Bo scratched his head. In fact, he also could not imagine that he would earn so much. Although the two cooperation, Yang Bo is the core, but cannot see more money. Let Zhou Shuyan return shares. Then what kind of person has he become? Can't say that when we agreed I am responsible for technology, you are responsible for sales. If not for you, I cannot even participate in the defense exhibition. The Eagles Rhodes is also relying on you to get it right. Zhou Shuyan cocked her head and laughed. In that case, I seem to be quite important. Of course, I can't get away from you. These words coaxed Zhou Shuyan into drinking honey. Shin Mingxin looked straight angry. You two big tycoons. Tens of billions of shares push and push, can you take care of my poor loser emotions? Yang Bo laughed. Shin big reporter, you are a national goddess, with your traffic wanna make money is not a matter of minutes. Zhou Shuyan, yes, if you're willing to make a debut you'll be a leading lady in Hollywood. I'm not going, I just want to be a good reporter. Yang Bo knew that Shin Mingxin was speaking from the heart. With Shin Mingxin's hotness, it is not difficult to make money by shooting advertisements, making movies, or live streaming with goods or whatever. However, Shin Mingxin still does not forget her original intention and sticks to her ideal. This Yang Bo also admired. Suddenly, a piece of news on the TV caught the trio's attention. Al Jazeera News, a Hillian militia group called the Sword of Allah claimed responsibility for the attack on the Eagle State convoy in the Kaniko oil field 2 days ago and released a video of a drone shooting, and on the TV screen a crosshair appeared aiming at the image of a tank. As a bomb falls, the screen shakes violently and smoke rises. The power of the explosion can be felt across the screen. The smoke and dust fell, revealing the tank that had been blown to pieces. The surrounding area was a mess, and the broken bodies and arms were horrible to see. Then a man appeared on the screen. The man's face is masked and his words are impassioned. Claiming to be the Sword of Allah responsible for the attack on the Kaniko oil field, and claimed that Allah's warriors had mastered powerful weapons and would deal a brutal blow to the aggressors. Zhou Shuyan blinked. It seemed like the footage from our swarm drones just now. It was supposed to be. As soon as the image appeared, Yang Bo saw it. There was also a violent explosion, and it was clear at a glance that it was a metal hydrogen bomb. These people must be related to Esma. Yang Bo added. Shin Mingxin stood up with some excitement. I want to go to Hillia for an interview. Zhou Shuyan was surprised and said, you are crazy, you have seen the video, how dangerous it is. Yang Bo also frowned slightly. The Kaniko oil field attack happened 3 days ago and it is the hot event of the last few days. The Eagle Kingdom suffered heavy losses and threatened to retaliate. The two sides were bound to fight again in the aftermath. It was very dangerous to go now. Then said, we and Esma have already established a cooperative relationship. There will be plenty of opportunities to go in the future. It is too dangerous now. Shin Mingxin's eyes were firm. News should be timely. We should take advantage of the hotspot to go. The defense exhibition will end soon. I plan to leave tomorrow. Yang Bo was speechless. Shin Mingxin swore not to stop until she had a handful of war reporters. Zhou Shuyan said, if you must go, take my airplane to go. Shin Mingxin smiled and politely refused. A private plane to fly a trip is a lot of money. Dabbing a trip is good to say. Specifically letting someone go to send is a bit unaware of the progress. Besides, both of them have a good feeling about Yang Bo and they are vaguely love rivals. How can you accept a favor from your enemy for no reason? At the same time, she was also worried that once she left, Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan were left alone. Will something happen? How about making the first move tonight? Thinking of Shin Mingxin, face swish red to the root of the neck. Yang Bo was surprised. What's wrong? Uncomfortable? Nothing, I'm fine. Shin Mingxin fled and returned to her room. That night Shin Mingxin tangled in the middle of the night and did not have the courage to make the first move. The next day, alone, she boarded the airplane to Hillia. The International Defense Exhibition was also nearing its end. The crowds had obviously thinned out a bit. On the last day, an old friend was welcomed in front of Yuan Yang Defense's booth. Rod, Yang Bo, and Zhou Shuyan were both a bit surprised. This was a big patron, so they greeted him with smiles. Mr. Luode, long time no see. Mr. Luode, however, had a serious face and said in a deep voice, both of you, we need to talk. Yang Bo's heart moved and had probably guessed the reason. This matter could not be avoided. Sooner or later he had to face it. Soon, the three came to a conference room. Rod opened the door and said, Yang Zhou, your products are supporting terrorists. Yang Bo didn't play dumb and directly said, Mr. Luode, are you talking about the real sword? That's right, they caused us huge losses, all because of your bulletproof vests and drones. Mr. Rhodes, we are businessmen. Other people buy weapons, we sell them. As for what other people do with them, we don't interfere. Rod got angry. Yang, if you have such an attitude, it is likely to affect our cooperation and even face sanctions from the Eagle Kingdom government. Yang Bo's face sank. Mr. Rhodes, are you threatening me? Do we need your approval for who we sell to and who we don't sell to? In the conference room, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Rod reddened his face. Yang, I know you have made a lot of money, but once you are sanctioned by us, your products will not be able to be sold and the company will not survive. Yang Bo smiled lightly. You are overthinking. My technology is completely autonomous. Although I use a few Inventec chips, they can be replaced at any time. Even if you sanction, you can't stop me from producing and selling. Moreover, Yang Bo paused slightly and said with a straight face, if you guys sanction, I will cut off supply to you. Cut off the supply to us? Rod froze slightly, re-understood the sentence. The Eagle Kingdom, as the Blue Star boss, had never been the only one to sanction others and cut off supply to others. No one had yet dared to say cut off supply to him, especially in the field of military technology. How had Rhodes ever received this kind of anger? And a surge of anger welled up in his heart. However, calmly thinking about it, Yang Bo really seemed to be able to do this. Bulletproof vests, mechanical exoskeletons and metal hydrogen bombs were all technologies that the Eagle Kingdom did not have, and the Eagle Country itself was in great need. If Yang Bo really cut off the supply, the Eagle Country's army might be faced with the dilemma of not being as well equipped as its rivals. For example, bulletproof vests, there was currently no material that could match the intelligent nanocomposites. The Sword of Allah had already verified the power of this body armor on the battlefield. The batch of bulletproof vests he procured in the previous period were tested and evaluated by the hexagonal building, which was very satisfied and was ready to procure on a larger scale. Now was obviously not the time to sanction Yang Bo. Luo decide, in short, you must make some concessions. Otherwise I can't explain to the hexagonal building. How do you want me to make concessions? Seeing Yang Bo topping Rod, Zhou Shuyan laughed. Mr. Rod, let's do it this way, we'll raise the consulting fee a little more. Rod was speechless. What kind of concession is this? It is clearly buying himself. However, it is not impossible to consider. Depends on how much the bid is. Subsequently, double hair some bargaining. When Rod left, he left another order of several $100 million Eagle dollars. There's no way bulletproof vests and metal hydrogen bombs are really fragrant. I can't afford not to buy. In addition, the steel bone is really advanced. First order 500 sets, go back and test it. Of course this order down the consulting fee is also very considerable. After sending Rod away, this defense exhibition finally ended. Yang Bo and Zhou Shuyan also relaxed. The two of them were in the vicinity of Lianda sightseeing and touring around, taking pictures and playing cards. During this time, Yang Bo once again ran into Manager Chen of Dechin. Manager Chen mysteriously said that he wanted to take him to the next door country of Bailing to play. Yang Bo was surprised. What's so interesting about Balin? Manager Chen revealed a smile that only men understand. I didn't expect the place known for its religious conservatism to have this. Hearing that he wants to go to Balin, Zhou Shuyan glared. What do you want to do? The immediate you do not play have to run so far. This word of tiger and wolf, Yang Bo did not even dare to take it. In the end, it can only lose touch with the Middle East great sword of treasure. For a few days, Yang Bo has been worried about Shin Mingxin's safety. Every day he would send a message to confirm. For the first few days, Shin Mingxin would reply in time. But on the fourth day, not only did Shin Mingxin not reply, her phone was also out of reach. While she was worried, Esma called. It's not good. Yangpa reporter Shin was taken away. A Yangpa was shocked. What happened? Captured by the Eagle Kingdom. Esma, also with a sobbing voice, incoherently explained what happened. It turned out that the last time Erhard attacked the Eagle Kingdom's oil stealing team, it was a big success and was listed as a key opponent by the Eagle Kingdom. Subsequently, the Eagle Kingdom retaliated. After bribing some of the local tribes, today the Eagle Kingdom stole the Camp of Allah's sword. In the chaos, it took Shin Mingxin, who was reporting from the camp, captive. Yang Bo's brain was also a bit messy after hearing this. Zhou Shuyan said, we must report to the Xia embassy first. If we can ran Eagle Country release people is the best. Yang Bo nodded. Immediately contact. Zhou Shuyan then contacted the Xia embassy and reported the matter. Soon, the Xia ambassador Li Guoming returned the call. The Eagle Kingdom denied having captured Shin Mingxin. They said it was the local terrorists who captured her. Yang Bo was furious and immediately said even if it was terrorists, it must be the Eagle Kingdom that was behind it. In the Middle East, Xia has always been a neutral player. Even if it was terrorists, they would easily not touch the Xia people. Li Guoming smiled bitterly and said, of course I know, even the Eagle Kingdom's motives I know. After reporter Shin's interview in Hillia, he posted several reports on social media platforms about the Eagle Kingdom stealing crude oil and slaughtering civilians, so the Eagle Kingdom was deliberately retaliating, Zhou Shuyan said. So what to do now, Li Guoming said. At the moment we can only put pressure on Eagle country through diplomacy and public opinion. After the phone hung up, Yang Bo was silent for a moment and suddenly raised his head and said, I am going to save her. Zhou Shuyan was stunned. How are you going to save Don't forget I have a steel bone. Zhou Shuyan was anxious. Even if you have a steel bone, can you go single-handedly to challenge the Eagle Kingdom army? Yang Bo smiled. I want to be reckless. Before I go, I will obtain some intelligence. Zhou Shuyan was speechless. Even if there is intelligence, is this not reckless? No. I can't watch you go to your death. Don't worry, I'll wear a few more sets of body armor. That won't work either. There's one thing you don't know, steel bone still has the killer app, it can fly. An hour later, Liard Airport. The luxury private jet has taken off again, targeting Hialeah. Liard is only a few hundred kilometers from Hillia. The plane seemed to have just finished climbing and was about to start losing altitude. Half an hour later, the plane landed at a remote airstrip. As he stepped down from the airplane, Yang Pa immediately saw Esma. I'm sorry, Yang Pa, I didn't take care of reporter Shin. Esma sobbed uncontrollably. Yang Bo comforted. It can't be blamed on you. Next. To Esma stood a young bearded man with a high nose and deep eyes. His body was still wrapped in bandages and blood was vaguely oozing out. The man went forward and said, Hello, I am Esma's brother Erhard. Are you really going to save reporter Shin? Ehad, of course. You are a warrior, I will go with you. Yang Bo shook his head. No need, you guys are responsible for covering and receiving. Rescuing me alone is fine. You're alone. Esma and Erhard froze. Zhou Shuyan on the other hand revealed a bitter smile. She knew that Yang Bo had already made up his mind and could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. In the South China Sea he had also once righteously blocked bullets for himself. Today he was going to single-handedly take on the Eagle Country Base 4. Another woman, this guy really makes people love and angry. Yang Bo was so brave that he startled the Esma siblings. Erhard had a serious look on his face. The Eagle Country Base has at least 500 soldiers. You are sending yourself to death by going alone. Your body armor is great, but it's not invincible. It can't protect against artillery shells. Tear gas can't protect against tear gas canisters. Gas canisters. Eagle Kingdom's weapons are beyond your imagination. During the sneak attack on the Sword of Allah camp, the Eagle Kingdom airborne raided and then used tons of tear gas. The Sword of Allah was beaten up, Erhard was injured, and Shin Mingxin was captured. Yang Bo smiled. Maybe the Eagle Kingdom is very powerful, but my weapons are equally beyond imagination. With that, Yang Bo took out his full set of equipment from the airplane: bulletproof vest, steel bone helmet and Falcon Power flying wing. The Falcon Power flying wing was the killer weapon that Yang Bo had prepared. The shape of the flying wings was almost the same as the Falcon's bionic winged flight backpack in the Marvel movie. When unfolded, it was a pair of bionic wings with a wingspan of 4 meters, and when retracted, it was a backpack, and in fact, the Falcon Power flying wings were a part of the steel bone which had been manufactured before coming to Shawudi. However, once steel bone added the flying wings, it was extremely strong. Yang Bo had concerns, so the ones sold to the public were castrated versions. With Zhou Shuyan's assistance, Yang Bo put the full set of equipment on his body, instantly transformed into a future warrior. The modeling was very cool. Erhard was simply speechless. Was this a movie prop? Although he had seen the power of bulletproof vests and metal hydrogen bombs, he knew that Yang Bo was not an ordinary person. But the shape of the steel bone is really shocking to the eyeballs. Yang Bo proudly said, I have this set of equipment. The captain of the Eagle Kingdom can also fight 10. Erhard shook his head straight. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a person was, he could not fight against an army. Not to mention wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, hanging a tank on one's body wouldn't work either. Esma also said, even if this thing is powerful, you are still dangerous alone. Yang Bo laughed, stopped explaining and started to do a final check on the equipment. Whether the operation would be successful or not, it all depended on the equipment on the body. There could not be the slightest mistake. The helmet visor was slightly bright and the information began to scroll. Data link completed. Visual focus matching. Force feedback control system connection. Power wing system connection. All components self-checked. Everything is ready. Yang Bo said to Erhard, send me the location. Erhard used his cell phone to send Yang Bo a location information and a picture. This is the location of the Eagle Country Base. The house in the picture is a prison. According to our intelligence reporter, Shin is imprisoned here. Yang Bo swept a glance and the intelligent helmet system recorded the information automatically. The flying wing was activated. Yang Bo then issued a voice command. The silver-gray bionic flying wings abruptly unfolded. A hydrogen-powered jet pipe spewed out blue fire. Yang Bo took a few steps forward and the bionic wing gently vibrated and flew into the air. Yang Bo glided and hovered in the air for a week. Waving to the crowd, he turned around and flew in the direction of the Eagle Country base. After the location was recorded into the smart helmet, Yang Bo did not need to control the flying wing himself to navigate automatically. On the mask, the status data of the powered flying wing was displayed. Speed, 189 km/h. Altitude, 55 meters left/right. Engine thrust, 151.23 kg/151, 30 kg. Remaining fuel, 385 kilometers. The bionic flying wing was mainly gliding and powered, so the speed wasn't too fast, but it was enough for a single soldier to raid. In order to avoid being detected by the Eagle Kingdom's radar or other devices, Yang Bo flew super low to the ground. Not far ahead were 3 swarm drones. It was controlled by Earhart, responsible for providing cover for Yang Bo in the Gobi Wilderness gliding. For half an hour, the Eagle Country base came into view. Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness. Once he entered the base, he would have to fight with more than 500 Eagle Kingdom soldiers in close combat. This situation was even more dangerous than when he single-handedly challenged an aircraft carrier battle group. After approaching the base, the swarm drones immediately began to climb, preparing to enter the bomb-dropping position. Inside the Eagle Kingdom's base, a string of ear-piercing air raid sirens suddenly rang out. Since the last attack by Allah's sword, the Eagle Kingdom had specifically strengthened its low-altitude radar and infrared monitoring against low-altitude drones. As a result, the drone was detected as soon as it approached, but it was too late. The swarm was extremely fast, arriving over the base before the manually operated anti-aircraft guns opened fire. The metal hydrogen bombs barely chose their targets, dropping them immediately. The purpose was to harass the cover anyway, bombing whatever they caught. Boom! A huge explosion rang out through the camp. Coincidentally, one of the bombs even hit the fuel depot. The immense power of metallic hydrogen coupled with thousands of tons of fuel, the entire base exploded on the spot and the ground trembled. Nearby houses collapsed with a bang. Vehicles and personnel were directly lifted into midair. The flames shot up to the sky and smoke rolled out. In the midst of chaos, Yang Bo landed inside the base. A few Eagle Kingdom soldiers were running for their lives like headless flies when they suddenly saw a strangely shaped birdman falling from the sky. They froze for a moment. Yang Bo did not take a weapon, swung his iron fist and charged up like a tiger descending from the mountain. Bang! One punch at a time, sending several people flying out. The surrounding people then reacted, raised their guns and fired a volley of bullets. The bulletproof vest on Yang Bo's body was specially thickened and the bullets were bounced off like stones. But it's not good to get hit more than once. Yang Bo picked up half of the car door from the ground and used it as a shield to add another layer of protection. He also copied a wrist-thick iron rod in his hand and swung it to rush towards the crowd. The strength of a single arm of steel bone could reach 2 tons. The iron rod was simply overwhelming. Even those with steel helmets were hit in the head with a stick. A rocket came out of nowhere. Fuck, I can't fight this shit. The ballistic trajectory was instantly calculated on the mask. Yang Bo hastily dodged. At the same time, he swung the iron rod and the rocket was knocked out like a baseball. It landed in the distance and exploded. The Eagle Kingdom soldiers were confused. It was too brutal. What the hell is this? Iron Man, Captain Eagle Kingdom. The image of Yang Bo's killing spree was transmitted tens of kilometers away through the swarm drones in the air. Zhou Shuyan and Esma looked shocked. Her heart was dumbfounded. A Hollywood movie wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Inside the base, Yang Bo wielded the iron rod with ferocity and swiftness. He quickly killed his way through the dozens of Eagle Kingdom soldiers. After recognizing the direction, he quickly rushed towards the prison. At this moment, a wheeled armored vehicle crushed towards Yang Bo head-on. Yang Bo violently stomped towards the ground, jumped up high and heavily stepped on the roof of the armored car. Dang, the roof of the car was directly stepped out a big pit. The soldiers inside were taken aback. Bo wrenched the chassis of the car and lifted it, directly turning the armored car upside down. Then, in a few steps, he rushed to the entrance of the prison. The guard soldiers were scared to death when they saw the scene of Yang Bo overturning the armored car with his bare hands. Panicking, they raised their guns to shoot. Yang Bo didn't even bother to dodge. He went up and beat down one by one. Then he kicked the iron fence door. In the prison corridor, it was a bit dim. Due to the continuous strong explosions, the light bulbs and glass were broken all over the place. It was a mess. Yang Bo came to a cell with a big stride and kicked the steel plate door flying. Inside, a pimply-faced prisoner had a somewhat dull gaze. Seeing Yang Bo's mechanical exoskeleton shape, he rubbed his eyes and thought he was hallucinating for a moment. Yang Bo saw that it wasn't Shin Mingxin and didn't bother to pay attention to it and continued to the next cell, kicking it open. The cells are all Middle East terrorists. At first was Yang Bo kicked open the door. A lot of people are confused about the situation, but the sound of explosions outside continued to come. The door opened, they finally realized the opportunity to come. All of a sudden, one by one they swarmed to escape from the cell. The prison was in chaos. Individuals who were not clear-headed even rushed towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo swung his iron bar and quickly calmed them down again. Yang Bo searched more than 20 cells in a row before he finally found Shin Mingxin. Inside the cell, Shin Mingxin was sitting against the foot of the wall in a depressed state of mind. Tears were hanging on her beautiful goose-egg face. When Yang Bo kicked open the door of the room, Shin Mingxin was startled and subconsciously clutched her chest. When she saw that it was steel bone, she revealed an incredulous expression. When Yang Bo opened the mask, revealing a young sunny face, Shin Mingxin couldn't hold back any longer and tears gushed out like a dike, leaping down from the bed. She jumped into Yang Bo's arms. Two groups of soft and elastic compression immediately topped up, and the thick bulletproof vest could not block it. Yang Bo felt that this trip is really worthwhile. Why did you come to the explosion outside as you made it? Shin Mingxin asked while wiping her tears. Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? Shin Mingxin stared at the tearful eyes. You won't come alone again? Are you crazy? Don't want to die? Yang Bo smiled. In order to save Shin, big reporter, what is the harm of being crazy? Shin Mingxin suddenly froze. Then she felt that her heart was touched fiercely. As a woman, when a man is willing to go through thousands of troops for you, what more could you ask for? Yang Bo then said, this is not the place to talk, must leave immediately. After saying that, he pulled Shin Mingxin to go out to the door. Yang Bo from the back out of a fixed belt ring in Shin Mingxin waist, the other end fixed in their own waist. Shin Mingxin's heart was like a deer in headlights, and she let Yang Bo manipulate her in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was already tied to Yang Bo's body in an extremely ambiguous position, face to face, chest to chest, crotch to crotch. How can this go? Shin Mingxin asked with red face. Fly away quick, legs coiled on my waist, Yang Bo commanded in a domineering manner. How to disc? Shin Mingxin face even more red. Yang Bo bent down, one hand held Shin Mingxin's arched buttocks, one hand picked up a long leg and hugged it. Just like this disc, the old tree disc root. Yang Bo heatedly smiled. If there was another occasion, he would not dare to do this. Shin Mingxin was shy and annoyed and pinched Yang Bo hard on his waist. Bastard, you know a lot. The old tree coiled roots. A sourness came from his waist. Yang Bo grinned. Then he issued a voice command. Flying wings activated. Bionic flying wings unfolded. Hydrogen power jet activated. Shin Mingxin was surprised again. When Yang Bo said flying away, she thought it was by airplane, but she didn't expect it to be this way. The flying wings gently vibrated, and the two of them flew into the air together. The wind whistled in his ears, and when he turned his head, the ground flew backward. This was much more exciting than sitting in an airplane. Shin Mingxin's legs coiled more tightly. At this time, smoke was rising in the base, and the fire in the fuel depot triggered a series of explosions. In addition, dozens of prisoners were released by Yang Bo, and after grabbing the weapons, they fought with the Eagle Kingdom army in a chaotic battle. No one cared about Yang Bo's duo at all. Just after flying out of the base, they saw a fleet of SUVs whistling. A group of bearded men in robes rushed into the Eagle Country base with AK-47s. The Eagle Country was in chaos, and the various militias naturally wanted to take advantage of the fire. Yang Bo successfully hijacked the prison and was already able to retire from his work. Hydrogen engine to the maximum, Falcon wing speed like a meteor wildly soared to 250 km/s. This is already the maximum speed. Shin Mingxin did not bring a windproof mirror, so she had to bury her face in Yang Bo's shoulder and let the wind whistling in her ears all the way to the wind. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo returned to the airport. Zhou Shuyan and Esma both greeted him. Seeing Yang Bo in Shin Mingxin's ambiguous position, Zhou Shuyan was furious. This guy took advantage of the fire to rob him. He landed on the ground and his hand is still there. Just her ass is cool, isn't mine cool? Seeing Zhou Shuyan's eyes are not good, Yang Bo hurriedly moved his hand away. When Shin Mingxin saw Zhou Shuyan and Esma, her aggression was released. She jumped into the arms of the duo and cried. Esma said repeatedly, Allah bless, thanks to Allah bless. In fact, from being captured to being rescued, only less than 2 days had passed, but this short time for Shin Mingxin is like a lifetime ago. Since she was a child, Shin Mingxin was also a little princess. When has she ever suffered from this aggression? The emotions cathartic for a long time before controlling it, Zhou Shuyan said. Now people also saved out, we go home. Now the most healing emotion is the warmth of home. Shin Mingxi nodded repeatedly. Go home. Zhou Shuyan handed the phone over again. Call home first. The country is in an uproar. Shin Mingxin immediately pulled the home phone. At this moment Shin Mingxin's family was anxious. The news that the national goddess Shin Mingxin was kidnapped in Hylia has hit the hot search in the country. The entire internet lambasted the Eagle Kingdom. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement slamming the Eagle Kingdom for its acts of state terrorism. But the Eagle Kingdom vehemently denied it. Because Shin Mingxin's war reports had stripped the Eagle Kingdom of its underpants, the Eagle Kingdom was really anxious. Shin Tingfei, Shin Mingxin's father, is an official of the Ministry of Public Security and has been calling all over the place for more than a day, and his hair has turned white in a hurry. But he also understands that this is international politics. His connections are useless. At present Xia can only use diplomatic means. At the moment of despair an unfamiliar phone call came over. Dad, it's Xiao Xian. Upon hearing that it was Shin Mingxin's voice, Shin Tingfei's hands shook with excitement and the phone almost fell to the ground. Xiao Xian, where are you? Did they torture you? Thinking of his beautiful daughter falling into the hands of the Eagle Kingdom, Shin Tingfei was heartbroken. No, I'm fine. Okay, what conditions? Eagle sauce before releasing people, Shin Tingfei said in a deep voice. Shin Mingxin fluttered times a smile. Dad, I have been rescued. For a moment Shin Tingfei couldn't believe it. Was it the Eagle Kingdom that released you? No, it was someone who saved me. What person? It's a long story. I'll talk about it when I get home. What Yang Bo did was too shocking. I'm afraid it's not suitable for public disclosure. And Shin Mingxin didn't say much on the phone. At the same time Yang Bo was on the phone with Vice Chairman Lu. Vice Chairman Lu, this is Yang Bo. I have something to report to you. As soon as Vice Chairman Lu heard Yang Bo's tone his heart drummed. What did you do? You didn't get into trouble again, did you? I didn't do anything. I attacked the Eagle country base to save reporter Shin. What? On the other side of the phone Vice Chairman Lu's voice changed. Sneak attack on the Eagle country base? You're crazy. Yang Bo can only pretend to be pitiful. Vice Chairman Lu, you said there is something you pocket. This can pocket? Vice Chairman Lu did not have a good temper. You, this kid will be my army. Is it cannot pocket also have to pocket? Thank you Mr. Lu. Go back to your country as soon as possible. Yes, Vice Chairman Lu. After hanging up the phone, the three of them asked Esma to say goodbye. Esma was reluctant to part, but she had to stay in Xillia for the time being, waiting for the situation to stabilize before returning to Xia to continue her studies. Before leaving, Yang Bo left the 2 sets of complete body steel bones as well as a few drones, all of them. Esma was grateful, but she could see the combat power of the steel bones very clearly, saying that 1 for 10 was an underestimation. When boarding the airplane, Esma hugged Yang Bo tightly as usual, plus a kiss goodbye. The 2 women immediately shot their eyes like knives at Yang Bo. 7 hours later, the private airplane stayed at a military airport on the outskirts of the capital. On the tarmac, Vice Chairman Lu personally waited, surrounded by a team of loaded soldiers on alert. Good guy, the vice chairman personally picked up the airplane. This treatment is on par with a visit by a head of state. It was also the first time for the knowledgeable reporter Shin in this show. Yang Bo immediately went forward. Vice Chairman Lu, why did you personally come? Vice Chairman Lu glared. Such a big event, can I not come? Shin Mingxin apologized. I'm sorry Vice Chairman Lu, it's all the trouble I caused. Vice Chairman Lu waved his hand. How can you say that? You are aggrieved. Where the summer country is not strong enough, otherwise the Eagle country, he would not dare to arrest you. Afterwards the people came to the conference room inside the airport. Vice Chairman Lu sat down and opened his mouth. I just got the news. The Eagle country base suffered heavy losses. Casualties are more than 300 people. This is in recent years, the Eagle country suffered the most painful defeat. Yang Bo said, at most, I killed dozens of people, the rest were done by various terrorists. Vice Chairman Lu nodded. You guys give me all the details of what happened. Good. Subsequently, starting with Shin Mingxin, the 3 of them in turn reported what happened to Vice Chairman Lu from their respective perspectives. When Yang Bo recounted the battle, Vice Chairman Lu interrupted repeatedly. Your steel bone is still equipped with flying wings. How come there was none at the defense exhibition? Yang Bo was happy. It seems that Vice Chairman Lu is also very concerned about the Shawudi defense exhibition. Yes, the defense exhibition is a castrated version. Vice Chairman Lu appreciated. Very good, you build another 10 sets of complete body. Our army also need to test. No problem. Powered exoskeletons and Robots sooner or later will go into the battlefield, we cannot lag behind. Don't worry, Vice Chairman Lu, with me here, I'll make sure Xia's equipment is far ahead. With your words, I am relieved. Yang Bo then continued, I sold some weapons to Allah's sword. Can I follow up? Vice Chairman Lu smiled. No problem, the Esma family has always had a good relationship with us. The sword of Allah can be supported secretly. There are some things that the government is not convenient to step in. It is just right for you to do it. I understand, Vice Chairman Lu concluded. Don't admit to the outside world that this matter was done by us. In addition, Yang Bo's identity should be kept strictly confidential. Vice Chairman Lu, rest assured, we will definitely keep it a secret, all three said solemnly. After the meeting, Vice Chairman Lu sent 3 cars to send the 3 people home. On the way, Yang Bo opened his cell phone and swiped the news. The internet was still buzzing about Shin Mingxin's arrest. Interestingly, the news of Shin Mingxin's rescue had not spread yet. The internet was still vocalizing and berating the Eagle Country. Some keyboard warriors called out that Xia should send aircraft carriers to the Persian Gulf to deter the Eagle Kingdom. There were also people who said that ghost fighters should be sent to raid the Eagle Kingdom's base and hijack the prison to save the United States. It has to be said that the entire network is also good to rely on this suggestion. Speaking netizen nicknamed QB Yang Bo froze, this will not be Qin Binit. It has been a long time since I saw this kid, just when the heat of this matter does not abate. Shin Mingxin, who is in the center of public opinion and should be in a cage, suddenly updated 2 social platforms. Thank you for everyone's concern, I'm back safely. Thank you to the great motherland. Thank you to the friends of Hylia. Thank you to the person who saved me. You're my hero. Shouldn't you be locked up in Eagle Country prison? How come you're back safe and sound? What's going on here? It can't be that you've had your number stolen. As the crowd of netizens were puzzled, some attentive netizens noticed that Shin Mingxin's 2 social platforms had actually been liked by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This can't be number theft. The real hammer is on. The national goddess really came back safely. Such a miraculous plot caused the entire net to boil again. What exactly happened? Did the Eagle Kingdom realize its conscience and release her on its own initiative? No way, just based on the fact that big reporter Shin wrote those articles, the Eagle Kingdom definitely intends to tear up the ticket. Really, I've read the articles. Big journalist Shin really picked up the pieces. Will the special forces save it? You think shooting 007? At this time, the Shin family, warm and cozy family of 3, after listening to Shin Mingxin some narration, Shin's mother was so distressed that she shed tears. Shin Tengfei, some half-believe half-doubt. Is it true that the Hillary militia organization saved you? Yes. Shin Mingxin fluttered her big eyes and her words were conclusive. In accordance with the requirements of Vice Chairman Lu, Shin Mingxin also hid the truth from her father and mother. Shin Tengfei did not know much about the diplomatic and military fronts, but after all, he was a decades-old public security officer, not easy to fool. Although Shin Mingxin's set of sayings had no loopholes, how did it sound and feel like it was made up? Does it involve any secrets? Especially just now, was still riding back in a military vehicle. It seems that there is another truth. Shin Tengfei vaguely guessed something. However, no matter what, the baby girl finally came back safely, which is more important than anything else. Shin mother's words turned. Xin, you are not small, quickly get married and have children. Shin Mingxin was speechless at her mother's jumpy thinking. Mom, why are you talking about this again? I can't help it. You're always on the go, running all over the place, and this time it's such a big deal that you won't be running when you have a family. Also, what is the meaning of the second social platform you sent in the end? Who saved you? I will not allow you to marry the bearded man over there. Shin mother is not an ordinary person, keenly smelled a hint of dissimilarity from her daughter's social platform. She had never seen her baby daughter hint at favor with anyone. A hint of panic flashed in Shin Mingxin's eyes, and she busied herself by saying, Mom, don't be imagining things. You also know that I don't like to eat lamb and can't stand the smell of lamb. Mother Shin snorted a laugh. This is true. When Yang Bo returned to Yang Jiazhuan, it was already late at night, so he didn't disturb Zhao Huiyun and went straight to sleep. The next day when he woke up, he startled Zhao Huiyun. You child, you didn't say anything when you came back. It was too late to come back. Said also took out a bunch of jewelry, watches, machetes, dates, all specialties of Shawo from the suitcase. Zhao Huiyun knew that her son did not lack money now, so she did not care too much. After breakfast, Yang Bo rode a small donkey to Jiangmo Machinery Factory. He said hello to Mr. Zhang, the gatekeeper, and then came to the bulletproof vest workshop. Su Tao took a look and immediately welcomed him. Boss, you are back from Shawudi. Yang Bo was happy. Can you not call me boss, as if a thug? Su Tao glared. What's wrong with being a rich man? How many people want to be one and still can't be one? Well, Yang Bo was speechless and asked, how is the production of bulletproof vests? Su Tao said. Capacity climbing has been completed, now 10,000 pieces per day. Yang Bo nodded. Su Tao is still very capable. In the future the production of bulletproof vests is ready to hand over to him. Defense exhibition got another 100,000 pieces. This batch of production is complete. I will give you a dividend. Su Tao was shocked. Dividends and bonuses are not the same. Orders for bulletproof vests can easily reach hundreds of millions, and the dividends for just 1 or 2 points are several million. At this rate, before graduation he will realize financial freedom. 2 months ago, this is not even dare to think of things. All of this all rely on Yang Bo. After thinking about it and carefully asked, there are still a few students in the class looking for work. Is not smooth. Heard that you are good. Want to come? Yang Bo immediately said. No problem. All want. Mechanical exoskeleton. The mass production line of drones should also be launched. The factory also needs a large-scale expansion, and there is an urgent shortage of manpower, so of course Yang Bo will not reject his classmates. After coming out of the bulletproof vest workshop, he came back to the workshop of Zenith Workbench. Yang Bo took out his cell phone and started to order the equipment for the new mass production line online. While placing an order in 1688, suddenly Shin Mingxin sent a message. Quickly look at this video. Below the text was a jittery connection. Yang Bo clicked in to take a look. The video was an aerial overhead shot. In the picture, the fire was in the sky and several armored vehicles were fleeing in a mess. Yang Bo could tell at a glance that this was yesterday's Eagle Country base. Afterwards Yang Bo, who was wearing falcon flying wings, broke into the base like a divine warrior. With a car door in one hand and an iron pipe in the other, he was like a steel beast, killing in all directions. The video has been edited only retaining the most shocking eyeballs. For example, a stick to the head knocked away the rocket, overturned the armored car, and so on. Some of the overly gory images were deleted or hit with QR codes. Until Yang Bo rushed into the prison, the battle footage ended and another masked man appeared. Yang Bo took a look and was very familiar. Heart. Yang Bo cried and laughed. This dude could really make a whole job. Erhard started his impassioned speech again. First, he claimed responsibility for the attack on the Eagle Country's Kaneko base and the rescue of the female reporter from Xia. Then, as usual, he began to spray the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom's base in Kaneko has been destroyed, and they will eventually fail in the world, and the warriors of Allah have become stronger. In the end, Erhard shouted Allah's blessings and the video came to an end. This 3-minute video has just been released shortly, and it is already high on the top of the Shake Shack Hot 100 list. Netizens madly commented, "Holy shit, too fierce. Is it a real person or a robot? This is Captain Eagle Country plus Iron Man, right? Didn't you see the video a few days ago? This is Steel Bone. Steel Bone, a mechanical exoskeleton produced by Far Cry Defense. I watched it. Ruthless Crown Prince Hera the Younger ordered 1,000 sets on the spot. Whose general is this? I thought Lu Bu was invincible. What a good man. Goddess Shin, is this dude saved it." After watching the video, Yang Bo's first thought was that with the publicity of this video, Steel Bone is estimated to be able to sell a wave. Suddenly, the phone rings. Look at it, is Vice Chairman Lu. Yang Bo immediately connected. Vice Chairman Lu, the Sword of Allah has taken the blame for this matter, and even if the Eagle Kingdom knows the truth, it will not look for trouble from us. I understand. Weapon support can continue for the Esma family. Yes, Vice Chairman Lu. The two did not say much and the phone quickly hung up. Yang Bo understood that the Xia government and Erhard had reached some tacit agreement or an exchange of benefits. To a certain extent, Erhard had become Xia's spokesperson in Hylia. Soon Esma's phone call came and immediately, "Yang Bo, did you see the video?" "Saw it. Thank you for taking the fall for me. Don't say that. Without you it's impossible for my brother to beat the Eagle Kingdom. He's very happy with Steel Bone's fighting prowess and wants to buy 50 sets. No problem, in a few days I'll return to the Summerland and meet you then." Okay, this side just hung up. Another call came and Yang Bo was simply speechless. It's an unfamiliar number. "Hello Yang, this is Rod." Upon hearing that it was Rod, Yang Bo immediately perked up. "Mr. Rod, hello, Yang, what's going on with the Steel Bones in Kaneko base?" When Yang Bo saw the video, he thought that Rod might call and immediately said, "When the defense exhibition was held, my 2 sets of Steel Bones exhibits were stolen and fell into the hands of terrorists." On the other side of the phone, Rod was simply furious and laughed. "Such a lame reason you can also make up. I believe you a ghost." However, Rod did not intend to dismantle it and continued to ask, "What about the flying wing?" "The flying wing is part of the Steel Bone because it was stolen, so it wasn't exhibited." Rod's face twitched twice, feeling that Yang Bo was simply insulting his intelligence. but now is not the time to count, immediately said. Yang, I want to order additional steel bones with flying wings. No problem, but it's better to be quick, because the flying wings might enter Xia's export control catalog. I want 2,000 sets immediately transferred to you. Sign the electronic contract. Yang Bo secretly smiled. The so-called export control is of course made up, but it is not impossible. Once the flying wings are added, the steel bones are too powerful for the government to let the export go. Because of the time difference, it was now late at night in Eagle Country. But Rod moved quickly, signing the electronic contract with Yang Bo overnight and completing the transfer. There was no way around it. The hexagonal building demanded 2,000 sets of steel bone mechanical exoskeletons as soon as possible. The attack on the Kaneko base had shaken the Eagle Kingdom greatly. Everyone from the hexagonal building to the Chancellor was shaken to the core. It wasn't just because of the excessive casualties, but the way it was abused was just too tragic. It was almost as if he had been picked off single-handedly. How could this embarrass the Blue Star boss? On the Oil Piper Hearts video had just gone crazy for a while before it was taken down, because it was too much of a blow to the Eagle Kingdom soldiers as well as the nation's self-confidence. So the hexagonal building urgently requested Rod to purchase additional steel bones as soon as possible. At the same time, Rod also revealed a bit of insider information to Yang Bo. In the next few days, the Eagle Country government might announce a sanction against Yang Bo, but it would not affect the deal between the two sides, and hoped that Yang Bo would understand. Yang Bo was a bit puzzled. Buying my stuff while sanctioning me? What kind of operation is this? Still understanding. Understanding you, sister. But calm down. The Eagle Kingdom also wants to save face. After hanging up the phone, Master Zhang shouted at the door. Xiaobo, someone to find, who was looking for is a beautiful woman, and earned a few small goals. Yang Bo in a good mood. It is not a beautiful woman, it is a bad old man. Another voice said. Yang Bo walked out of the workshop and saw a white-haired old man with eyes and a scholarly look. It also looked a little bit familiar. Yang Bo immediately said, Grandpa, I was just joking, don't mind. The old man smiled amiably. Haha, you are Yang Bo, right? I will introduce myself first. My name is Oz Yuan. It is Xiaogui. Yang Bo immediately went forward to shake the old man's hands and said excitedly, so it is O Lao. There is no need for an introduction, I know. Oh. Lao Xiaogui, deep space exploration expert, chief commander of the Moon Exploration Project, senior academician. No wonder it looks so familiar. Oh, Lao said. Song Lao and Shi Lao have recommended you to me, saying that no technology can be difficult for you, so I paid a visit. Yang Bo felt ashamed. The two old men fallacious praise. Oh Lao, you call me to go over on the phone. Why do you need to make a special trip? In fact, Song Lao and Shi Lao and the recommendation of Yang Bo both used a very exaggerated vocabulary. What a genius! Against the heavens, aliens, and so on. In fact, when Song and Shi recommended Yang Bo, they used very exaggerated words such as genius, heavenly, alien, and so on. In this regard, Mr. O didn't really believe it, even if Yang Bo was really a genius in warplane design. The Moon Exploration Project was a completely different field. No matter how good Yang Bo was, he couldn't be good at everything. However, he had encountered a problem now, so he could only seek help in a hurry. Eldero then said, I came here this time to ask you some questions about the Moon Exploration Project. Yang Bo's complexion corrected. His mind instantly mobilized the Zenith star system, and the technical information on the moon came in like a tidal wave. Eldero asked, do you know about the lunar lava tube caves? Yang Bo nodded. When lunar lava flows, the surface layer cools to form a pipe, and after the magma is emptied, it becomes a hollow pipe-like cave, known as lava tube caves. Oh Lao intends to use the lava tube caves to establish a lunar base. Oh Lao also secretly nodded his head. Yang Bo still understands at least the basics of the moon. Then he said, well said, do you think it is feasible? Yang Bo said, of course it is feasible. The surface temperature of the moon is highly variable. The temperature difference can be up to 300, while the lava tube cave is a natural insulation layer. The internal temperature difference is small, suitable for human activities. In addition, the cave can also shield cosmic rays and even resist the impact of meteorites and micrometeorites. Seeing Yang Bo's eloquent speech, Elder O's complexion eased a little, and asked, do you understand the Artemis program? Yang Bo said, it is the Eagle Kingdom's manned moon landing program. Elder O nodded and frowned. Recently we got the news that the Artemis program has a secret copy program called the Enclosure Movement. Enclosure Movement? Yang Bo was slightly puzzled. He really hadn't heard of this. The Enclosure Movement program is to stop other countries from obtaining the lava tube cave. The Eagle Kingdom intends to seize the lava tube cave on the moon. When Yang Bo heard this, he couldn't help but curse. This is really the Eagle country, it just can't see other people's good. The number of lava tube caves on the moon is limited, about 300 have been detected, and even less are suitable for establishing a base. If it really was the Eagle Kingdom that planted a flag first and declared it as their own, it would still be a real pain in the ass. It didn't even have to be a manned lunar landing. Sending a few rovers or robots up there would be enough to accomplish it. It would be almost no difficulty for the Eagle Kingdom, and Xia's manned moon landing program was still a few years away. Yang Bo instantly understood Olao's intention. Then Olao wanted to start the moon landing in advance and open a moon base. Eldero said, "If we can start the base construction in advance, of course it is the best. I know the Shinbird fighter. With the technology of the Shinbird, the moon landing is no longer a difficult task for us, but the base construction is not something that can be completed in 3 or 2 days." Yang Bo nodded. Eldero is right, the moon base is far from being as simple as building an airplane or a rocket. From surveying to site selection to camping, none of it is simple. The complexity of the base is also far beyond imagination, which is equivalent to building a set of human living space from start to finish. Oxygen production system, water circulation system, energy supply system, food supply system, large-scale life support system, just a rough idea, all make people head big. Although many of the technologies were existing mature technologies, it was not a simple matter to integrate them together. Then Olao wanted to start the moon landing early. Olao added, "If it is not possible to start the base construction in advance, it is not bad to be able to preemptively occupy a few lava tube caves." Yang Bo smiled. If it was him who made the move, of course it wouldn't be as simple as just seizing a few lava tube caves. "I understand, Eldero, give me a week's time, I'll make a plan." 1 week, Eldero's eyes widened at once. When he came here, he heard Elder Song say that this Yang Bo was very pugnacious, but he didn't expect that he was really such a tiger. The current lunar base plan of Xia was only completed after he led the team for several years. Yang Bo actually said that he wants to complete a base plan in a week. "Do you think this is building Lego?" "Just kidding," Eldero kindly reminded. "There is no need to be in such a hurry." Yang Bo smiled and did not explain much. For the Zenith system, not to mention the moon base, even if you add the Mars base, it won't take a week. He said 1 week just because he was afraid of shocking Eldero. Afterwards, Yang Bo took Olao to visit the Bulletproof Vest production workshop and Zenith workbench. Olao also had an eye-opening experience. Originally, to Yang Bo's bragging about completing the moon base program in a week, Olao was not convinced at all. However, seeing such an advanced production line, as well as the alien technology like Zenith workbench, Olao regained a few points of confidence. Maybe Yang Bo could really create a miracle. After Olao left, Yang Bo spent 2 days to complete the lunar lava tube cave base plan. It was named Guanghan City, from the moon landing, survey, base construction, maintenance all included, and the water and oxygen circulation, supply, replenishment, life support and other systems were all on a huge scale. Once completed, it will not only be a base, but almost a city. If such a magnificent plan is to be realized, its cost is also amazing. Although Yang Bo is already a real tycoon, but to build Guanghan City is still far from it. Without 100 billion level of funds, there was no need to even think about it. Yang Bo couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he still needs to continue to make a small amount of money. After the completion of the Guanghan City plan, the materials and equipment ordered by Yang Bo arrived one after another. The production workshops of drones and steel bones are also being camped, and the factory area is expanding again, and now the small half of Yangjiazhuang is annexed by Jiangwo Machinery Factory. The mass production line was not built, but the small batch production Yang Bo could accomplish with the Zenith platform. After another 5 days, Yang Bo manufactured 10 sets of steel bones plus a set of metal models of Guanghan City. It was just at the time of 1 week that he had agreed with Eldero. Yang Bo dialed a number. According to Vice Chairman Lu's arrangement, the 10 sets of steel bones were to be sent to a special warfare brigade of the army. This was the brigade commander's number. A few hours later, 2 military trucks and a squad of special forces came to Yangjiazhuang and loaded all 10 sets of steel bones. Yang Bo also rubbed the big truck and brought the model of Guanghan City to the capital. After first delivering the steel bones to the special warfare brigade Camp Yang, Bo continued to rub the truck and was about to go to the space city in the outskirts of the capital. Suddenly the phone rang, and at a glance it was Shin Mingxin. "Yang Bo, where are you?" Shin Mingxin's voice seemed a bit anxious. "I'm in the capital. Great, come and save me right away." Yang Bo was shocked. You've been kidnapped again. You're the one who's been kidnapped. What happened then? Shin Mingxin stammered for half a day before saying, my mom forced me to go on a blind date and I bumped into a self-proclaimed high-quality male cowboy, so come and help me get it done. Yang Bo laughed. What do I do then? We're steel bones to beat him up. Then I don't care, you have to be responsible for this anyway, Shin Mingxin said in a sly tone. What do I have to be responsible for? The word said, the ambiguous flavor drifted over through the phone. At the critical moment, Yang Bo did not wimp out. A pat on the chest, rest assured, responsible for the end. On the other side of the phone, Shin Mingxin was sweet to her heart. Soon Yang Bo sat in a military jeep and quickly drove towards the city center, Beijing Trade Building, inside Alice Western Restaurant. The environment was elegant and the music echoed softly. Shin Mingxin was sitting in a corner with a casual dress and an elegant and graceful temperament. Opposite her sat a young man. The young man's name was Yi Yunfan, with gold filigree eyes and a somewhat elegant temperament. Ming Xin, after we met last time, I have a good impression of you. What do you think of me? As he spoke, the corner of Yi Yunfan's mouth was slightly raised with a hint of a self-conscious smile. It seemed to think that this was attractive to women. Shin Mingxin revealed a hint of impatience. Yi Yunfan, you are excellent, but the two of us are not suitable. Yi Yunfan seemed to have only heard the first half of the sentence and not the second half. Said to himself, highly qualified men and women like you and me, it's not easy to find a suitable partner. Meeting is fate. You know the situation of my family after marriage. Even if you don't work, you can enjoy a life like a noble woman. If you are willing to continue to be a reporter, there is no problem. Shin Mingxin finally couldn't help it and interrupted Yi Yunfan. We are really not suitable, and I have a boyfriend. He will be here soon. Yi Yunfan smiled. Mingxin, you don't have to lie. Auntie told me all about it. I know that we just met and you are still a little resistant, but I believe that you will be impressed by my sincerity. Shin Mingxin was simply speechless. This Yi Yunfan was really an oddball, narcissistic and arrogant, and a bit unable to understand people. He had already clearly rejected himself, and he was still pestering here. If it wasn't for the fact that the two families were family friends and couldn't make things too ugly, she really wanted to throw a glass of water on his face to make him sober up. Where is Yang Bo? This kid is still not coming. At this time, at the entrance of the restaurant, Yang Bo was carrying a woven bag with the word urea written on it and walked in. The restaurant porter was a bit stunned. Here is a high-class restaurant. Migrant workers also dare to come. Reaching out, he stopped him. Hello sir, we are a high-class restaurant. What are you not allowed in? The doorman didn't dare to say that he wouldn't be allowed in, but nowadays people are taking videos and recordings and sending them to the internet. If that happens, you'll be out of luck. The porter pointed to Yang Bo's bag. Your bag does not meet the grade of our restaurant. It is not appropriate to bring in. Yang Bo was happy. I look at this bag, dirt point, but the things inside can be worth money. Take out to sell, can buy you this restaurant. The porter skimmed his mouth nostrils, facing the sky, and said, even if you are loaded with cash in this bag, you cannot buy this restaurant. Finished stopping. Yang Bo is not allowed to enter. Now Yang Bo got angry. Call your manager. No, call your boss. What are you doing? I want to buy this restaurant. The doorman was furious. Your breath is bigger than foot odor. Why don't you buy this building? Just go directly to Zhou Group. Yang Bo was stunned. The original property is Zhou's group. That would be good. Then took out the phone and dialed Zhou Shuyan. Shuyan sister, I am in the Beijing Trade Tower. There is an Alice Western restaurant. I want to buy it. Zhou Shuyan on the other side of the phone froze. Why did you think of buying a restaurant? This restaurant won't let me in, so I want to buy it. Zhou Shuyan snorted a smile. You are also really rich and capricious. Okay, the restaurant owner I know. I will immediately let him contact you. The doorman looked at Yang Bo on the phone with disdain in his eyes. Pretend, continue to pretend. At this time, Shin Mingxin on the seat had already seen this scene and immediately greeted him. This is my friend, why don't you let me in? The porter naturally recognizes Shin Mingxin, and the title of National Goddess is not a casual remark. Just now, while sitting in the corner, the porter had taken several peeks. I didn't expect that the National Goddess actually knew Yang Bo. The porter's heart thumped. Fuck, I won't really mess with any big god, right? Yang Bo said. Can we go in now? Please come in. The porter was already a bit scared. Yang Bo did not bother with the porter. After all, people do is this job. Without some snobbery, how to do a good job as a porter. He followed Shin Mingxin to the seat. Yi Yunfan sat in his seat and sized up Yang Bo. Good looking but dressed in ordinary clothes, carrying a snakeskin bag in his hand. Did he just come down from the construction site? Yi Yunfan smiled coldly. Just this, also want to fight with me? Yang Bo also did not care, directly took a hold of Shin Mingxin's willow waist and said, I am Shin Mingxin's boyfriend, called Yang Bo, Ming Xin even. If you want to find someone to act, find a decent one. Carrying a fertilizer bag on a date? What a laugh. Yi Yunfan simply ignored Yang Bo and sneered. Shin Mingxin didn't know what Yang Bo was doing with the bag. But she has unconditional trust in Yang Bo and simply did not pick up the stump, directly said, Yi Yunfan, what do I have to say before you believe that this is really my boyfriend? Yi Yunfan said disdainfully. Yang Bo is it? My name is Yi Yunfan, Eagle State Jiazhou Polytechnic doctor family has accompanied the assets of more than 100 million. What do you have to compare with me? Yang Bo smiled faintly. So it is Dr. Yi in this world more educated than you, more rich people more than one. You caught a lonely Yi Yunfan held the eyes on the bridge of the nose. Needless to say, others, let's say you, are you a rich second generation? Ming Xin wants to live, can you afford it? Also, which university did you graduate from? Can you exchange ideas with Ming Xin? Yang Bo smiled. Dr. Yuan, I'm not some rich second generation too. I didn't graduate from university and dropped out. Although feelings need a material foundation, it is by no means a competition between bank balance and high or low education. Yi Yunfan lost his smile. The university has not graduated, but also a penniless, in front of me to speak beautiful words. Do not you think it is ridiculous? Yi Yunfan am a good-looking man, a PhD from the Eagle Kingdom with over $100 million in assets and a high-quality male with 365 degrees of no dead angle. You a high school graduate jerk snake actually deserve to compare with me. Yi Yunfan said something. Yang Bo almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. Does this person still need a face? Shin Mingxin was also stunned. Yang Bo's appearance really forced out Yi Yunfan's original form. This guy is even more narcissistic and arrogant than he imagined. Simply hopeless. At this moment, the TV on the wall of the restaurant was broadcasting current affairs news. Suddenly, Shin Mingxin's picture appeared on the news. The trio's attention was immediately drawn to it. Yesterday, the Eagle State had put a number of individuals and entities on the sanctions list, including the journalist of the military and martial arts magazine Shin Mingxin, who had been retaliated against for publishing a true report about Xillia and exposing the truth about the Eagle State's invasion of Xillia. Yang Bo was a little surprised that his own sanction hadn't come yet, but Shin Mingxin's had come first. Yi Yunfan, on the other hand, was delighted in his heart. The opportunity had come. Shin Mingxin was sanctioned as long as she showed herself to be unrelenting. If she didn't throw herself at him right away, when would she wait? Ming Xin, you had to go and write some kind of report. Now that you've been sanctioned, you'd better resign and be a good wife and mother at home. But don't worry, I won't mind you. Shin Mingxin was speechless. What is this? Is it your turn to dislike me? She hummed and said, sanction is sanction, what's the big deal? Don't need you to pity me. Inside the restaurant, many people noticed Shin Mingxin, but out of politeness did not come forward to disturb or ask for autographs. When the sanctions were broadcast on the news, the crowd was also very surprised. Some people gave Shin Mingxin a thumbs up to show their support. Shin Mingxin had become popular before because of her high face value and the addition of hot events. And now speaking out for Hylia, followed by being kidnapped by the Eagle Kingdom and being sanctioned again, this made Shin Mingxin become a symbol of justice and a victim of the Eagle Kingdom's hegemony again. It also took the moral high ground. Shin Mingxin's image and heat rose once again. Inside the restaurant, many people came over to toast Shin Mingxin. Good job, reporter Shin. We support you. Shin Mingxin also nodded to the crowd. Yi Yunfan snorted coldly and muttered, all no shit. The news continued to broadcast and a male's picture appeared on the screen. Yang Bo froze. Clear eyebrows, handsome features, looks a bit like himself. At the same time, included in the sanctions is our citizen Yang Bo. The reason is to sell weapons to the embargoed area. Yang Bo's Jiangwo Machinery Factory is also included in the sanctions list for the long-arm jurisdiction of the Eagle State. We firmly oppose and put forward a solemn protest. It really is me. I'm actually on the news. Next to Shin Mingxin and Yi Yunfan both froze. Shin Mingxin was fine. He knew a lot of things about Yang Bo, and it was simply well-deserved for him to be supported by the Eagle Kingdom. Yi Yunfan froze for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing. Yang Bo, so you run a factory? Okay, I admit that I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to sell weapons to terrorists. However, after being sanctioned by the Eagle Kingdom, you and your company can only be completely finished. Seeing Yi Yunfan's gloating expression, Yang Bo lightly responded, "Don't worry about it, my company is fine." At this time he also understood Rod's hint. What the Eagle Kingdom sanctioned was Jiangwo Machinery Factory, and Yang Bo's business was actually carried out through Far Eastern Defense. The Eagle Kingdom knew this all too well, as the contract with Rhodes was also through Far Yang Defense. So the sanctions were completely symbolic, and Eagle Kingdom just wanted a face at this time. Many people in the restaurant turned their eyes to Yang Bo. I didn't expect this young man to be a character. To be on the Eagle Country sanction list, it was also considered a good man. Someone even came up and handed Yang Bo a business card. "Buddy, good job. If the factory has difficulties, you can find me." Yang Bo was happy, took the business card and said thank you. Yi Yunfan still looked disdainful. Eagle Country is the strongest country on the Blue Star. Once sanctioned, even big factories like Chrysanthemum can only struggle to survive. Township enterprises like you close down while you can. Yang Bo said, "Let you disappointed. I tens of billions of orders at a moment cannot close the door. Tens of billions. Why don't you go to heaven?" Of course Yi Yunfan doesn't believe it. Shen Mingxin was already disgusted with Yi Yunfan's face to the extreme. Originally, she thought that Yi Yunfan was just narcissistic and arrogant, but she didn't expect that there were problems with his character and stance. So fond of the Eagle Kingdom, what did you come back for? Stayed as a banana man, forget it. At this time, two people came over in the hall, and after asking the porter, they walked straight towards Shen Mingxin's table. A middle-aged man with a rich face asked, "Excuse me, which one is a Mr. Yang Bo?" Hello, I'm the owner of the restaurant. I'm here to hand over to you." Hand over? Yang Bo was slightly stunned. The middle-aged man then said, "This restaurant now belongs to your name." Yang Bo was a bit blindfolded and confused. Just now he had called to buy it, but was this a direct result? It seems like he hasn't paid yet. It was a mess. Joe who transferred the account, and the ownership is registered in your name. Yang Bo suddenly realized and immediately asked, "How much is your restaurant?" "I will transfer the money to her. This is a business secret I am not at liberty to disclose." "That's fine. This is the restaurant manager. You can ask him anything from now on. The restaurant is yours." The manager of the restaurant is also a bit confused. Why did the boss change just like that? He's so young. He's a rich kid from some family. Also, isn't this the national goddess Shen Mingxin? If you can go out with her, you must be rich. Next to her, Shen Mingxin and Yi Yunfan also stared blankly. What's going on here? Yang Bo then dialed Zhou Shuyan's phone. "Shuyan sister, how much money? I transfer to you." "Not much money, just a few tens of millions. This restaurant site belongs to the Zhou Group. Fixed assets are not much. As for the brand, these intangible assets." Zhou Shuyan gave the price is also very generous. Coupled with Miss Zhou soft and hard, the boss is very quick to sell. For Zhou Shuyan and Yang Bo's cooperation earned tens of billions of dollars in profit. Tens of millions of dollars to buy a restaurant simply does not matter. Yang Bo wants to give, Zhou Shuyan is determined not to. After the phone hung up, Shen Mingxin on the side started to be sour. "Why would she send you a restaurant?" Yang Bo bitterly smiled this explanation. "Just eat, porter, otherwise I enter." I was angry and said I want to buy this restaurant. Contacted her, did not expect her to directly buy for me. At this time Yi Yunfan's heart 10,000 camels ran wild. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is right, obviously is a rich second generation, but also said that it is not. There are too stinking money here to show off. Helped the eyes on the bridge of the nose and said, "Ming Xian, you are highly educated. With such an uneducated rich second generation, what common language will there be?" Shen Mingxin already did not want to ignore him. "Whether we have a common language or not, it has nothing to do with you," Yang Bo said. Yi, I didn't graduate from university, but I don't dare to take the word uneducated. You are a doctor of Jiazhou Polytechnic. I don't know what is your major. Yi Yunfan picked the corner of his mouth and spat out a string of eagle words. His eyes looked at Yang Bo arrogantly. It seems to be saying, "Turtle, can you understand it? Air and space intelligent electric propulsion major. Yi is indeed remarkable," Yang Bo faintly said. Yi Yunfan was slightly shocked, not expecting that Yang Bo could actually understand. Although these few words were not considered out of the way, it would be difficult for someone outside of the specialty to translate so accurately and quickly. Yang Bo then said, "The Eagle Country X3 Hall thruster has a maximum thrust of 5.4 Nm. 3 months ago it was still the number one in Blue Star, but now it is no longer." Yi Yunfan immediately said, "You are talking about the Het 450 of Xiat. It has less than 5 Nm of thrust. It has not exceeded X3. And X3 is only to grandpa's technology, the Eagle country has more hum. Word said a half number Yi Yunfan stopped again, and a person who has not graduated from the university has what to say, Yang Bo said. Not Het 450, it is another kind of electric propulsion technology at the level of 10,000 oxen. Yi Yunfan couldn't help but laugh. What do you know about electric propulsion? 10,000 oxen, why don't you go to the sky? Yang Bo smiled and did not say more. The Shinbird is still a confidential existence. Say it again will be leaked. Suddenly, the phone rings. Look at it is Oh Lao. Yang Bo, have you arrived in the capital? I'm here. Something turned a corner. A moment to the Department of Space. Yang Bo hung up the phone. Yang Bo hung up the phone. Yi Yunfan was stunned again and asked, what are you doing in the Department of Space? Made a plan to report to Oh Lao. You know Oh Lao. Recognize. Yi Yunfan simply wanted to curse. He didn't believe that it was Oh Lao's call just now. You're a second-generation rich kid, so what if you're rich? You're a college dropout with a high school diploma, and you're qualified to be in the Department of Aerospace, and you want to report to Eldero. You think we're idiots? This bull you less blowing. I work in the Department of Space. I would like to see how you report to the old man. Oh. As he spoke, Yi Yunfan's phone rang. At a glance, it was also Eldero. Eldero. Yunfan, there's a presentation later. It's very important. Come and attend it. Who's giving the presentation? What presentation? I don't think you recognize him. His name is Yang Bo. A report on the planning of the Lunar Lava Tube Cave base. Yang Bo. Yi Yunfan almost shouted out loud, furious. Eldero, are you confused? Yang Bo was a high school student. Let him make a report. Does he know what lava tube cave means? Eldero over there also frowned. This Yi Yunfan, how does he talk? Relying on the fact that he is a doctor of Jiazhou Polytechnic, he simply has no one in his sight, but he is a talent specially hired by the ministry. Eldero still endured it. Yunfan, education doesn't mean ability. It's good to learn more about other people's thoughts and ideas. Alright then. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yunfan looked at Yang Bo incredulously. 100,000 alpacas ran wild in his heart. What is this? A high school student doing moon base planning? Yang Bo said. My go to the Department of Space. Can't continue to accompany you. Some other day I will go to my home, meet my uncle and aunt. Shen Mingxin's face was slightly red. This was Yang Bo's declaration of victory now. But Yi Yunfan was no longer in the mood to care about this at this time. Yang Bo asked again, do you have a car? Shen Mingxin shook her head. The restaurant manager next to her was a resourceful one. What better time to change the new boss and not flatter? Immediately stepped forward and said, Boss, I have a car. I will take you there. Okay, Dr. Yi, do you need a ride? No, I'll drive myself. Yi Yunfan was in an unattractive mood. Afterwards, several people went out of the restaurant. As soon as the doorman saw Yang Bo this time, he gave a cry of boss, directly bowed 90 degrees and also took the initiative to help Yang Bo carry the urea bag to the car. Yang Bo did not count anymore. In a sense, the doorboy is not wrong. He is also defending the interests of the restaurant. After all, the tycoon who will carry the urea bag into the upscale restaurant. In addition to Yang Bo, it is difficult to find out the second. Shen Mingxin naturally took a car to go home. Yang Bo took the restaurant manager's car. And Yi Yunfan drove his own 4 rings and stepped on the gas as soon as he got into the car. He didn't want to go with Yang Bo and drove furiously all the way, even going so far as to run 2 red lights. Yang Bo was straight happy behind him. It seems to have struck Dr. Yi. The problem is that it is useless to drive fast. I cannot drive until the report meeting off. Soon Yang Bo arrived at the Space Department. Inside the conference room, dozens of experts gathered. The people were all talking. Eldero notified the meeting that a young expert was going to make a report on the lava tube cave base. Just what kind of a god was it? The highest level experts in the relevant fields are basically in this room. Who was it this time? Dr. Yi, do you know who it is? Will it not be an expert from a foreign country? Yi Yunfan was annoyed for a while. I am not too sure. At this time, accompanied by Oh Lao, a young man walked in the door carrying a urea bag in his hand. The crowd was slightly stunned. This young man seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Could it be an agricultural expert who wanted to grow vegetables on the moon? Even if it was an agricultural expert, this was too young. Eldero came forward and said, Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is Yang Bo today for us to do the Guanghan City Moon Base Planning Report. Everyone welcome. The crowd applauded ritually, but in their hearts, they were also puzzled. Yang Bo looked like he was only in his early 20s with the appearance of a college student. He actually had to give a lecture on moon base planning to a group of top experts. How can this matter look a bit unreal? Is it possible that he came back from studying abroad? That would be too young. Someone asked expert Yang, what unit are you working in? Yang Bo was happy. I work at Jiangwo Machinery Factory. Besides, just call me Yang Bo. I'm not an expert. Are you studying abroad? I am from Capital University of Science and Technology. There is a professor of Capital University of Science and Technology here, immediately said, we are from the same school, how come I don't know you? Yang Bo said with slight embarrassment, I dropped out of school. I dropped out of college. What a mess, graduated from high school. Do you know where the moon is? I'm just kidding. The crowd immediately showed a surprised expression in their eyes. Elder O immediately stood up. Did you all just watch the news? The news? Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly someone shouted, oh, Yang Bo, Jiangwo Machinery Factory was sanctioned by the Eagle Country. Many people also suddenly remembered. No wonder it looked familiar, I just saw it on the news. Some people still do not know what is going on. The person next to him to open the news to see also ate a shock. Some people in the seat are curious. Yang Bo, what weapons did you export? Yang Bo smiled. Bulletproof vests, metal hydrogen bombs, drones, mechanical exoskeletons, all exported specifically because of which I am not sure. The crowd of experts were wide-eyed. This high school graduate was actually an arms tycoon. In the aerospace field of Xia, many organizations and individuals had once been sanctioned by the Eagle Kingdom. To everyone, being sanctioned was even a form of honor and recognition. If you didn't have two brushes, the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't bother to sanction you. Then Olao exposed fierce information. People might not know that the recently exposed Ghost Fighter was also designed and manufactured by Yang Bo. What now? The crowd was completely shocked. The Ghost Fighter single-handedly took on an aircraft carrier battle group and was recognized as an advanced fighter that far surpassed the Eagle Kingdom. It was actually designed by a high school graduate. Who would believe it? In fact, Olao also knew about the existence of the Ghost Bird, but the Ghost Bird was still in a state of secrecy. Olao did not divulge it. Yi Yunfan was even more jaw-dropped. The Ghost Fighter was designed by Yang Bo. What was wrong with this world? Yi Yunfan felt like his three views were shattered all over the place. Although it was unbelievable, it was impossible for Elder O to lie. The crowd watched as Yang Bo brought the contents of the urea bag to the table. Everyone stared curiously, especially Yi Yunfan. What kind of treasure was in this bag? Only to see Yang Bo first took out a flat platform and placed it on the table. Then he took out another round ball with a pitted surface. Everyone was slightly puzzled. The quick reaction this guessed that the round ball must be a model of the moon. Yang Bo placed the orb towards the platform. The crowd could not help but be slightly surprised. The orb was actually suspended over a dozen centimeters above the platform. Everyone here was an expert and immediately guessed that the orb must have used magnetic levitation technology. Although magnetic levitation was no longer considered to be a profound technology, a model made like this was also considered to be heartfelt. Yi Yunfan smiled coldly and made a pretense. Then Yang Bo pressed a button on the platform. A soft light shot out from the platform and the orb in the air slowly rotated. At the same time, a line of hologram subtitles hit mid-air from the orb. Guanghan City Lunar Lava Tube Cave Base Program. The experts present nodded slightly. Magnetic levitation wasn't difficult, but adding these fancy maneuvers to it was a bit of fun. Sure enough, there are two brushes, Yang Bo explained. This is the Lunar Magnetic Levitation holographic model. The moon rotates 1 week is 27, 3 days, I said 27, 3 seconds. The lights below simulate the sun irradiation. These shadows are the eternal night area. At present, the moon has been proved more than 300 lava tube caves, and the model have been marked accordingly, said Yang Bo. In a depression on the model, a little light and shadow flashed, and a holographic schematic of a winding and bifurcated lava tube cave popped up, as well as a screen of data information. Lava cave location, menstruation 23,125 inch 168,256 cave diameter, 25 meters, depth 26 meters. Elder O also couldn't help but light up and asked, on this model, are all the lava tube cave information labeled? Yang Bo nodded. There is only preliminary data. The resource situation inside the cave needs further investigation. Oh Lao Dao. Even so, just this data is extremely valuable. Yang Bo continued to point on the hologram. The graphic image immediately enlarged and the caves was clearly displayed in front of his eyes. Not only was there the structure of the cave, but there were rooms, equipment, and pipes inside, all clearly visible. This was Guanghan City, the cave base. This is the water circulation system. This is the oxygen generation system. There is also the intelligent daylight collection. Here are the living area, the agricultural planting area, the energy area, the waste treatment area. Every time Yang Bo points to a piece of area, the corresponding image and data information will pop up. The more the crowd looked, the more surprised they were. Elder O's complexion was also grave. Yang Bo's design was too huge. Too fantastic. It was simply something that only existed in a science fiction movie. According to Yang Bo's design, it was not just a simple base, it was simply a small town. It was no problem to live in a few hundred people, and it was a long-term residence. Yi Yunfan couldn't help but say, "It is simply whimsical. With our technology, such a base is simply impossible to realize." Yang Bo said indifferently, "Dr. Yi, please be more specific. Which part do you think can't be realized?" Yi Yunfan was an expert in intelligent electric propulsion and was actually not specialized in other fields. He couldn't say where exactly there was a problem for a while. However, even if he only looked at it from his familiar field, Yang Bo's plan had a big loophole. Yi Yunfan said coldly, "This base is so huge, the equipment and supplies needed are at least tens of thousands of tons. How? Are you going to send it to the moon? Do you know how much it costs to send 1 kilogram of supplies to the moon? 50,000 Eagle dollars. To transport 10,000 tons of supplies to the moon would require 500 billion Eagle dollars. And that's just the transportation cost, counting other inputs. I'm afraid it's going to be trillions. Even the Eagle Kingdom doesn't have that kind of budget, let alone the Summer Kingdom. This planning of yours is simply meaningless." After saying this, Yi Yunfan felt hearty. After being suppressed by Yang Bo for half a day, he finally got out a mouthful of bad anger. The crowd of experts nodded their heads. Yi Yunfan was right. Although Yang Bo's plan was grand, it was just a castle in the air. It was impossible for the Summer Country to spend so much money just to land on the moon. Even the Eagle Kingdom was impossible. Yang Bo smiled. "With the current rocket technology, of course it is not realistic, but we already have a more advanced propulsion technology and the transportation cost needs to be a few tens of percent," Yi Yunfan coldly said. "A few tenths? Dreaming, impossible," Yang Bo said. "When I was in the restaurant, didn't I say 10,000 oxen level electric propulsion, 10,000 oxen level electric push?" Electric push is Yi Yunfan's area of expertise. He is confident that no one knows more than him. After graduating from Jiazhou Polytechnic, the technology he had mastered represented the highest level in Xia. How could anyone surpass him? Haha, really ignorant people are fearless. 10,000 oxen electric push. The ox is let blown to death. Even the Eagle Country can't reach such technology. How can Xia Country have? Although this sentence sounds very uncomfortable, but the people here have to admit that it is the truth. Yang Bo continued to say more and his eyes looked at Elder O. Elder O already understood that the advanced technology Yang Bo was talking about was the Xian bird. The Xian bird was a space strategic bomber, but it could also be used as a space transportation carrier, and it could be reused. The cost was far lower than conventional rockets, but the Xian bird had not been declassified yet. And O Lao could not reveal too much. He could only say, "We do have a more advanced technology. The specific details will not be disclosed here for the time being. I can only say that it is far ahead and this technology is also related to Yang Bo." The crowd looked shocked. Xia really has a more advanced technology, and it is related to Yang Bo. The crowd was both excited and a little curious. And Yi Yunfan had a huge shock in his heart. How is this possible? Yang Bo was a high school graduate. What did he have the right to do? Yang Bo had stopped dwelling on this issue and continued to introduce the Guanghan City plan. While explaining, he clicked on the various lava tube caves on the moon model. Lava Tube Cave 038, Lava Tube Cave 172. Lava Tube Cave varied in size, depth and construction. The crowd was amazed to find that for each lava tube cave there was a different set of plans in the model. The planning for one cave was amazing enough. Were all the caves going to be built as a base? Elder O immediately asked, "Yang Bo, which one of these caves are you going to build?" Yang Bo said, "The caves that are suitable for building a base are just a small portion. There are probably dozens of them. I suggest building them all." O Lao was dumbfounded. "Build them all? The investment required is astronomical." Yang Bo laughed. "We don't need to build every base into a full body. Most of the places we only build infrastructure." O Lao's eyes lit up and immediately understood Yang Bo's intention. Enclosure. Once the infrastructure was built, the place was Xia's. Many experts also reacted. If we do this, the Eagle Kingdom will definitely oppose it. The question is how exactly to do it. Eldero asked immediately. Would it be too wasteful to do this for the sake of enclosure? Yang Bo said, "Note these infrastructures include vehicle landing platforms, solar power stations, and signal base stations, which are themselves part of the Guanghan city system, all of which are useful and won't be wasted. After completion, the entire moon will be littered with our power stations and signaling stations. Whoever wants to land on the moon in the future will have to pay us for electricity and cell phones." Everyone couldn't help but smile at this. Oh Lao laughed. Then in the future, won't we be the sole hegemony of the moon? The Eagle Kingdom will not agree. Yang Bo laughed. Hegemony is what the Eagle Kingdom does. We won't do that. These infrastructures are open to all countries, just pay the money. In the future, we can also carry out tourism programs such as moon landing trips and moon base accommodation, and all individuals and countries can participate. Some countries with insufficient technical capabilities will be more than happy to cooperate with us. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. That's a bit of a big brainwave. But it did make sense. For many countries there was no need to think about a moon landing that was based on their own abilities. The only way was to cooperate with the big powers. There were currently no more than two options on the blue planet: the Eagle Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom. Currently the Eagle Kingdom had formed a moon landing alliance, and the members were naturally a bunch of the Eagle Kingdom's minions and allies. The Summer Country and most of the countries were excluded. Once the Eagle Kingdom succeeded in landing on the moon, it would likely declare its ownership of the moon, and the Summer Country had formed a similar alliance to fight against the Eagle Country. However, in terms of technology and funding, the Eagle Country undoubtedly still had the upper hand. Yi Yunfan bristled. What a whimsical idea. Do you think you are writing a brainstorming novel? Someone else chimed in. Yeah, after talking about it for half a day, it's all about planning. Are there any concrete steps to realize it? Eldero's eyes also turned to Yang Bo and asked, how to realize what you said? Yang Bo smiled. Of course he knew that if there was no corresponding technology, everything that the fund said could only be taken as a joke. With a point on the platform, a thing shaped like a white rabbit appeared on the holographic screen. The crowd was stunned. What is this going to do? Yang Bo said, regarding Guanghan City, from surveying transportation infrastructure, every step of the realization requires the support of equipment and technology. This little rabbit is called Little Flying Rabbit. It is an intelligent lunar explorer with the ability to fly. As a first step, I intend to place 20 of them to explore the detailed data of all the lava tube caves on the lunar surface in preparation for the next step of infrastructure, followed by another point. This is the Intelligent Lunar Engineering Vehicle, which can be remotely controlled on Earth for infrastructure construction. This is the Signal Tower, which can enjoy 6G signal and unlimited traffic flow on the moon. Yang Bo began to introduce various equipment one by one. Most of the equipment is intelligent and unmanned. In this way, the base construction can be completed in the early stage with only few personnel landing on the moon. After listening to the introduction, the expressions on the faces of the crowd varied. Surprise, shock, disbelief. Yi Yunfan was also shocked. There was only one voice in his mind. This is impossible, this is impossible. Eldero stared at Yang Bo. All these devices, can you build them? Yang Bo made a point on the small flying rabbit. Its internal structure and design drawings hit the holographic screen. Oh Lao was taken aback. The model actually included the design drawings of the equipment. It was truly amazing. If this was all true, then the model was equivalent to containing all the information of the Guanghan City plan. Describing it as worth 10,000 gold was far underestimated. Eldero sighed. Your Guanghan City plan is far beyond our current plan. If it is to be realized, the investment needed is amazing. Yang Bo said, it doesn't matter, I can self-fund the construction of Guanghan City. What, you self-fund it? Eldero directly shouted out.